We've all been in a situation where we're stuck in traffic or we're in the car when nature calls, right? You have to go to the restroom. And we went to the thrift store, which was just newly built, to use the restroom.
How's it going, homies? For once in a long time, Tophiachu is the most interesting person in her family. For so long, Tophiachu has been playing second fiddle to Papachu's insane actions. Whether it's him getting arrested or falling in love with obviously fake women, he's had the ball in his Lolcow court, and the rest of the family wasn't getting a chance to play. That was until last week when Tophiachu started to feel the Chu spirit and started crashing out herself. She couldn't withdraw $300 from her balance, her TikTok balance, because like normal jobs, they have a pay date. But that wasn't soon enough, and the Chu family ended up on the streets with nothing but the clothes on their back, a beat up car, not for long, and a TikTok account to keep them afloat. And let me tell you guys, they were not happy about this, and like true stand-up citizens on hard times, they did what anyone in their situation would do. Brother Chu, the most level-headed one, only cursed out a few employees and packed up what belongings they had. Mama Chu left a Mama Chu slurry special in front of the hotel, and apparently Tophiachu was helping her out. I guess Anaconda Sins isn't the only female lolcow pumping and dumping anymore, but that would just be one of the bigger problems. But not the only one Tophiachu would encounter throughout this ordeal. You see, a cleaning lady happened to be around when Tophiachu and Mama Chu was leaving a gift for the hotel, and she made a TikTok about it, claiming a TikToker just left their hotel room completely trashed, garbage everywhere, basically destroyed the place. The worker never named anybody, but like a good lolcow, Tophiachu outed herself by going on a warpath to destroy this lady. But in an ironic turn of events, Tophiachu just skyrocketed this worker's TikTok following, got her getting paid from TikTok, and ended up making herself look worse with each and every video she posted.
So she walked to work, which is okay. I'm not saying she doesn't have a right to walk to work. She walked to lunch and was filming. While she was filming, we were sitting in the car. Mind you, we cannot move because the car's not movable. We can't tow it. I even told my mom we have to move because she's going to keep harassing us. We're going to have to try to figure something out. It's expensive to tow it to where we need to tow it. Towing is expensive. Everyone knows that. Tow companies are super, super expensive. We do not have the money right now. We were trying to save. We were hoping maybe we could get someone to tow it or get a tow. We couldn't. The cops harassed us, which is why we had to tow it. So we're not there because the cops forced us to tow it. And he had to bother people early in the morning to tow it, my brother. But anyways, not that he's bothering, but So, anyways. The maid walked to work, which was fine. She walked to lunch. Mind you, I had got a message before I had seen the maid, or the housekeeper, because people get mad, I call her maid housekeeper. I received a message from someone saying, don't let the maid film you, or the housekeeper. People are telling her to film you, and I was like, okay, thank you for letting me know. So I have a right to film. It's public property. Her job is not there, mind you. Her job is right behind us. Okay, and she could walk to work if she wants to, but she was liking comments about filming me. She was literally liking and responding to comments about filming me, saying, I'm going to try to see if I can film. Why are you trying to film us if we're just sitting in our car not bothering you? Mind you, I didn't look her way. I didn't antagonize her. I didn't do anything towards her because I wasn't looking towards her way when she was walking by. I just happened to look because I'm in a car looking at things, right? I have a right to look outside. I'm in a car. There's windows. And I see her walk by and I said, that's the maid. And I said, watch, because she was liking comments about filming me. So of course I'm going to be on alert because you just doxed my brother's car. Mind you, she doxed my brother's car. So then, the 4 times that she's seen us, we were sitting in our car. So how would you know if we're using the restroom on the sidewalk if you've only seen us 4 times? And so she walked to work. She was going to lunch, I assume. Probably not just to act like she's just going to lunch so she could film us, because that video that she filmed where she's under trees, that's the video where she was right next to us as we were in the car when she was filming. So then she walks back to work. And after that, I didn't see if she walked home. I'm not paying attention to her. I'm looking, and she just happens to be where I'm looking. So I have to pay attention because she's over here saying she's going to film me and playing victim. Like, she needed to call the police and follow the police report. Like, what? Mind you, there's people in her comment section about a whole nother dude that lived where we live that she made a video saying that it's my brother that is threatening her, but she doesn't even say, hey, guys, that's not him. Mind you, in Albuquerque, okay, the bus stations, right? The bus station where the public buses go used to have it open for people to go use the restroom. Homeless people started damaging it. It started getting damaged in there. They closed it off. You can no longer use the restroom. Greyhound is next door, right? You have to be getting a Greyhound bus to use the restroom. Downtown, a lot of businesses require you to be a paying customer to use the restroom. You cannot use the restroom unless you're a paying customer. So if you're downtown by bus and you really got to go to the restroom, sorry, there's no restrooms for you.
You gotta appreciate Tophiachu basically has nothing right now, and she somehow found a way to have something over the houseworker. Like, yeah, I've got a car. It's basically a Flintstone car, but look at you, hot stepping out here. Even though Tophiachu probably didn't consider, that lady probably lives close enough to walk. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen many people walk to work. They normally find rides or take the bus. They got a job. They can make those sacrifices as they build themselves up. But Tophiachu really doesn't understand social norms. She really had no hope to begin with. Papachu putting up those weird crosses all over the place. telling her about how rich he's gonna be, while Mamachu is chasing him around with a frying pan for sticking his tongue out to girls passing by the window. So it makes sense that she can realize how dire of a situation she's in, but not enough to know everything she's doing wrong. If you have to bunk down in a hotel parking lot for a minute, the last thing you want to do is bring attention to yourself or let anyone know that you're staying there. But she immediately jumps online to expose Squid, the hotel worker. Even though she wasn't named, if Tophiachu didn't do that, Squid probably wouldn't have started to drag you online. And here's something else that blows my mind. If you have to live in a car at an established business, why would you do your business around there? That's a surefire way to get the cops called on you and the owners to take every measure possible to get you to stay away from there. Your bad business. If I was out hunting for a hotel for whatever reason and I pulled into the parking lot and seen Tophiachu and her mom, well, anybody squatted on the sidewalk taking it all the way primal, I'm gonna go somewhere else. And especially when you know the Squid caught you guys in the act, why would you blast her online? You gotta shut your mouth. What was Tophiachu expecting? To cancel this girl? It's not 2016 anymore, and most people now will ignore your pleas and laugh at the situation. And Tophiachu should know this better than most. But I gotta say, I just find this so funny. I gotta point it out. Tophiachu throughout this entire video manages to contradict herself multiple times in the same video about the sidewalk incident. She really just can't get it through her head just to be quiet and not speak on this. You've already done it, you and Mamachu, multiple times. You can't get away from this. You just gotta live with the consequences now. And how upset and mad she is about this really pushes me on the side of it did happen. Especially when there's so many other bigger problems happening at the same time for her. It's just not a good look.
Everywhere you look, like Tent City, right? Tent City used to be a place where people, I used to go walk that way, it smelled like an outhouse because people use the restroom. Of course, downtown, there's no places to use the restroom because you have to pay. Calling someone an animal and saying that they're and crapping on the sidewalk, calling a human being, especially a homeless person, an animal, when we've all been in a situation that we've had to use the restroom somewhere because we needed it badly, and saying it's not racism? Mind you, I mean, if I'm a black person, of course it is racism. What was her reasoning for calling me an animal to use the excuse that we were using the restroom on the sidewalk when she only saw us 4 times? Mind you, we had been parked there for 3 days. And the day that we were parked there was a Sunday when they're closed. I believe it was the 28th, the 29th, the 30th. The 29th, the 30th, the 31st. I believe. And the third, and then the first. The second. We might have been there 4 days, 3 days. I can't remember. But I'm a literal human being that deserves decency and respect. I'm a human being. I am homeless. I can't move in my car. You're harassing us constantly saying, oh, well, she's going to work. She has a right to go to work. But when she's liking comments saying she's trying to record us and she puts on sunglasses and a hat to try to disguise herself so we wouldn't think anything suspicious, that's not right. And I even said there was comments and I showed my brother comments. It's a public property. We have a right to film. Her work was not there. So if you're liking comments trying to film me, that's a problem. For my safety, I'm going to film. Because I need the proof, and you literally admitted it in videos. She admitted it in videos. So her walking by and literally liking comments and responding to comments saying she's gonna film me does not make her case any better when she keeps walking by. Mind you, she could go to work. Like, I'm gonna say, yeah, she went to work, but she's trying to disguise herself with a cap and a hat to film us because she says she was. Mind you, she literally doxed what my brother's car looks like. What was the reason for that? Why is she acting like she's a victim when we just left the place? We didn't even call. Mind you, the lady that worked there said, I would allow you guys back. I would work with you, but corporate said, we can't have you here because of issues with rent. It had nothing to do with our room being dirty, mind you. She's just trying to use that, using my situation to make money and make herself look good. And she ran real quick after that and started filming. Mind you, our stuff was sitting there for almost a day and a half, probably a whole day. And she's too busy filming TikToks and not doing her job. So I don't know. I mean, me personally, I would not call homeless people animals for using the restroom outside. Considering how Albuquerque is, it is very hard to go to the restroom unless you have a home or you're a paying customer. I can't help it, right? And like I said, I didn't use the restroom on the sidewalk when she was walking by. I want to address this because people have a hard time hearing. When I said, why are you watching people use the restroom? I said, I'm not saying that I use the restroom. After that, like, do you like to pick apart videos? Or do you just like you literally just admitted to lying and then said that I told on myself, like, I didn't use the restroom. And then I was literally talking about how, I said, why are you watching people use the restroom? And then there's too much going on here. And then I said, this is not me saying I use the restroom. Dude, you just like pick aparting things. And what's funny is like how someone treats homeless people, but then dances around like, oh, I'm a good person because I said I'm giving to charity. So I got people evicted, but let me dance around because everyone loves me because I'm donating. Did you know that? I'm pretty sure Elon Musk donated, but he's a horrible person. There's a lot of horrible people that donated. Just because you donate doesn't make you a good person. I'm just saying, like, it's crazy how you said I admitted to using the restroom, which I said I didn't use the restroom. Yeah, that's not me saying I'm using the restroom. I was just preferencing why you're watching people, which you literally just admitted you were watching us. So you admitted to harassing us. Thank you. Like, you just literally admitted you were watching us. For what reason? Why were you watching us? We wasn't even bothering you. You see how people telling themselves is weird. Like, admitting to watch people is weird, especially because we were sitting in our car. We wasn't even using the restroom. So why are you watching people that are not bothering you?
So initially, Tophiachu and her family was denying that all the mess that was left in the hotel room, not the one outside, that's different. The one left in the hotel room was not theirs at all. But then she says that that lady was recording all of their stuff. So which one is it? It doesn't make any sense. If that's your stuff, then that's your mess. You left it, simple as that. I understand the Chu family doesn't care about reputation, but at least have the decency to not have some poor worker work 10 times harder just because you don't respect other people's property. And yeah, is it cool what Squid did? Not entirely, no. She definitely was wrong on some aspects, but she probably felt spited and then decided to go all out on Tophiachu. Like, you were an annoying customer, Tophia. You made that woman's life 10 times harder than it needed to be. She walks outside to go catch a breath from the fumes, and there's Mama Chu fumigating the bushes. That's gotta make you question your life. And then Tophiachu starts yelling at her from the window, so it makes sense you two started your camera battle, and it got bad. But I do gotta say this, the lamest thing to come out of our generation when two people are in an argument, so they both decide to whip out their phones, shove them in each other's face, and start recording. I don't know how that trend started, but I would really like for it to be over.
I try so hard to take care of myself, and the fact that people come online make fun of my hygiene because of one video I got at my job. And the funny thing about it is, well, it's not funny, but is I can't do anything about this stuff because people justify it. I got at work where I used to work because of my hygiene, which the coworker said that was not true. She was lying. And I come on the internet, make this video, and I didn't get fired because of hygiene. But then people want to say it's about my hygiene. I've been having to address rumors left and right. Well, this girl gets to make videos. It's not fair to me and my family. But we just gotta let it happen. I didn't call the police to talk to them. My brother did. Because he had enough. And I said the police ain't gonna do anything. Sure enough, they said it's civil. The only thing we could tell her to do is to stop recording videos about you guys. Did they? I don't think they told her anything. Like, it's crazy that I have to let someone have the whole internet think I'm harassing her when she's harassing me. It's crazy to literally crap on someone, and the amount of classes comments of people saying, I'm in a house. Well, good for you. I can't do this anymore. It's hard. I'm trying to do the best that I can for my family, and it's never good enough. And then to have my business spewed on the internet and be told that I can't do anything about it. I haven't been able to cry since the situation because I want people to see that and be like, are you okay? Because I feel they're going to judge me. And the one thing that sucks is I saw a comment from a shelter we have here where someone said, why do you give homeless people stuff for free? No wonder why they're going to keep being homeless. Like, it's comments like that. I see people sleeping out in the cold and no one cares. My brother couldn't move his car. But yeah, I had to stay and endure harassment because, oh, she's going to work. Like, people masking it as her going to work. I couldn't even go into the thrift store without feeling bad. Like, I needed to go to the restroom and I had so much anxiety running into people. Today is voting day. I'm gonna try to go vote. You should do the same too. I just hope things get better, but I don't have no hope. And it shows me why people are not humans in this world. It really does. I'm gonna go, but I don't feel good at all.
It's not funny seeing Tophiachu break down, but what strikes me is she can't seem to figure out why she's so sad. Most people would be devastated right now in her situation, no doubt about it, but she's choosing to bring up the negativity she's faced in the past and put it at the forefront. When it's time to buckle down, who cares what others are thinking about you when you got so many bigger problems? I think she's trying to ignore it, but it won't help her. All she's doing is bringing other people down. She's got Brother Chu tempting to crash out, but he's actually approaching real people and being confrontational. And poor Mama Chu all tuckered out after looking for a makeshift bathroom, just coughing her head off. If Tophiachu would say, look, I'm gonna take this TikTok money that's coming to me, freshen myself up, and get some decent clothes, and I'm gonna go apply for jobs, and then use the rest on a crappy motel. She might be able to pull herself out of this, if Brother Chu is helping as well, but we all know what's gonna happen. She's gonna pay for something overpriced, for her budget at least, and she's gonna want to eat out because she's feeling all down, and poof, all those TikTok monies are out the door, and she's gotta wait till next month.
I got the police involved is because my information is being constantly doxxed. Not only did she literally tell people what wasn't out there so I could get doxxed so people could find where I live, because that was her reasoning. That's the only reason I could think of. Why would you come to the internet and not name someone, knowing people are going to know who it is, and then proceed to call to right after we left because you knew that people was going to try to look for me so I could get somewhere else, and you continue the cycle. On top of that, it's my brother's car. Thank you very much. It told people what his car looks like, so people could watch out for it. Like, why is it okay for this woman to constantly go and dox us? We didn't tell anyone what the car looked like. You did. I'm tired. I'm tired of being harassed by people and then having to take it because people say, well, you're a horrible person. So I don't have, so I'm supposed to get harassed. But if I was doing this to someone else, people would have an issue. They really would. But she could call the cops and constantly harass us and harass us and harass us and harass us and harass us. I got woke up at 12 in the morning having to almost stand outside in the cold because they wouldn't help us because we told them, like, we can't tow the car. It's not movable. And they said, well, we'll tow it. And my brother said, where's it going to go? They said, oh, well, I was going somewhere. And then he had to bother people. Well, not bother them, but, you know, it was like 12 a.m. to have them come tow it because the cops were being an asshole, and they still kept trying to tow my brother's car with all her belongings in it. I didn't say anything to her. She feels inferior because the police are on her side, so she thinks. Mind you, this is going to civil. Like, seriously, they said it's a civil case.
Did anyone else notice that in whatever video it was that she addressed that, where she was like, why are you watching people go to the bathroom? So you were going to the bathroom on the sidewalk. Honey, that's not a denial. You just admitted that you were pissing and shitting on the sidewalk. She shit on the sidewalk, and then she said, why are you watching people go to the bathroom? First of all, I wasn't watching you go to the bathroom. I kind of just assumed that after your mom went to the bathroom the first time on the sidewalk, that's where you were going to the bathroom. And then you said, why are you watching someone go to the bathroom? Insinuating that you were going to the bathroom on the sidewalk. Were you not? Oh my god. That's the last video I'm making about that.
I won't lie, I've seen A-logs with far too much time on their hands pinpoint exactly where a person of interest location is. Fast, we all have. But let's not pretend here, Tophia, that you couldn't have at least tried to play it off a little, or just ignored the situation until it hopefully blew over, or you was in a better position to deal with this problem. But Tophia literally chose every bad dialogue option, went with the worst decisions, and now is wondering why everything is messed up. You could have had some time on your hands. Squid didn't call you out by name, but in less than an hour you exposed yourself. I don't expect a lot of self-awareness, but a little would help. And let's not forget Tophia exposed Squid to the internet and most likely got her doxxed as well, at least her place of work, so it's not like she got off any easier because Tophia does have some white knights, not an LTG level, but there's a decent bit who are probably actively messing with Squid as we're talking right now. And the thing about Brotherchu's car is messed up. He shouldn't have done that. What's done is done, and I know very little about Brotherchu. Heard he's not the bright shining spot of the family, he's got his own problems, but this is just another situation Tophia has dragged her brother into for no reason. This will affect him more than Tophiachu. They probably won't be living in his car for long, probably because he doesn't have it anymore, and I really don't know what they're doing now. The situation just got 10 times worse. You see now why it was such a bad idea to throw stones while living in a glass house. Does that metaphor work when you're homeless? I don't know. So if Brother Chu was smartening up and planning to ditch Mama Chu and Tophia, well, that dream's over with now. I bet a crash out and bunking with Papa Chu in the local jail is starting to seem like a good option for all of them.
I don't want to go through having to mop floors for the rest of my life working at McDonald's because someone told me that I was living in La La Land.
Whoa, this guy had major confidence.
How's it going, homies? The Tophiachu situation just keeps on ramping up. I thought it would die out here soon. Tophiachu, she went homeless, Squid was making some money off her TikToks, everything in the world seemed right, the flow was going exactly how it was always going to go. But then, Tophiachu just wouldn't leave Squid alone, and Squid's like, alright guys, if Tophiachu's not going to leave me alone, let me just continue airing out all of her dirty laundry, literally. Squid gets online and is like, listen Tophia, if you're gonna dox me and have all of these white knights sending me threats every single day, which is happening to Squid, and if you're gonna constantly say how much I'm a liar and how worthless I am because I have a job, which Tophia also has said about Squid, he's like, okay, I'm gonna tell them exactly what you did. Not only was your room one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life, your entire family was soaking mattresses down to the core, wetting your bed every single night. You have zero room to talk, and originally all we really knew was that her room was very dirty, but we didn't know that many details. I mean, I seen like a picture or two, but I couldn't really confirm if that was Tophia's room, so I wasn't gonna put it out there. But from what it's seeming, those pictures were most likely true. So not only did Squid catch you and Mama Chu during the squats, she also exposed you for peeing your bed full, and you're all what, 30, 20? I think Brother Chu is 20 some, I think Tophia is literally 30 years old, and Mama Chu, she's 60, 50, the cough makes her seem 70 or 80, but I don't think she's that old. And you guys gotta think, this was all totally avoidable. Of course Squid is going to catch you up when you call her out like you did. If you guys don't remember, Squid didn't initially call out Tophiachu by name. It was all Tophiachu's doing. And since Tophiachu just will not leave this alone, it's drug her into way bigger problems because all Tophiachu wants to do right now is get online and be like, listen, Squid doesn't vote. She's a felon. You guys are donating to a felon. Did you guys know that? And it's Squid's not even a felon. She's just trying to donate to charity. Which she says she's trying to donate to charity, which if she is, that's pretty cool of her. And Tophiachu's even trying to call her out for that. It's listen, Tophiachu, we can all tell you just despise this girl because she caught you up, exposed you, and now people are in your DMs messing with you. It's you're used to this. But you went the extra mile. It's Tophiachu knows she has a platform full of people that don't like her and white knights. You calling Squid out, a person with a very tiny following, you are going to expose her to tons of people. You knew that. You knew what kind of damage that could cause, and you willingly did it. And now that Squid has all the ammo on her side, everyone seems to like her for the most part, she's gonna do whatever she can to get on your nerves a little bit. If this is the way she's gonna get her TikTok buzz up, well then that's the opportunity you granted her.
Hi, I know you're probably watching this, so I'm just going to talk directly to you. We had to throw away both of the mattresses in your room because they were soaked with piss. Okay. I don't think in the year and a half, almost 2 years that I've worked at that hotel, that we've had to throw out a mattress. Y'all pissed all over the fucking mattresses. I'm going to say it again. Animals. You act like animals. Okay? And you did dox me. And now the gloves are off, okay? Anyway, it's getting pretty late. I have to get up and go to work in the morning. You know, that thing that pays the rent for the nice warm bed and the nice warm house that I live in and the nice warm shower that I'm going to take in the morning. Have the day you deserve.
I don't care. Like, maid, housekeeper, I don't care. I'm going to say maid. And what about it? It's not an insult to be a maid. Have you seen The Help? Like, you act like a white woman is being insulted by calling a maid. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are we defending a maid that's a convicted of asking people to watch 1-minute videos for the creativity beta program so she can donate to charity, but she's not going to donate to charity, and lives with her cousin because she can't afford to get a place because she's a convicted felon, or get a better job, mind you. That's why she's a housekeeper, because she literally can't. And I don't know, like, I'm going to say maid because housekeeper means someone that cleans houses. She's not cleaning houses. She's cleaning motel rooms and hotel rooms. That's a maid. Like, why are we, I don't know why we call them housekeepers if they're not even cleaning a house. They're cleaning motel rooms and stuff. That makes no sense, but whatever. I want to address this because I saw this on Squid's page saying that I mass reported her. First of all, we're all getting violations. I caught violations for videos that I made, that one video that cannot be restored about her. And literally people are telling y'all it rubs them the wrong way that she's calling a black woman an animal. And yet we're still sitting here saying that's not racism. Okay, well, explain. Like, explain it. And that's not the main issue why I'm talking, is because people love to blame someone. I could literally blame her for my violations that I'm getting, right, as we speak. And one of them wasn't even a video about her. Like, I don't mass report people because I'm not trying to have that happen to my page. So why would I advocate for mass reporting someone else's page? That's TikTok. She violated guidelines that caused TikTok to not restore her video. My video about her can't be restored because, and I will literally show you the violation that I caught. So let's not sit here and try to lie and say that I mass reported someone, okay? Because I didn't report her. That was her own fault. She violated guidelines. And we're always looking for someone to blame. Again, defend the white tea woman as always. And I'm not playing the race card, but I'm tired of every time something happens to a white tea woman that uses white tears, and then people saying I'm not black, I am black. Blame the black woman for bullying them. And mind you, insinuating to beat me up. Why is she trying to fight me when I'm homeless? And I don't even care to fight anyone, and I'm just trying to live my life. We have to live in a world where it's going to be screwed up for the next 4 years. And I'm more concerned about protecting black people, my people, than I am concerned about some fake squishy mattress she's talking about, because she could lay in bed and not have a care in the world. Everyone in the comment section said they're trying to get away from this election drama stuff, and that video that went viral saying, oh, this made me feel better. She still continues to make 50,000 videos upon 50,000 videos upon 50,000 videos and doesn't learn to leave people alone. We are not even near her. We are not even anywhere close to her. She goes to work and makes TikTok videos instead of doing work, talking about how she has to clean rooms twice, and keeps continuing to talk about things that are not true. Where's the about the election? Where's about her voting? She didn't vote because she doesn't care to vote. Because the only thing she cares about is harassing homeless people. That's crazy. I don't know. And I know people are going to say, stop addressing her, stop giving her attention. You know, but I'm sick and tired of every time there's something new, it's like her just lying and people just believing it. Where's the videos? Where's the proof? Show the proof from the front desk that we got a do not rent list, on the do not rent list because our room was dirty. Show the paper where it says that. We talked to a lady in the front desk personally when we went to pay. She said, we're on the do not rent list because of our rent issues. Why are you just lying to people on the internet? The only proof you provided was like mail that had my name on it, trying to act as if I lied and said that wasn't my room when I never said it wasn't my room. Hello? Like, this lady is crazy, and y'all are literally allowing someone to stalk, because the fact that she keeps responding to me and she's watching my page but clearly acts like she doesn't like me is crazy. And mind you, the only reason why I'm seeing this stuff is because her videos are coming on my For You page. I'm not even following her. She's going viral, harassing homeless people, and y'all are just letting her. But had it had been me that had not talked about voting, had not done anything, had not spoken about the election, oh, people would be jumping down my throats.
I want you guys to think about this. This can't be a very expensive hotel with Tophiachu and her entire family able to live there for weeks, maybe months on end. It's got to be cheap enough where you can decide, hey, I'd rather stay here than go pay rent. I mean, I assume most people would rather be paying rent and have their own place to stay, but if you have such a cheap option, you know, at a very, very cheap hotel, it might seem like the reasonable choice. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. So just imagine all the other people that have lived there, you know, definitely some degenerates in that hotel's time. But in the 2 years Squid has worked there, the whole time she's been housekeeping there, only one family has peed through every one of their mattresses, and that's the Chu family. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, when I first seen Tophiachu, yeah, it was really funny, but I think the most significant thing I knew about was losing Hershey. But then all of a sudden, Tophiachu, she's making a run for it, trying to be the next female Chris Chan. I mean, she's got all the opportunity to at this point. She's even speed running it a little bit. Chris Chan never even had a homeless arc, and there she goes. Actually, I think that's just what TikTokers are up to. Maybe TikTok lolcows are a completely different breed. They just don't make them the same as YouTube natural born lolcows. It starts off with TikTok meltdowns, crash outs with families, and then you're homeless. It's a very drastic decline, but you know, it is what it is. And you know, just look at her, she's already doubling down. She wants to call Squid a maid, and she's been told countless times that, hey, you shouldn't be calling her that, you should be calling her a housekeeper or a worker at the hotel. But no, Tophiachu hates Squid. She's not going to give her any kind of respect at this point, and she's just going to drag her every single second of her life. And let's not forget this. This is the same girl who is kicked out of a hotel room. They're on the do not rent to list. They have nowhere to go, and Tophiachu is just refusing to work. She's going to get on TikTok all day. Let's be realistic here. It's making TikTok videos or been on live stream. You can do that 2-3 hours a day and then go to work for 8 hours. You know, some people even make a living doing their fast food job and putting it on TikTok. I mean, there's some people who make way more going to like a Subway or a McDonald's than they could ever even dream about. Anyone with half a mind would be like, alright, yeah, that's probably what I should do. Especially when you're homeless, living out of your car, and you're complaining about spending $200. Like, yeah, no one likes spending $200. But it normally doesn't break people in half. You've literally got to wait till next month when TikTok decides to pay you again. That's some rough living. Most people would be like, I've got to get out of this situation.
Bed was dirty and I had to sleep on that. Then you have the light fixtures. Like me being a germaphobe, I almost threw up. I'm going to say I almost threw up. Because I'm like, ugh. You are working as a house. You know why you are working as a housemaid or a housekeeper? Because you can't get a real job. I mean, it's great that you think the only job she's good at is being a housekeeper. I mean, that's funny. Also, no one pays you to think, okay? She is a housekeeper. She needs to worry about cleaning her rooms because clearly she doesn't clean them good enough. No, you're a housekeeper. You don't know what you think.
You guys say I'm broke, but I have maid service. You don't even have a maid that would clean your room. You know what's funny is I have a maid to clean my room if I wanted to, but we don't have the maid clean our room because we clean it. But they do give us new bedding. We get new bedding. And I think it's just so funny. To me, it's hilarious. Because it's just like, people make fun of me for being broke, but I got maid service. How many people could say that?
Oh yes, Tophiachu, we all believe that you of all people are a germaphobe. It's not like you had been living in there for weeks on end at that point, and when they're coming in to investigate, they're like, okay, yeah, some things are dirty. You could have solved those yourself. You're living in that place. You'd want to keep it at least clean enough so you can have a livable space, but no, it's not theirs. They don't care about it. They're going to junk it up, pee in the mattresses, and then when it comes to getting on TikTok Live where people can actually judge you and you care, because who cares what your family thinks? That's nothing in Tophiachu's book. You're going to say that you're a germaphobe? You had so much time to do things about it, but you just didn't. You didn't care. You don't care about how clean your room is. It doesn't matter to you. As long as you can play The Sims, as long as you can get on TikTok and do your lives, that's what you really care about. How is she going to say anything about Squid having a job? It's like, you don't have one. You are homeless. You can't talk to her like this. It wouldn't matter if she's putting on a hazmat suit and deep diving into sewers every day. At least she's got a job. And guys, apparently Squid isn't allowed to think, or she's so inept she just can't think at all because of the job that she works.
You know what doesn't age well? White women. They look like spoiled milk. You know, we always smell something fishy. We don't have a choice.
I'm going to say this once, and I'm going to say this again. It's very white tea woman of you to not talk about the election, but still make 50,000 videos about me. Talking about, I know you're watching this. You're literally lying about piss-stained mattresses when the world is going to shambles. Mind you, I voted, and I was outspoken. I literally went to vote, and you're worried about me. You know, that's the white privilege in people. And I hate people saying, well, you always make it about race. White women could do whatever they want and not talk about the election and screw us over with the election. We get screwed over so badly. You're trying to portray yourself as Mother Teresa when Mother Teresa wasn't a good person either. You try to portray yourself as this holier than thou person, like Mother Teresa type person, that, oh, I donated, so I'm a good person. But did you vote? Did you tell people to go vote? I went to go vote. I tripped, fell, scraped myself to go vote because I knew it was important. I don't care if people say you need to shave, you need to clean up. That's coming soon, okay? I'm not concerned with that. No matter how I looked, no matter how I was being homeless, I still took my right to go vote because I knew it was important. You have a house, you have everything, you still talk down on homeless people. You never went to go vote. And I don't want to hear people say, oh, she didn't have to, she didn't. It's like white privilege. If I didn't go vote, do you know how many people would have attacked me? And I didn't vote because I didn't want people to attack me. I voted because I want my rights as a woman. And you're still sitting here making 50,000 videos, but not once have you ever told people to go vote. You're dragging it on. You keep dragging it. No wonder why you're not talking about voting, because you're a convicted criminal. You are literally an armed robber. You are a convicted armed robber. And you're concerned about a homeless person that keeps making videos about you, that says, oh, whatever, because I find things out as they go. Like, your priorities are in the wrong place. And I think you need to get help. I really do. Like, you're trying so desperately to prove yourself to people, I'm a good person because I gave to charity. But did you save minorities? Having a carefree life because you live in white privilege. And people say, why do you always bring up race? Because white privileged people live in their white privilege. And you want to know what makes me upset? Is that they can do whatever they want. They can do anything they want in the world.
It doesn't take very much prodding for Tophiachu to completely go mask off. I want you guys to think about this. This is the same person who was always preaching goodness, telling everyone how good of a person she is. But if you're just of a lighter skin tone, oh, she's gonna say every bad thing she can think of about you. No problem about it. Because, you know, Tophiachu, she struggles with a lot of criticism herself. She can't go do anything in this world. But if you're a white person, oh no, you get it easy. And what's so funny about this, she's like, there's so much white privilege in this world. But still, yeah, Tophiachu's the same person who didn't go to jail after taking a dump on the sidewalk, her and Mamachu, and they sit out in the car forever. The cops came and everything. You know, Tophiachu, you actually got some pretty good treatment by those police officers and everyone around you. And at the same time, she's like, and that lady at the front desk said we didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, Tophiachu, you're peeing on the sidewalk. She thinks you're insane. It's definitely what someone's gonna do when they're at their job trying not to deal with this crap. Literally. And she's like, okay, yeah, it's someone else's fault, totally not mine. That's employee 101, but you know, Tophiachu just wouldn't understand that since she refuses to work. But you know, guys, Tophiachu can just say whatever she wants now because she went and voted. I didn't know voting just washes all of your sins away. It's like bathing in holy water. You just go vote for the presidential candidate you like and just check off whatever congressman, senate, because they don't matter. Those don't matter to people like Tophiachu. She's just like, I voted, I did something for my country, and now you guys must forgive me. I'm one of the best people in the world. Squid can't even vote because she's a felon, and you know what? Squid isn't a felon, Tophiachu. You're just spreading lies about her, trying to defame her. This is the kind of person Tophiachu is. Does so much bad, talks so bad about people, but feels like she does one good thing in the world and now she's completely resolved of all of her sins. It's just absolutely so ridiculous. And it's not like she goes over this 1,000 times. There's got to be at least 20 to 30 TikTok stories of her saying, I voted, so that means I'm a better person than Squid. Did she go out and vote? I don't know if there's a specific video of Squid saying she didn't go and vote, but how would Tophiachu even really know? Most people just don't air out all their business online. And I just find it so funny that Tophiachu, during the middle of her angry rant, just like, and yes, Squid, I went and fell down and hurt myself for my country. Do you respect your country that much that you would go and vote and scrape your elbow? It hurts right now. You see this thing? Well, red. I'm not gonna be able to work for years because of this. I guarantee you guys in like a week from now, Tophiachu is going to be telling us how much better her life's about to get, and it's just because she went and filed some worker comp for falling down, supporting her country.
I didn't even apply to Harvard. Mind you, that was someone who sent mail to be a troll. Why would I apply to Harvard? She literally just showed the trolls that they were sending mail to my door. That's why I didn't show anything about my mail. Like, she's a freaking housekeeper, which I don't even know why they call them housekeepers. They don't clean the house. More of a maid. And I don't care if people get mad that I call her a maid. She's lying. And you, I don't know why you keep messaging me, being rude, and being like, I didn't apply to Harvard. Actually, a troll sent that. And I just ignored it because I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of thinking I was receiving mail by them. Yep. No, actually, I didn't get rejected from Harvard. Funny thing is that they accepted me. Those people lied and sent them stuff that was not true, and actually Harvard wanted me to go down there. So, yeah, I didn't get rejected. Haha. Because the funny thing is, why? Actually, she's not doing her job, and I bet you I could do her job better than she can, and actually take her job if I wanted to. Take her and the other housekeeper's job if I wanted to. Because the funny thing is, why is she over here saying, I left the room dirty and had to go clean it a second time? Like, if it was that dirty. First of all, you left the room dirty, which proves my point that if someone would have rented that room, they would have got it dirty. Because you had to go back and clean? No, your ass is lazy. She just literally told you guys she's lazy, but you're still here being a hater because why would you have to go clean a room twice? You're supposed to clean it all at once. Obviously, she's telling everyone lies. Mind you, that room was dirty when we got it because there's dog food stuck in the crevices of that, like, cabinet thing by the stove. And what's funny is you guys are all going to realize, because if I have to get that other lady involved, which they're going to have to look for her, the lady that worked there to prove we didn't damage that room, it was damaged, then you guys are going to look stupid for all the stupid people that are in the comment section literally saying like, oh, they should sue them for damages. I'm not paying for someone else's damages. If they think I am, they better pay for those people's damages. If we damaged the room, we would have got kicked out for that. We didn't get kicked out for a dirty room or damages. She's lying. She's not even the lady that works at the front desk. What is she talking about? The lady at the front desk said, I would allow you guys to come back, but corporate said because of rent issues that we're on a do not rent list. Plus, she's literally saying I let nobody in, but yet the lady came for inspections. What is she talking about? The other maid inspected our room. And mind you, she did random inspections. She came randomly. Hello? Like, that housekeeper is lying by saying, she didn't let anybody into your room. First of all, the manager came into our room. He came into our room to check our refrigerator. So what is she talking about? Our room wasn't dirty when he came in. He walked right in. Mind you, they came to spray too. They sprayed for roaches. But yet our room was dirty? It was dirty, but they walked in and sprayed for roaches. First, they tried to say we were selling furniture. Then the lady in the front office is like, well, people are saying you're selling furniture. And I'm like, what furniture? Then I was like, they're lying. She kind of was working with us. There was another lady because she said she's had this happen before. And then what happened was the other lady said, we're getting reviews that your room is dirty. So we're going to have to run inspections. If I come back and your room is dirty, she says, if we find your room is not clean, then we're going to have to ask you to leave. And I was like, okay, sure. I let her right in. She came in and did her inspections. Then she said, I'm going to be doing random inspections. Mind you, they did other inspections on other tenants that lived there. They had to run an inspection on them. Clean it. We left it dirty because she took an opportunity because I have a large following and thought maybe she could push this story because she'll get somewhere with it because people will believe her because first of all, there's not a car filled full with people. So there's that. And actually, the funny thing about it is that I have paper proof, if my brother didn't leave it behind, that says we had to have inspections. Mind you, she's taking advantage because she saw an opportunity. She literally came right in to give my brother batteries for the freaking smoke alarm. And it's talking about we didn't let anybody in, but she's the one who came in. She ran to go take photos of what the place looked like after we left it because we were in a hurry to get all of our stuff and go. Literally, my brother's the one who went. He's the one who went to go clean the room because he said if she starts anything with me, I'm going to say something to her. I'm going to tell her off because the other housekeeper, the only reason why that housekeeper knows shit is because the other housekeeper told her. This is not a rude thing, and I understand because some people just have been flat out rude. So in the comment section though, but DMs, no, I understand. People are not so rude. But yes, I have been trying to help my family. You know, like I don't know why people think we want to live in a car. I literally just paid for a $200 plus part out of my money that I just got paid to help get the car working. You know, and there's a lot of other things we have to do. But I'm not going to tell people on the internet, but I do want people to know that I've been working because I don't want to see someone in the comment section be like, you need to do it. No, I don't need to do anything because I'm already doing it. And I'm sick and tired. If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have that part in the car for it to get fixed. Mind you, I bought more than one part. I've actually bought 3 parts. So yeah.
It's great that Tophiachu is trying to say that Squid is bad at her job because it took her 2 trips to actually clean their room. When more or less what's basically happening is that room was so messy, Squid took 1 trip to clean it. Whoa, this is way too big of a job. I'm gonna go get a break real quick and come back to handle this terrible situation the Chu family has put me in. But Tophiachu is looking at it like, nah, Squid's just lazy. Our laziness doesn't even come close to Squid's. She took 2 trips to clean our nasty room. Or maybe, you know, just maybe, the fumes was getting to Squid. I gotta get out of here, you know, I got some better things to do in life before I pass out from inhaling too much of these odors. It's just not worth it.
There was no reason for her to call the police and say that she felt like she was being threatened, like she's the victim. She wasn't in danger, so why is she calling the police? We didn't threaten her.
How's it going, homies? Tophiachu just won't leave Squid alone. You'd think after spending a few weeks in the Chu-mobile, just chilling with the family, and hearing the entire internet tell you how wrong you are, she might have a change of heart. It's almost Christmas season. Like the Grinch, that dark heart might increase tenfold. But no, we're talking about Tophiachu today. There is no good ending. Instead of taking the L and moving on, Tophiachu has been sitting back in Brother Chu's car and plotting ways she can get back at Squid for exposing her to the internet. And it gets so much worse when Squid decided to do an AMA on Reddit, which we all know what the questions were going to be. The questions about the status of the room, how Tophiachu is as a person, What does so and so smell like? And don't worry, you'll be seeing all of that throughout the video. You might even be seeing some right now. So Tophiachu decided she was going to fire up some live streams and pretend to not want to vent about her problems. But as the live stream slowly progressed, Tophiachu just gets angrier and angrier at the comments been said to her, to the point she is blaming Squid for all of her problems. Mask is off. It's like we all knew. She hates Squid and she wants all of us to hate Squid just as much as her. But the problem is, not many people do. There is some people with problems with Squid and how she's handled this, but not near as many people who have a problem with how Tophiachu has handled this. And Tophiachu has managed to make it somehow worse. I mean, she's even blaming Squid for future problems that haven't even occurred. The homeless saga has seemingly sent Tophiachu's mental state into a complete spiral.
I bought a little bit of groceries, $111. For a little bit of groceries, 2 loaves of bread, peanut butter and jelly, ham, 2 boxes of chips, 4 little things of orange juice, because, you know, my family drinks orange juice. We got like 9 Lunchables, 2 cases of 24 sodas and water. What else? Oh, the hard candy. My mom got hard Jolly Rancher candy. Yeah, that was it. When you don't have a place to cook, and that's all you had to eat for dinner, which is like probably peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or ham sandwiches, yeah. We have a place to cook right now. We're not trying to go to another motel or a place where we're not owning it, because we were literally paying $1,600 at the other place, and there was no sense in doing that. There's no sense in renting if we're not going to own the place. I don't want to keep renting somewhere and have to worry about having to move again, or they say, hey, the internet's doing this, you need to get out. No. I saw a wolf, I think it was a wolf, walked by, and then I've seen rabbits. We have a lot of rabbits here, I noticed. Every area I've been at, all around Albuquerque, has rabbits.
Like cats.
Cats. The rabbit was looking at me with one eye. He really liked me. He was just sitting there watching me. I wish I had something to give them, like lettuce or something, so I know how to take care of a rat. I could get a rat if I wanted to, but my dad doesn't like rodent animals, so anything like guinea pigs or rats we can't have. Although I did want like another hamster or a guinea pig. Well, I didn't have a hamster. My brother did.
The Chu family just has no idea how to budget, and yeah, it could be harder because you're in a car and you're living out of that, so it's a little bit harder to cook things. But you know, she was getting off on the right foot, you know, buying peanut butter and jelly, something that'll stick with you longer, you know, it's got a lot of fats in it. But then she goes on, she bought Lunchables, she bought 2 24 packs of soda, she bought Jolly Ranchers. It's like, Tophiachu, that's probably where at least $30 or $40 went right there, especially the pop. You don't need pop right now, especially when you're sitting in a hot car in New Mexico. The last thing you probably want to do is be guzzling sodas. Anyone in their right mind would definitely want some water, but not the Chu family. They obviously have so much more energy to burn. They need that pop. They need the extra calories, Chinchilla Nation. They just can't help themselves. And as an adult, I don't even know how you're going to look at a Lunchable and say, yeah, I have very little money, but this is how I'm going to spend it. I mean, what? A Lunchable is 200-300 calories. Most grown adults could eat 3 or 4 before they're even close to full. But I don't think that really matters to Tophiachu. I mean, just look at where her priorities are. She's sitting in a car complaining about how hard it is to eat and how hard it is to keep normal food around you. But at the same time, she's like, oh, well, listen, guys. I'm tired of paying for that motel. $1,600 a month? That's ridiculous. You know, I could own a house right now. Look at me, Tophiachu, a strong woman, gonna stand up and buy her own house. You know, first off, Tophiachu, I think you should be focusing on getting out of the Brother Chu core. and then maybe moving out into your own apartment away from your family members and slowly start making those steps. And maybe by the time you're 67, it might work out for you, but you've definitely made it a little bit hard on yourself.
Remember we were supposed to have the pet Rico, the roach?
Rico the roach.
People are saying we had a pet Rico roach.
No, he was at the Met Gala. Who knows where he went from the Met Gala? He probably went to the Wicked premiere. He's probably defying gravity. Imagine the roach is defying gravity.
It wasn't a roach, guys. It was a cricket.
A lucky cricket. I could see the roach flying around.
Oh, there is roaches that fly, guys.
Yeah, what?
We've seen flying roaches. They're big.
Ew. We did. Our house used to have flying roaches. Our old house. We kind of lived it. It wasn't in the middle of nowhere. But where we lived, it's kind of like a stretch of road and then it's like dirt. People could be rich or be broke. You know the joke from like White Chicks where they're like, where they asked their dad, they were like, how broke are you? And he's like, MC Hammer broke. Like, literally MC Hammer was rich, right? And then went broke. She's saying that I'm supposed to be like some trained animal that goes to the restroom when people don't know what it's like living in Albuquerque, especially New Mexico. And mind you, we was walking to the thrift store to use the restroom. I wasn't using the restroom on the sidewalk like she claimed. I'm just sitting in my car. If sitting in a car, well, not my car, but if sitting in a car makes me an animal, that's really weird. She didn't see us using the restroom because first of all, it's during the day where we was parked. There's cars going up and down the street. There's loads of people because there's a security guard that literally walks where we were parked. There's a whole security guard. And literally we were just sitting in our car, and I know because she walked by and had made that video saying we used the restroom on the sidewalk, which mind you, I wasn't paying attention to her. I'm sitting in a car, right? I'm looking at everything because I'm in a car. Obviously, what am I going to do? And I noticed her. And mind you, I had got a warning from someone. I'm not going to mention who. I was shocked. They sent me. And they were like, don't let the maid record you because people are telling the maid to record you. When I heard that, someone sent me a screenshot of a comment she was liking saying she was going to try to film us. So when I saw her, I had to alert myself and be like, I got to pay attention because this chick has already told people she was going to film me. Right? So I need to be careful for my safety. And if she tries to film me, I'm going to say something. I'm going to be like, hey, I'm just going to get the police involved. You need to leave us alone. We are not on property. So there is no reason for her to be walking by harassing us. And for people making the excuse saying that she was going to work, why is she making videos at her job then? She was walking to lunch or whatever it was while she was filming that video. Mind you, that day I was going to record her walking because she said she was going to record me. And for anyone who says that's an issue, the police already said that we could. And then, if I would have filmed that video, I would have had proof that day that she made and posted the video that we were not using the restroom.
It's segments like that that make me think Nova and Tophiachu are definitely the best Lolcow couple that hasn't happened yet. I mean, look at Nova. He's off on a podcast about Lolcows while being a Lolcow himself. The hypocrisy is insane. And then we have Tophiachu, who was just kicked out of her motel room for people claiming that she was disgusting, peed through mattresses, was laying dumps on the sidewalk, you know, the whole 9 yards. But still, yeah, she'll be on live stream laughing about pet roaches and having pet rats. It's like, that's not a good look, Tophiachu. Later on in the video, we're going to hear some insane claims from Tophiachu, so this isn't even the worst of it. It just goes to show you that Tophiachu basically has no shame and can't look at herself in the mirror and say, oh yeah, I shouldn't do this. Optically, this is a bad look. You know, people are claiming that I'm doing this, that, and the third, but me and my mom are going to be on live stream talking about pet roaches, my friends having pet rats, and training the roaches. Like, she just doesn't get it at all. And then Mama Chu goes and makes it worse when she's like, hey chat, You know, flying roaches, they're really bad and they're real. I know from firsthand experience. And then Tophiachu has to explain it all off like, okay, yeah, we did have roaches. We had them in this other house though, and it wasn't our fault. They were just there because we live in a wooded area and there was nothing ever around, so there was no reason to have them, but we did and it wasn't our fault. Squid, don't you dare expose me for something else. But no, Tophiachu is doing exactly what she did the first time, just exposing herself even more, even though at this point, it's basically known, so it's nothing really new. It just goes to show you guys that Tophiachu has always been this way, so why should we think any different now?
And then, for her to lie and say that we pissed on our bed, first of all, our beds were bone dry when we left that place. Our beds were not wet. She's lying. She did not even... Mind you, the other housekeeper was the one that was like telling us to hurry. We didn't want to have an interaction with the other housekeeper because she was starting with us too. So my brother's the one who went and got everything out of the room. He's like, you guys stay here. I'm going to handle the room. If that other maid starts shit with me, I'm going to tell her something. I'm going to tell her off. Like you know, he was in a hurry. He had limited amount of time to get whatever he needed to get to take it to storage. So he got all the stuff that was good stuff. For her to run in there and try to film we left it that way and say we didn't let people in. Mind you, here's the thing. I have a legit paper that says that we have to have inspections because people left false reviews at that place saying that our room was dirty. So if we didn't let people in like she claimed, how come we let the guy in who's the manager of the place, mind you, to fix our refrigerator? Because my mom said that our refrigerator was broken and they never came to fix it. So he checked it. He went into our room. We also let the other housekeeper in because she said she had to check the room. She ran random inspections. She said, I'm going to come check randomly. And if we see that your room is not clean, we're going to have to ask you to leave. We're getting reviews, and I'm not going to ask you to leave because of the internet, right? I'm not going to tell you to leave because of the internet. And I was like, okay, great, good. Like, I was literally, like, worried. Although it's probably going to be hard to find. I'm going to look for that paper and I'm going to take a screenshot of that and post it. Mind you, that's going to get sent to court too. Because I have the video of her lying and I have that paper. And I have multiple proof. And for her to say that we got evicted because our room was dirty, that's a bold-faced lie. She was not there when the lady in the office told us why. She said they kept having issues with rent. And she said, if I could have you back, I would. But the corporate said you're on a do not rent list, that we have to put you on a DNR because of rent issues. And we were like, okay, because we went to go pay the rent to get our room back. And she was like, I can't because you're on a DNR for rent issues. And we were like, okay, that's fine. Then she was helping us. She's like, oh, why don't you call this place? Try this place. Maybe you could rent here. And we were like, okay. So, you know, we took her advice. First of all, you blocked me, which I'm not salty about that because it proves I'm right. If I was lying about anything I said, why would she block me? And mind you, I've been focused on doing a lot of things. We've been doing a lot. We have been doing a lot. So why would I be worried or concerned about a housekeeper when I haven't even been focused on her? And I've just made videos here and there addressing things on social media because I need to defend myself. Like, I'm so sick of it. If I was lying, why would you block me? Like, that's making yourself more guilty than what you are. Then you're deleting videos because I said you need to address this and tell people we're not a part of that account. Deleting videos is not good enough. Filter our names out of your comment section. You are not dumb.
Tophiachu, from what I saw, Squid had multiple videos of her cleaning that room for 2 days straight, with it slowly progressing to getting better. It's just not possible that Brother Chu, in a matter of minutes, was able to run through that place, sling everything in the floor, just dirty everything up without care, to the point it would take Squid and her co-workers, multiple people, 2 days of work to actually get that room in a serviceable state again. There was no care for that room. Everybody knows it at this point. You know it, Squid knows it, the entire world knows it. Why would you even talk about this subject anymore? Is it possibly because Squid is doing an AMA at the same exact moment? Well, yeah, that's definitely why Tophiachu is doing this, to try to draw some attention away from it so she doesn't get exposed even worse. But people are probably just watching her live and on the other tab looking at the Reddit AMA asking questions. And Tophiachu, the room was definitely dirty beforehand. If the management sent someone up there to look at it, they took a quick sweep of the room and said, wow, this place is actually spotless, this is nonsense. They would go to their manager and say, hey, look, these people are actually doing right. They're keeping the place clean. They're no problem to us. They're actually good customers. But that's not what happened. They came there once and they was like, hey, you've got to clean this room. They came there twice and was like, hey, you've got to clean this room. When they come there a third time, they're like, okay, look, you've dropped the business down a whole star just by you living here. You're not cleaning your room. I know those mattresses were white when you first came in here. Now they're yellow. You guys got to hit the road. And it could have been as simple as that, Tophiachu. As embarrassing as it would be for you and your family, that's all who would have really known about it. You and the hotel management. But no, you decided to make it worse, and you continue to make it worse by calling Squid out, which in turn entices her to make more videos, post more things about you, and tell your story to even more people. And Tophiachu is bragging about this never been evicted thing when she's on the do not rent list. And now, I'm not exactly positive, but I'm pretty sure when you're on the do not rent list, that means when any other apartment manager calls that one, you know, the ones you have to write down where you previously stayed, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, she's on the do not rent list. She ruined her room so bad no one else should rent to her. Now, most likely that only means within their business or their area, whatever apartments they own or motel chains, but it definitely can't look good to anyone else you're trying to rent from.
Type in any nicknames or names that people use for us and filter out your dang comment section and stop addressing that damn account that is doxing you and leave them alone, or they're going to continue. You don't feel that much in danger if you keep addressing the person that you're so in fear of. You want to be this victim. She has a victim mentality. If you're in danger and you're in fear of this person who is literally putting you in danger, why do you keep continuing to bring attention to that account or talk about that person? And then in the process, I'm getting in the crossfires between someone who could be possibly dangerous. Now I'm put in a situation where I have to deal with this dangerous individual that lives in the same city and state that I live in that could possibly start harassing me next because you brought me into your situation. You need to say we have no affiliation with that account, and you need to take your situation and that dangerous person with you. I don't want to be a part because I don't want that dangerous person to come towards me or come after me or my family. If that person has a criminal record and is dangerous and you don't feel safe, why do you want to drag me when I already had enough problems because of you? That is messing with you. Comes to start stalking and harassing me, I'm going to blame you. You're bringing my problems to me. Instead, you should be worrying about clearing your record because they put your record on social media. I didn't. Okay? You're over here talking down and then when I saw that, I was like, you should know better than anyone else because they have an eviction. They can't rent a place. I don't have evictions. I called them evictions, but they're not because my record is clean. I can literally build my credit and rent anywhere I want to. I don't have an eviction on me. Otherwise, I couldn't rent. But I can get my own apartment if I wanted to. You know, buy a house. Do whatever I can because I don't have evictions. You have an eviction. You don't have no choice but to live with your cousin because you can't get a place to live because you have that eviction. You have that record. Once you have an eviction, places won't rent to you because, first of all, you're not trustworthy when it comes to paying rent. So they know you can't pay rent. You know, they know that. That's why they don't rent to you, because if you've already had issues of paying rent before, they won't rent to you again. Mind you, we're on do not rent lists. We're not on like evictions. The only place we got evicted from, that's my dad's name. He's the one that has that record. He has $7,000. They said it was added to the rent and damages because of what the police did when they raided us and they damaged the apartment. That's where the damages come in. Anyways, you know, I don't have any evictions. I could rent anywhere I want. I don't have to live with a family member and pay rent in the back of their house because I can't afford, because you can't get a place to live. And here you are, you got exposed for that and saying, oh, you spelled my name wrong, this and that. But you're talking down on somebody who is going through something. And then to be so smug and be and if it's not a racial thing, I don't understand why she was laughing at calling the police on us and saying, like, good luck, and calling me the B word outside of my name.
I've heard Lolcow say some insane things sometimes, but Tophiachu somehow rationalizing in her brain that person who's messing with Squid is somehow going to turn their attention to Tophiachu, a person who is irrelevant in their life, and slowly start messing with her too. And you know, for Tophiachu, it's far worse. Squid should have thought about that. She lives in a car with her family. She's very easily accessible. I don't even understand that leap in logic. I mean, I guess there's like a very, very, very small % chance of it. I mean, sure. But why would someone obsessed with Squid see that Squid is hating on somebody and then say, you know what? I'm now obsessed with you. Matter of fact, Tophiachu, he just might agree with everything you're saying. That just might be the only fan you have in this world. And then Tophiachu starts being hypocritical again. I mean, I really don't think she listens to herself when she talks, or just looks at herself or the situation she's in at all. You cannot be sitting in your car, surrounded by 2 of your other family members. Your father's in jail. That's the only reason he's not piled up in there too. And say to a woman who's got her own house, pays her own bills, has her own job, and criticize her for her living situation. Who cares if she's got to live with her cousin? Apparently, it's working out for her just fine. She pays the bills, she's happy where she sleeps. Maybe she wants to be in a better position, but compared to you, Tophiachu, it's going pretty well. Tophiachu was talking about door dashing a week ago. Now, me personally, I think that's a terrible idea. Anyone getting deliveries from Tophiachu, oh man, you guys, that is a tragedy in of itself, but you know, I'm not anywhere near New Mexico. It's not a problem for me. But all that said, you should be door dashing. You should be doing something. If the only asset you have is a car, well, maybe you should be driving around applying to places. You like that thrift store apparently a whole lot. That's the only place you got to use the bathroom since the hotel kicked you off the sidewalk, so why not? You apply there.
File a report with the FBI. Mind you, they don't do anything that has to do with what you're trying to report them about me, because the FBI only deals with federal crimes. I know, because I called them on the neighbor and I said, we don't deal with anything that has to do with that. It has to be a federal crime. So you can call the FBI all you want. They ain't gonna do anything.
This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
How's it going, homies? If you thought the Tophiachu saga was going to improve, you'd be sadly mistaken. It's gotten much worse. On what should be a happy day, Mamachu's birthday, where maybe Tophiachu goes out, finds a thunderstone, evolve out of infancy, or I don't know, get a job. But no, homies, Tophiachu isn't doing something as nonsensical as that. She's intelligent, a PhD standard of marketing. Since it's her mom's birthday, Tophiachu is going live and reminding everyone she's a wild Tophiachu with no Papachu and no more apartments willing to accept them. So please buy Tophiachu things off her Amazon wishlist. Oh wait, I mean Mamachu. Buy Mamachu things off Tophiachu's Amazon wishlist. Which, funnily enough, during the live, had no essentials on it, just basically stuff for Tophiachu to have fun with. But trust her guys, it was all for Mamachu. As Papachu infamously tweeted, Tophiachu is a sweet girl. If you know, you know. But in the meantime, Tophiachu will live stream aimlessly as Brother Chu drives, complaining about Squid Chu. Well, they all complained about Squid Chu, but mainly Tophiachu and Daniel Larson, and the best of all, bragging about how much Tophiachu makes off TikTok. But let's begin where Tophiachu is happily accepting gifts for Mama Chu's birthday.
They got this extension cord, which I can't use right now, but I'm going to take it with me because I could use it somewheres. And it has a USB on it. Like,
Because we can't use that stuff. They're going to buy it.
but I can use the spray, the body spray. That I can use. Mom,
What?
they said happy birthday.
Tell them thank you.
She said thank you. I can put a house on my wish list. Why would you buy that? I could literally buy that Amazon house. I don't know if it's a Tesla house. I wouldn't buy it if it's Tesla. But it's a $10,000 house. And it has I think 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. And there's a certain place you have to put it though. I don't know if you have to have land or anything, but yeah, my hygiene's good. I've been getting a shower. I'm not gonna let people know where I've been going, but yeah, my hygiene's good. I take care of myself. I'm able to change my clothes. I'm able to do a lot of hygienic things. Although people don't think I can, I do. I have to. Sorry, you guys. I gotta be aware of my surroundings. So that's why sometimes I get distracted when I see something. I'm like, better watch. Anyways, I know how people feel about me.
I'm pretty sure it was the last video. I was kinda joking about Tophiachu being totally down to abandon her family. But with her low-key hinting to her chat that she's been hustling and grinding and earning fans along the way, and maybe one of her viewers, who is most definitely rich, should buy her a house that can only room 1 person. Like, I guarantee you guys, in my own opinion, if the opportunity was there, she'd abandon every single one of them. And yeah, Tophiachu, you need to own land to put property on. Not many people would let you literally shack up on theirs for free. But I guess we can't forget Tophiachu believes in the squatter movement with all of her heart. You can't take that away from her, but when it comes to her and her family, a woman in her 30s, you'd be like, yeah, this is the movie moment where she starts making her own choices. But for Tophiachu, it's more like you got your entire family there. You better help them out before you move on with your own life. But Tophiachu isn't the hero of any story. During this recording, I wanted to keep it in so bad, but the audio was so messed up, chunking it up made it seem out of place, so I had no choice but to take it out. But while recording this, Tophiachu was sitting on a pillow because it was her time of the month. That's the point of depravity we're at. Forget the motel dumping. Tophiachu has pushed herself to new points of humility, but can't even recognize it. She's still down to talk down to people, talk about how much money she makes, put down Squid Chu a little bit, and she's also got to keep it in the car as well. You never know when a wild Squid Chu will try and absorb all of your TikTok clout. She's not going to let that happen again.
But I still haven't heard anything. I don't know what happened to the girl. I don't know if she's okay. I don't know if she was abducted. I don't know what happened because I was asleep. And I was having this dream. It was a weird dream. There was a lady that was mad at her boyfriend. Because we were at my grandma's house and this girl pulled up. And I guess her boyfriend was there. And I was still kind of dreaming. Because I was like, wait a minute. Am I dreaming or am I awake, right? I was awake and I heard legit bloody screaming. Like this girl was legit screaming. And then I heard, get off me. And then I heard sobbing, you could tell she was in distress. I better stay laying down for safety reasons until the coast is clear to call the cops. Called them, they said, oh, we'll come down. They asked where it was at. They never showed up. I don't know what happened to the girl. I hope she's safe. Because that was scary. And it was bloody murder. And I had to use the restroom. And I was scared because I'm like, I have to get down, you know. Or, you know, I have to go to the restroom. Because my brother, he takes us to the restroom. For those asking how we go to the bathroom, we just go. I'm not going to tell people what we do. Because I don't need people stalking me or following me and being like, oh, like, you know, or the place you live, why don't you just move to a place you can afford? That doesn't seem logical, you know? Life fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't. And I'm not going to sit here and say having a job would make my life better. I can't pay rent because I wouldn't be able to afford rent. I could pay for 1 week and then be like, oh, how am I going to pay for the next week?
So I guess Tophiachu heard some kind of problem while she was sleeping in her car. That's terrible. I'm not going to comment on that too much. If Tophiachu called the cops immediately, she honestly did the best her and a sickly Mama Chu and Brother Chu possibly could have done in that situation. The main thing I wanted to talk on was Tophiachu literally walking herself into a corner, talking about how she wanted to go out of the car and use the bathroom, but was too scared. But then she realized that would give too much credit to one part of Squid's story. She couldn't say it, even though a lot of us know where her and the Chu family is using the restroom. Anywhere, just anywhere they're at. And it gets even worse when you think about Tophiachu, who isn't willing to have her brother Chu drive her to work every day. They don't have insurance. You think they're driving to a bathroom every hour? They're not. It's just not happening. But Tophiachu can't say that, so she comes up with some weird situation where Brother Chu would drive her in the middle of the night to some gas station or whatever. It's like, Tophia, you gave us all the pieces to the puzzle, and now you're telling us the picture is wrong? Just maybe don't mention your bathroom habits, and no one will be able to piece it together.
I could tell you where else to go, but you wouldn't like that. No, I'm not going to tell you where to go. Because we are already living there, so never mind. Here is not, I just don't understand. Ooh, excuse me. I'm drinking a soda. Well, we're already in hell, so get used to it. Because the only bags you will be packing will be beyond hell. And I don't know what's beyond hell. You'll pay for a subscription just to be rude. Like, you'll pay for a subscription. I'm lying? You can go to the Literal Apartments website, my old apartment that I used to live at, and see the stupid reviews that people left saying that, oh, someone came to the door and it was this big, smelly girl that was, and her mom and her were sitting on the couch, and we came and they had no clothes on. Like, it just doesn't make sense. That's a stupid lie. You can't mean to tell me The Office believed those fake stories.
Like somebody who said you were over there looking at their kid trying to do something, and yet she didn't call the police on you.
Oh yeah, there's a YouTube post. Oh yeah, someone sent me that YouTube post of someone saying I said something to their kid when I'm literally living...
No, at the apartment. It was in the review.
No, but somebody recently made a YouTube, I mean not a YouTube, they made a Facebook account that claims they're from here, saying that I said something inappropriate to their kid when I live out of a car. How am I going to be in the right mindset to be like, hey, I'm going to say something to someone's kid? I don't even encounter kids because I live out of a car.
After Papachu posting about how proud he is of his daughter for watching Corn with her poor dog Hershey, Tophiachu, rightfully so, has been getting tons of people messing with her about this. But since I've not heard any of the recent allegations blow up, I'll guess they're false, the ones she's claiming in this video. But not even in this moment, so many times when Tophiachu actually didn't do anything, she somehow manages to word things the worst way possible, bring up the worst subjects at the worst time, Make yourself seem guilty as possible. It's like Cyrax. I've never seen someone, when it's even obvious trolling, that handles it so poorly it makes them seem guilty. I thought only Cyrax was capable of that. But no, Tophiachu, she's doing the same thing.
The office knows they're not allowed to have anybody stay, so why did they believe that lie? They themselves just literally told on themselves. They found every reason to try to evict us, which was not true.
Like at the apartment review, they were saying that we were leaving all kinds of soda cans by the door when we can't, we get fined.
Yeah, they said you get fined for leaving trash. This is the type of stuff that I talk about. And it's literally incriminating on their part because I have a witness who, if they wanted to testify in court, they could. Listen, that's the sad
All they have
thing.
to do is go read the reviews of that apartment.
You literally did it to Daniel Larson. You literally did it. You literally did it to Daniel Larson, and you literally did it to World of T-Shirts, Joshua Block. You do it to Shay, right? Which I understand Shay's a horrible person. There's a lot of horrible people, but why must you constantly want to cause people to be evicted and not have a place to stay? I can understand Nick to a certain extent, right? If Nick turned his life around and actually tried to change to be a better person, which I know Nick's situation with him and his girlfriend, and I can't say the word ABUSIN, but in a sense, I don't think it's, I don't know. If you do something bad where you don't get grace, they almost hit that car. Well, they're on private. No job, no home, broken car. My car's not broken. It's actually drivable. The only thing is it just eats up gas. And what of it? Is this how we're to put herself to like tell people to pull up? That's why I don't tell nobody to pull up, because I'm not fighting people like we're in high school. I'm not putting myself out there to be like, pull up, pull up, pull up. I don't need to do all this beefing over the internet. You got your life, I got mine. If you don't like my life choices, then don't like it. How are we applauding a man who lied about him living out of a car and literally treating him like he's the greatest thing on earth since sliced bread? I'm not going back and forth with a teenager who doesn't understand life when they're going to be in the same situation, because they're going to realize she was right. She was right. You don't have a grasp or a sense of reality because you don't live the tough life your parents live. You don't know how hard it is for your parents to have to pay that bill every month and make sure they keep a roof over your head so you could have a place to sleep at night, while you're online bashing a grown adult for not having a place to sleep, when you don't know how hard it is for your people to try to keep a job that they get mistreated at, that they get talked down on, that their boss tells them and gives them loads of shit, and they have to carry it all on their back just to say, you know, it's just one more day. Like, how are you going to sit here and tell people that I use my mom's disability to pay when she doesn't get disability?
I swear, when any lolcow is trying to guilt trip people about how bad it is viewing them as a cow is, they instantly bring up Daniel Larson, the absolute worst one to bring up. The guy who was crashing out and crushing on Grace way before he started shoving a phone in his face on TikTok. Whether the internet existed or it didn't, Daniel probably wasn't going to end up well. This is on the same level as when the cows throw Tony the Black Dragon under the bus for being a cupcake eater, hoping people will start messing with him again. It's like it doesn't matter about what they did. This is about you and your actions, and how they line up with another insane individuals. You should see that as a really bad thing, not something to try and guilt trip your followers about. And World of T-Shirts isn't even homeless. In all reality, out of all the lolcows, he actually makes a lot. But like his contemporary, King Cobra, he just spends his money poorly and lets Mr. Bass keep everything else afloat. If anything, Tophiachu, you should be shooting for World of T-Shirts situation. Mr. Bass would treat her great. At least he wouldn't let her sit on a pillow in his house. But the best part is, while ranting about this, Brother Chu got so caught up in her speech, he's swerving in traffic. And what's great about this isn't the situation. That's not good at all. He should really just focus on the road. But it's how Tophiachu, who later on is going to mention how she can't drive to work because of Brother Chu's insurance and all of that. But still yet, Brother Chu, a guy who can't drive, it's just far too risky, is obviously whipping around New Mexico at the moment. And then, like all positive, great content creators, Tophiachu goes on to tell all of her followers, especially her young ones, how they're going to end up homeless. Real good Tophia, out here spreading positive vibes to the youth. Even though, I don't know about you guys, but a lot of kids I went to school with didn't end up homeless. Big shocker. Only a select few made some poor choices. And Tophiachu is kind of in that same boat. But her reason is insane. It's because she's like buying video games and needless products, and I can't ignore her. While she was on this rant, Tophia basically told us the squid story was facts. After her earlier revelation and noting Mama Chu's bladder problems, basically for the last month at this point, she's been yelling at Squid, making her situation worse for no reason at all. She's pretty much just confirmed it at this point.
Oh, we'll turn the car on here in a minute and run the heater. It is her birthday today. Yep. It's just crazy to me that people think the solution to everything is get a job. That's not going to help pay your car bill, your rent, especially if they want 3 times the rent. And the low-income places, which I know people have sent me low-income places. Let's be for real. In the streets, and people say, oh, you never really cared about your father. But yet here I am renting until we get a house, which would probably be a while. And he's out in the streets in the cold. And we're in a place because he can't live with us because he's on a do not rent list. It's crazy. I'm tired of all this moving. I'm tired of all of this. I'm exhausted. Getting a job is only going to make me more exhausted and want to, because, you know, it's stressful. It's literally mentally draining. Getting a job would not help my family get off the streets. If you think that's a solution, then I want you to think that. I'll get a job so I could continuously live out of a car. I don't know how many times I have to tell you, because you keep thinking it's an excuse. Minimum wage is not enough for me to get a place because they want 3 times the rent. Again, we would have to pay utilities. We wouldn't be able to. We would be riding around in a car with no insurance because we wouldn't be able to afford insurance. Like, I'm not going to pay insurance. I'm not going to take public transportation and get on a bus to go anywhere when I can just drive. Gas, on top of that, we would have to pay for gas. Phone bills, things like that. And these resources don't take into the account of everything that we have to go through. Why am I not allowed to enjoy myself when my bill was paid? Mind you, that place, the reason why they asked us to leave was not because of rent issues. They tried to say that we damaged our sheets or something at that place. They tried to lie. Anyways, which I have proof because I took photos. Every place I go, I take photos so that way I have proof for myself because, you know, Comic-Con is not priority. First of all, Comic-Con was never a priority. How do you expect people to live in a motel and be miserable? You expect me to be miserable in a motel? You must be crazy. And I didn't pay a lot of money to go to the second Comic-Con. I didn't pay a lot of money for signatures, if you think I did. Actually, the signature that I was going to pay for at the other Comic-Con, the signatures I got. So, I got Mick Foley's signature. the first Comic-Con, I got Tom Kenny's signature, because instead of Tom Kenny, I was supposed to get Edward James Olmos, who we got his autograph finally. The second time we went, we didn't pay that much for Edward's autograph. The only autograph I didn't get because it was too expensive was Christopher Lloyd's. I did want Christopher Lloyd's because I have a Back to the Future collection. I was going to take it, but his autograph was too expensive. So I ended up getting Bam Margera from Jackass. I got Edward James Olmos. I got, what's his name? Now I'm trying to think. So I paid for all 3 days. So my mom, it was my mom's first Comic-Con. So I said, let's go enjoy ourselves because, we had a rough time. I don't know why people think that people in a motel are supposed to be miserable and upset. Like, oh, that money could have went towards the house. Okay, well, that's not going to be feasible considering that it would take years upon years to save $600 every month for a house. By the time I would get a house, I would probably be in my 80s. Like, I don't understand why people are supposed to be miserable and not enjoy life. Like, live a little, please.
Tophiachu's reasoning here is absolutely insane. I'm not surprised Brother Chu is swerving all over the road hearing this nonsense. Tophia, you live in a car, I guarantee you, Brother Chu could find a decent place to park in a decent rest spot close to your job that him and Mama Chu could spend the day in waiting to pick you up while he looks for work. You live in a car. All you have to do is be clean and show up. And since you have nothing better to do besides stare a hole in Mama Chu's head, why not go to work? But no, don't do that. Tophiachu then goes on to say that with a minimum wage job, she'd only make $1,000 a month. But on TikTok, she'd make $1,200 a month. And if you just literally look at the numbers, of course, it makes sense. Do TikTok over the minimum wage job. But it's TikTok. Do the minimum wage job, you'd have way more to talk about, which would excite all the viewers, the Tophiachu White Knights, and the trolls. You do TikTok after work, but that's way too hard. Who wants to do TikTok and work and get paid for 2 jobs? That's just absolutely ridiculous. Even though Tophiachu goes live like what? 2, 3, 4 times a week, and they're only like 2 or 3 hours long. But obviously Tophiachu isn't concerned about her family, because guys, I'm not really sure what Papachu is doing. Tophia makes it sound like he's free and literally homeless in New Mexico, which, if that's the case, it's just god-awful on their part. While they drive around, just living it up in Brother Chu's car, living the good life. But, I don't think that's what's going on. I'm pretty sure Tophiachu just misspoke. I'm pretty sure Papachu's in jail, and Tophiachu's just talking about when he's out. But I could be wrong. You guys can correct me in the comments. But it's never really made any sense to me how Tophiachu keeps bringing up how Papachu is on the do not rent list. And yeah, anyone who's trying to rent a house to somebody, it makes sense. Not many owners want an occupant to be burning green Carlsons on the daily, but I'd imagine Tophiachu could have probably helped more than she lets on. She's 30 years old, guys. Most people don't realize how old Tophiachu is, but no, homies. Going to a Comic-Con is so much more important than paying rent, helping out for her family. Instead of all that, you gotta get wrestlers to give you their autograph. And I can only imagine, apparently Tophiachu had a voucher, if you didn't hear that part, so she could get a free one. So one pro wrestler, or maybe anyone at that event, but specifically she had to use it on a pro wrestler. And she uses it on the worst possible person. An old retired legend, Sergeant Slaughter. I remember being a kid and seeing Sergeant Slaughter. I was like, yeah, that's for America. And apparently Tophiachu was thinking the same thing. But it's like, she used this free voucher on him. Out of anybody, this guy, he probably needs the autograph fees. But, you know, Tophiachu uses it on him. And then she later on goes to say that she got an autograph from Bam Margera. Like, use it on Bam. Who's a better person to use it on than Bam? Someone who probably uses the autograph fees to do something bad with his life. Like, Sergeant Slaughter is like 70 or 80 years old. He needs that stuff.
Because I haven't been live or consistent going live, so I understand why I lost some subscribers. We're at like 40, but on my main, I'm going to get paid on top of getting paid on here. Hopefully, if I make over the threshold for it to cash out. I've made over $10,000 plus all throughout social media. I've made more on here than I did working at Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts, I only made $200. I had to give $100 to my dad because obviously I lived with him at the time. $50 went to my phone bill because I had a phone bill. I used to have Metro PCS, so $50 went to my phone bill and $50 went for me to have spending money. That's the highest I ever got paid at Dunkin'. My brother has made more money than I have because he worked a job that paid really well. I haven't had luck. The only job I was able to get was Dunkin' because I didn't get that job. My dad got me that job. He talked to the lady at Dunkin' and she was like, I need to put you in my portable charger. Yeah, he talked to the lady and the lady was like, I'll hire you, but she said, I'll hire you, but you're gonna have to do the interview still. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So we did the interview, but she did hire me. And when you work at Dunkin', you have to take a test. Boo-hoo, get a real job while I pay taxes on all the money that I make on here. So that's a job. I have to pay taxes. Mind you, anything you guys send through Cash App, I have to pay taxes on that too. I made way more on social media than I did working a job. I'm not going back to have a boss tell me what to do and then treat me horribly or get mad because I chose not to come into work on my day off because they gave me off only to call me back in and say, you gotta come in on your day off. No, thank you. You can't take time. You can't take a vacation. You can't go to a concert. You can't take days off. Like, nah. What? Are you crazy? I made way more on social media than I did working a job. I'm not going back to have a boss tell me what to do and then treat me horribly or get mad because I chose not to come into work on my day off because they gave me off only to call me back in and say, you gotta come in on your day off. No, thank you. You can't take time. You can't take a vacation. You can't go to a concert. You can't take days off. Like, nah. What? Are you crazy? You can have it. You can have all the stress of a job. You can't say no. If you say no, you get fired. If they call and ask you to come in on your day off, some jobs will fire you and say, well, we'll find someone else who will come in. It's not that easy like people think it is. Anyways, that's that.
So, by the way it sounds, Tophiachu was a 5-hour worker a week. 5 hours. And when one of the reliable employees gets sick, they call in and the manager calls the people who never work and say, hey, would you like this shift? Which basically means, would you like your job to continue because you never work, you have nothing to do? Obviously, since the fact you only work 5 hours a week, unless you specifically put into that manager that, you have like another job or something else like that, or other priorities, But you know Tophiachu didn't do that. So of course when one of the more reliable employees call in and the manager calls Tophiachu, probably the last choice on her list, and says, "Hey, will you come in?" And Tophiachu says, "No, I'm busy." And the manager can only think, well, great. Now I've got to go ruin my day off and go in and work for this guy. Or worse of all, work a double. So of course, Tophiachu, you're gonna be on the chopping block. You was one of the employees they barely trusted in the first place. Papachu talked you into this job. So now, when you don't go in for work, they're gonna say, alright, well this girl isn't worth it at all. Let's find someone who at least, if we barely trust at all, might have a will to work, might want to do it a little bit, earn some cash, you know, be a body. But no, Tophiachu, she doesn't understand that. And like I said in the last video, it's probably because she's only ever worked one job.
Did I use the bathroom where? What? That's a weird comment.
How's it going, everybody? I was just sitting back, enjoying my night, having a few drinks, when all of a sudden I got a message about what Tophiachu has been up to. And, well, to tell you guys, I'm not very surprised. Tophiachu here recently has been living outside of a park. And you guys could be saying, well, Chinchilla, what big news is that? Of course Tophiachu was living outside of a park. She's homeless. Well, the things that Tophiachu has been up to in that park isn't, the best look for her and her family. You see, instead of taking my advice, or just basically anyone with common sense when they're living in a car, Tophiachu isn't sitting outside of a park where there's a bathroom close to her and a job she can go work at close to her. No, it's just a park in the middle of nowhere, which I can only assume Tophiachu is at because she's tired of the TikTok life. It's not working out for her. You know, she's got bigger, more delusional dreams. She's gonna be the next ninja warrior. Her brother Chu, they're gonna be out there working their tail off, you know, becoming some Rachus or something like that. You guys thought Papachu was just getting that build to be the ultimate bank manager, the divine leader. Well, that was part of the reason, but he wants to be a part of this family ninja warrior team too. There's probably some good money in it. But all jokes aside, Tophiachu and her family have been sitting in this park. Of all things, they have been just using the bathroom around their car, just taking no measures to clean it up. This is where they stay from a majority of the time, even when Tophiachu knows that she has some orbiters, some people who would just follow her around and snap photos of her. We've seen Tophiachu voting, we've seen Tophiachu in some random spots, and basically at the end of the day, just proving everything Squid said was exactly right about her.
Alright, I'm just pretty sick. If you hear me breathing, it's because I don't feel good. Ouch. So when I cough, it just... I can't breathe. It's cold. Yes, it is, because I'm in the car, because it's like 32 degrees. But I'm okay, but that's why I wear my jacket. And I wasn't wearing my jacket when it was cold, and I should have. We did have the heater on. We just heated up the car. And then it's a hassle to even just get a bed, because they almost didn't find us a bed, and then there's too much going on. The day that we stayed there, some girl got in the face by a dog, and then there's bed bugs, people steal your stuff, and so we're trying to save. But you know, money goes, because the things we need and stuff, we gotta eat too, so that's pricey. Yeah, that place has bed bugs, that's what I heard people say, but I got woken up by two people yelling. And it was just like a hassle. Oh, well, just struggle it out. But I'm not going to stay at a place that has bed bugs and a lot of health problems. Well, not health problems, but like, I don't think they're cleansely enough.
How is Tophiachu going to say that she can't stand people who's got like bed bugs and things like that in her house when Squid has already exposed her? And don't forget about Squid, people, because Tophiachu's gonna bring her up in the most ridiculous way possible later on in the video, that she has been found out to be using the bathroom around her car. But still yet, you know, I think it might be a guilty conscience or something, that she's bringing up how she hates all these disgusting things that people do. But she's going to bring it up, just for her to get exposed for doing the same thing, not even, what, 2 hours later. I mean, this is like a 24-hour development, people. And guys, I just want you to imagine Tophiachu sitting there with Brother Chu and Mama Chu. Well, Mama Chu's just sitting there staring down her neck, breathing on the back of it. Brother Chu's just sitting there attempting to crash out as he sits there and listens to Tophiachu for the 20th hour of the day, just hoping he can get a little bit of sleep. While she sits there and says there was no bed bugs, there was nothing like that in their motel room. But there's a video of a squid literally throwing out the 3 mattresses that they peed right through. You know, it's gotta feel really weird when they know Tophiachu is lying to everybody online. But, you know, if they say anything about it, they're gonna get messed with too, because Tophiachu is bringing this into their life. No one would probably want to deal with that, especially when they're in the situation that they're in. But, you know, Tophiachu's got to earn that $20 on TikTok Live. It's the only thing keeping her going, people. You know, not that job at McDonald's they're just parked right out of. That's not going to help at all.
Squid told people what kind of car I had because Squid walked by and described my brother's car. So yeah, mind you, somebody's been coming by and the gas tank. And you do know there's cameras, right, dumbass? So whoever's the gas tank is going to get in trouble with the police if they keep coming around to fuck with the gas tank. I'm not terrified. You're just mad because you can't get to me. The only thing that's going to get you is fired from your job. Like, that's the reason why I filed police reports for documentation. Do you think all of this shit is not going to stick when they have enough evidence? Do you not know how stuff works? And I think that's why the police really don't do much, because so your future endeavors are going to be damaged. Like, it's not some joke. Like, I'm really sick. We're not the only car that sleeps around here. And there's other people who knows who I am that sleep around here in their cars too. So obviously they're going to be watching. They will tell me if anything's going down and who it is.
So in these last couple of clips, if you guys wasn't exactly sure who Tophiachu was blaming, she was blaming Squid for coming through and messing with their tank. I mean, she wasn't exactly sure, but she was definitely telling Squid that she's going to lose her job if she keeps this up. You know, it's not like Tophiachu has been telling her this for, what, weeks now? That she's going to lose her job for messing with her? Even though I'm pretty sure she's still employed just fine. And also, why would Squid do this to you, Tophiachu? In what world would she do this? She's already got all she needs off of you. All the followers, all the clout, you know, all the stuff that you think you deserve. She got, and tenfold. You know, the amount of views that your guys' initial clip got was insane, and it's rightfully so. She deserved it. You were being awful to her, and you've continued to be. You know, and a matter of fact, we all know what the real thing is. Just jealous of Squid. You can't stand that you got someone so popular and people just don't hold the same respect for you. So you're going to end up blaming this girl for tampering with your gas tank. You know there's people who are photographing you to this day. That's how we have the picture, which I'm going to show you guys right now. Now, I can't show it all because obviously I can't show rabbit droppings, as Tophiachu is later going to claim on YouTube. Here's the top of Tophiachu's car, and you can go to a Reddit or wherever else you find your recent Tophiachu news and photographs like that, and see the bottom of this.
Really? That's why people don't show up whenever I call the police to patrol. That's why whenever I had the police patrol the last time we were living, no one sent DoorDash. That's right. Of my shit? Well, first of all, why are you assuming that's my shit, considering that there's a lot of dogs in this area and there's a dog park? And some people leave their dog shit. And you know that there's rabbits. There's also supposedly a wolf, I think, that walks through here. So if you see shit, why are you assuming it's my shit? I'm not here trying to say, oh, we shit, when literally there's all these people here. Are you stupid? Especially kids at the park saying like, oh, what, you're going to say I shit in front of kids, even though it's visible? Like, the park is like, if you're trying to say I shit at a park, how could I shit at a park when it's visible? Parks are visible for people to see. It's like all the parks here are not parks where you could do that because people can see. So sad, too bad, so sad. I'm not going to cry a river. Nobody listens to me until it happens to them. It's weird. And then you want to play it like it's not your fault. It's your group chat you started to talk shit about me, and for what? I hate people that will turn around and be like, here, let me do something nice for you, right? Because I'm not gonna, I hate it. I hate receiving shit from people that are so nasty and so rude. I do.
This is great coming from Tophiachu. Just like I've always said, she is up there with Cyrax in defending herself. She just can't do it. Normally, if someone was going to be like, hey, we got you using the bathroom around your car, we got proof of it, again, you'd be like, look, that's not my car. You can take all the pictures you want. That's not mine. Or you would do the even better thing, just ignore it. But Tophiachu, that's not going to happen on her watch. She's going to expose the people. And at the end of the day, make it seem like she's exposing herself. I mean, she's like, well, it's not mine. It could be a rabbit's or a dog's. I seen a wolf walk through here one time, and you seen all of those little ones playing. I mean, they use the bathroom too, sporadically. You're just going to blame it on me and my family? But, it's certainly not Tophiachu's. And how is she going to blame it on a rabbit? Out of all creatures, she's going to blame it on? I just don't think the size matches up with what would be produced, Tophiachu. But yeah, I guess, right? I'm really surprised she didn't come out and just say, hey, I'm pretty sure it was Squid Chew, guys. I mean, she's wandering around, tampering with the gas tank, and she wants to frame me. That would be the second video in the row where a good framed me has come up, but Tophiachu, she didn't stoop that low, She's willing to go on different low levels. On the next couple of clips, she just starts blaming everybody for her own problems because, it's never Tophiachu's fault. She's basically lived her entire life on handouts, and when she never gets her way, she just thinks it's blasphemy. She can't believe this is happening. But Tophiachu, there's one thing everyone knows, everyone who's watching this video, and everyone who's watching yours. It's reality. Life can suck sometimes. You're not even that broke. You just choose to spend your money poorly. And that's why you're in the situation.
You ain't really about it. And I won't believe you're about it until you stand up to the Discord and Reddit. Otherwise, I don't believe you ain't ish. You try to act tough with me like you're not as scared of me, but you're scared. You don't have to be as scared of me, but I know you're scared. You're not stopping me from anything. Oh, now I'm because I told the truth. You're scary, ASS. That's why you don't stand up to these people. I stood my ground. I sure did. I stopped receiving DoorDash at the place that I was staying at. I stopped receiving it. You want to know why? Because I didn't let anybody try to tell me that I needed to get off the internet. I'm not letting anybody run me off the internet. I've already started getting paid on YouTube. I had to wait to see if the money was coming in, and I've already started getting paid on YouTube from past videos. So I would advise you guys to literally use your noggin and your brain instead of worrying about me. You don't live in the real world. You live in delusions of grandeur. Sitting here thinking that everybody's supposed to have this perfect life with no struggles.
Look at Tophiachu. Just 3 weeks ago, she had her own hotel room. She was living it up. She had no struggles, but she's been out in the car for a couple of weeks. Now she's bitter. She's down to the bone. She's willing to go at anybody. Don't test her. She's just terrified that Squid has exposed her twice now. And you know what? Squid isn't going to do it again, people. She's just not going to take it anymore. Where's her damn cigarette? She's about to be the next Papachu if she keeps having to deal with all these struggles. I mean, where is all of this energy coming from? You guys really think if Tophiachu was to see Squid right now, she's saying these exact same things? Or any of the trolls? I mean, this is directed to everybody and anybody. Not just Squid, but we all know it's just, it's kind of pointed towards her, but everyone else can get something in Tophiachu's world right now. She's just sick of it all. You get exposed once, that's okay. Even if she was exposed anonymously and threw her name in there for no reason, whatever. You expose her twice, well, it's game time. Tophiachu isn't playing nice anymore. When Squid exposed her for the first time, she would walk back and forth from her job, while Tophiachu, Brother Chu, and Mama Chu just sit in their car and raged out just looking at her, knowing that there was probably going to be more TikToks made about them, because more of their dirty room was going to get exposed. It had to be a terrible time for the two, but did Tophiachu just run up and say something to Squid? No. She basically hid and took some bad screenshots of her.
No, why would you ask that question? We're not here all day. Duh. You go ask for an application, and while you're at it, take that application and whip your ass with it. How do I shit in public when there was someone that just came around here and we wasn't here? I have a right to be on social media, just like everybody else. No one had shit to say when Drew Aflalo said what she had to say about taking a break, and no one said, well, if you don't like how you feel, get off the internet. Whenever other people they like say, oh, I'm going through something because of the internet, y'all, you didn't have anything to say when that hairstylist was getting harassed. You didn't tell her she didn't like it to get off the internet, because everybody likes her, and that's what pisses me off. Like, y'all are the same people doing stupid shit. Oh, really? You have 2 cars? Great. Who cares? Who cares if you have a house and 2 cars? You know what that's called? That's called classes. That's being classist, because you're literally saying you have that when people don't have, and you really truly don't understand. And I hope you lose everything for you to understand just what it's like. Then you'll realize, because obviously you're not thankful for what you have. I'm sorry, someone has to say it, because people are struggling. I'm not the only one living out of my car that is sleeping out of their car in any area. There's a lot of people sleeping out of their cars in Albuquerque. And you want to sit here and say some shit like, I have a house and 2 cars, when you don't realize that people that are supporters of mine that are also homeless have reached out to me because they're upset because of how you talk. You're affecting them.
Tophiachu is just the worst kind of person. She is so jealous when she hears of somebody having something that she doesn't. Even though she intends on working for it, none. I mean, these probably aren't even goals of hers. She just wants to get away from Brother Chu and Mama Chu, unless the only way she's getting a house is if she's with Brother Chu and Mama Chu. But Tophiachu will complain about it nonstop and call you all kinds of weird class names that she just comes up with off the top of her head. And still yet, Tophiachu isn't going to get a job. She's literally parked close to a McDonald's. It is kind of like I told you guys she should do. She isn't going to walk in there and get a job, and when anyone suggests it to her, she's going to flip out and ban them. But it's really a good idea. Why doesn't she go and try to get a job there? I mean, she's claiming that she can go and take a shower and be more prepared than she was at her Dunkin' Donuts job. But no. Tophiachu can't do that. She doesn't have the time for it. You know how time-consuming TikTok lives are? They take what? 1, 2, 3 hours a day? I mean, you got a whole 21 hours a day left to sleep and complain. You really gonna work a day job after that? No, man. No one's gonna do that in their right mind. Especially when you're not, completely homeless. She's still got a car, She gets to go back, sit in there. It's not too bad. Not the way I would like to live. In fact, very far from it. And I'm sure it's not the way most of you would like to live. But Tophiachu, she's a different breed, She's hardy, headstrong.
Mom, we got robbed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know these people are expecting me to be upset because they stole our stuff. I'm not gonna. I got more problems to worry about than materialistic things. What's an Xbox? I don't really need that stuff.
How's it going, homies? The Chu crew really can't catch a break. If it's not an imaginary sneaky squid spying on them, or reality just been a little too harsh for their liking, it's not been good. And now Tophiachu has been robbed. And for someone so broke and destitute, Tophiachu doesn't care at all. You'd think something good happened to her from how she's reacting. For someone who at the moment literally has no place to use the restroom easily and basically has to choose between the sidewalk or anywhere outside of their car as a substitute, you'd think this would be infuriating or soul crushing. But nah, it's just another day of the week. If Tophiachu's delusions kicked in again and thought Squid was doing this to her, like Tophiachu did when she was blaming Squid for all of the other ridiculous things happening to her just a week ago, the last video we made on her, Tophiachu would be fuming. Mama Chu and Brother Chu would fall asleep hearing Big Toph go on and on about Squid and her oh so privileged ways. And big shout out to TV for making this video possible and staying up to date with all of Tophia's lives. But now let's see what the Chu crew has got going on.
Anyways, how was your guys' day? Besides getting robbed twice.
They stole an Xbox the first time. They stole 2 Xboxes the second time. What if we have 5 Xboxes and still
Where did they steal the first one from?
from the station wagon?
Oh,
When we had the station wagon parked because we couldn't tow it. This was a while ago. My brother tried to get food stamps and he was working and they told him he was only going to get $15. What good is 50? How are you going to eat off of $15? Are they stupid?
Bread and milk.
Exactly.
Oh, not even that.
There's no point to apply for $15 of food stamps. Are these people lunatics? They probably are. I didn't even know my brother was chasing people down. I heard banging. I said, I'm not getting up. I'm tired. Leave me the alone.
I didn't even know everything happened. I was asleep.
She told me that they're banging. And I said, no. And if my mom would have kept pushing me a little more, these people would have got knocked in their head because I would have been more mad that you disturbed my sleep. You don't disturb me in my sleep. You want to have windshield repair on handy? Because that's not going to be the only thing that's going to need repair. I'm just saying, I'm tired. I'm trying to sleep. I do not feel good. My throat is bothering me. I'm sick. I'm not going to the doctors, okay? For them to tell me to buy medicine, I don't fucking have money for. Because I know they're going to tell me to buy Robitussin. And I'm not going to go to the doctors just for them to tell me to get on medicine. I'm just going to get better. Next time you come, I'll cough on you. I'm just kidding. Hey, Mom.
Yeah.
Did you know I defecated at the park?
Oh, really? And I'm going to say this to the person that just said that. If you're going to talk and say my daughter's doing something, you better well damn have proof. I don't see a video. I don't see any words anywhere. There's kids there all damn day. And if we do need the restroom, there's a library and there's a church right across the street. And what we do is, if these people want to be up in our business, we finish at the library. That closes at 6. Come get in the car and we're ready for bed.
All I know is when there's no kids there and if somebody's filming in the morning, I'm going to pull my pants down and show my ass to them.
Yep.
Do they think I'm that stupid? Why do these people not use their brain? Oh, I forgot they are.
People telling
not.
me in my messages, did you use it outside? Because people are saying, Marie poops outside or a video.
They're saying that because Squid literally said that, but I'm pretty sure Squid popped the squad and took a shit somewhere because she had to need the restroom when she probably couldn't make it. These people are literally the same people that probably stopped on the highway to use the bathroom.
Saying there's video coming soon. Video they don't even have.
They already know that.
Because they were threatening to film us. And they film us doing what?
You know, guys, I was kinda joking when I said in the past that Tophiachu only knows getting handouts, and she's kinda proving me right in this one. We got Tophia literally trying everything she can to get back onto assisted living, even though she's well-bodied enough and could easily work a job, and with her TikTok income along with Brother Chu's supposed job, well, TikTok income might not be there forever, but we'll talk about that in just a minute. There's no way they would need any kind of assistance. Add Papa Chu's disability on top of that, the only assistance the Slidell family actually deserves, since it's probably best Papa Chu isn't working with the general public. He might actually deserve that. But no way is Toph going to do that, even though it's starting to sound like she might be thinking on it a tad, and it's hard to tell if she's just saying it to mitigate some of the hate that's most likely the reason she's doing it, or the far less likely the 0.1% chance of Tophia actually experiencing how bad your life can get if you just choose not to work, or make any effort to provide for your family, or for yourself. She's not even going to help her brother out who's chasing down criminals. Like, he could be in danger, Tophia. I don't think you could have helped him at all, but at least get out of the car, call the police, and stay vigilant. But no, she was more upset about losing some sleep. Do you guys remember those side missions in GTA San Andreas where you sneak around houses trying not to wake up the owners of the home? Tophia would be the tutorial, a thief's dream to get caught. She doesn't even give a damn if you're there, but you better not make any noises. She just goes back to sleep instantly as soon as you're noticed.
They think we're not taking it seriously.
No.
The next time, if I was able to carry, which I can go do that, they won't ever show up again if I scared them like that. Maybe I their toe.
You don't make threats.
It's not a threat. It's self-defense.
No, on your TikTok. TikTok will come up with
TikTok won't do anything because it's self-defense. They can't come and do what they're
show up with a
doing.
ban right now and say you're threatening people, even if you're not.
Mom, can you not respond? Don't
I'm just telling
respond.
you.
You're literally telling them that I'm making threats I'm not making because it's self-defense. It's not a threat.
Oh, I said TikTok's gonna mistake it for that.
No, they're
do.
not.
They've been taking your
It's self-defense. Everybody talks about self-defense. I have a right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let these people think that they can come around here
No, I
anymore.
already said I wasn't going to either. I said if I
I'm gonna say what I have to say.
If I would have saw them last night, I would have got down. Probably like always. And when I looked up, they were gone. Your brother was chasing them.
Well, that's what their ass gets for getting chased. And what is going to come of it? The police are probably going to go after them now because we know who it is.
Because
And not only that, I'm going to say they're the one that's causing all this harassment online. Now they're going to get blamed even if they didn't do anything. There's proof. They f***ed themselves up.
Yeah, because you know why? We could the cameras, they got them doing that too.
Yeah, if we wanted the police to pull up the cameras, we
wants to
could.
report what got stolen out of his car when the cops check the cameras, you could have them check for that too, and they will because we were wrong.
They have to check because if that's the same person that came by again, they're really gonna get.
That's why I'm saying they have to check for everything.
I'll sue them for everything they got because I have a right.
They did what they did.
Report her live. She's threatening people because you went and opened your mouth.
I wasn't because of
You said I was making threats.
I said TikTok.
But then you said TikTok. You got to be careful how you would say things.
I said TikTok.
TikTok. No, you said I was making threats to people, and then you said TikTok's gonna take it.
Because with
Mom, you got to be careful how you word things.
I just said.
My live stream's recorded.
Ask them.
My live stream's recorded.
Ask them.
I'll play it back for you. I don't gotta ask them.
Play it back.
If I had not scrounged the money to tell us to go get pizza, we would have never known we was robbed until we came back from the library.
I know. Ooh, maybe they're the ones that did it. We didn't know that we got robbed.
I didn't know I got robbed either.
They're telling on themselves.
That's what they think.
And of course you had to report it. It's our mansion. We have a 4-bedroom mansion.
We have to report it. We're a CEO. If we claim we're CEOs, they'll help us. Oh, what can we do to help you? We'll catch those guys. No, but if you tell them you're homeless, they won't do shit.
Yeah, they haven't even called you back.
No, because I said. I should have said I'm a billionaire CEO. First, housing's going to tell me to get a job, which I'll get a job. Then, housing's going to say I make too much. We were on housing.
Yeah, and they said we made too much.
Yeah, they did. They told me I had to go to school or I had to be in college. Actually, we tried to get back on housing and they told me I had to be in school or in college. And then by that point, they would have said I already made too much because I told them, I said, then I'm going to get a job and they're going to say we make too much because my dad was getting his disability at that time too.
It's so funny that Tophiachu starts telling her audience that she plans on suing the person that stole and messed with them, even though she has no idea who it is, and she's just talking to some random guy who's commenting on her live stream. But she immediately follows that up with, even if you didn't do anything, I'm gonna pin it all on you, and I have proof, even though I just literally said I was lying about it. Like, way to destroy your case and credibility, telling the whole world you're willing to ruin someone's life because they inconvenienced your sleep schedule. And yeah, they were up to some scummy stuff, but for one, that wasn't even the guy, and for two, still, do you think the crime fits the bill? It just seems kind of a little in your favor here, Tophia. And also, you're willing to get robbed as long as your sleep isn't disturbed and let your brother get into who knows what danger. Without him, you'd be even more homeless. How would you even muster the will to make it to court? Even if you was 100% going to win, Tophiachu, I'm not even saying she would oversleep it. Just procrastinate. Or maybe just not even feel like it and let it go by willingly as she sits and complains about the verdict on TikTok, how unfair the justice system is that she's actually got to go to her court dates. And can you believe how she snaps on Mamachu? What Tophiachu said was a little unhinged, and Tophia, you're not willing to make 2 steps to find a restroom. I don't believe you're all that dangerous. But when you begin yelling at your mom over what she said, when you brought up the conversation, I'd say that's a far worse thing to do. And whether or not it's allowed on TikTok, that's kind of irrelevant. It just kind of shows you lack morals and just a selfish person in general.
I'm not going to do that because I don't want to have to move to there to move to another place. I'm tired of moving around. It's just tiring. Yeah. And then that's why I'm working on trying to get a large lump sum of money. And I'm not going to go into detail how I'm doing things. I'm not taking a loan out because then I have to pay that back. I'm not putting myself in debt for a loan when my credit is good. I don't need to ruin my credit, just to get a house. I mean, people could say, well, just ruin your credit. There's a lot that goes into it. It's just too much right now it's a lot. We're going to rent a place only for him not to be able to live there. And then I could move somewhere cheaper, but I cannot leave Albuquerque because my dad gets his help and his care here. I need my own room and privacy. My mom needs her own room and privacy. I'm not going to force her to sleep in the living room because we get a 2-bedroom. And then someone says, well, why don't you get a 2-bedroom and you sleep in the living room? We can't live like that. And especially because my dad couldn't live there. Then he would be upset because why do we have a place and he can't come because he's on a do not rent list? We can't just get a place he's not welcome at. I'm not going to go anywhere he's not welcome at. I am not moving anywhere he is not welcome at because it's not he is not welcome. He's on a do not rent list. Anybody that is living with you has to be put on a lease. And I know there was someone that suggested maybe he can just live with you. It's not that easy because if people hear him, they're going to report it and we will be kicked out. We are not telling you what we are doing. We do not want people to follow us if we decide to up and move from this place, to go somewhere else, to watch our every move and then start harassing us at the new place. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Why can't you just have common sense to stop harassing people before I turn around and start harassing you? And then you won't like it and then I'll be canceled because I'm a large content creator that's causing people problems. just like they caused me, and I'm not going to do it. And I'm not mad. I'm just saying, like, people need to use their common sense when talking. Jeez. You cannot sit here and suggest something and then say I'm not doing nothing. We would have to have way over hundreds of thousands of dollars just to buy a house because we can no longer rent. I don't know what part of that you do not understand. Even if I was to get a job and make enough, I still wouldn't make enough to pay for a place, nor would I want to go make enough to rent a place. It's always nice to help the less fortunate. Any way I can help, I will. God bless the fortunate. I mean the less fortunate.
No, it's nice to help the less. What did you say?
The less fortunate.
The less unfortunate?
No, the less fortunate. Or is it less unfortunate? Oh, now because I'm not upset about being robbed, I lied about being robbed.
Oh, you're right.
I called the cops and told them I was robbed,
Because
even
you
though I
were
wasn't.
Call the cops because you was wrong.
I lied about being robbing me. Don't turn around and blame me because you told someone you robbed me and then say I'm defaming you. That's not some kind of bait. Because if you think you're going to go to court and be like, she defamed me, I'm going to be like, no, you said that. And if you said that to bait me, the judge is going to be like, why did you bait her? Why did you lie? Like, that to me doesn't make sense why people think that they're baiting people into doing stuff. You ruined yourself. You should have never showed photos that you was by the car, and not a photo of the car, that you was at the car taking the stuff. Like, it doesn't make sense. And then you say I'm defaming you, but you showed photos of you taking the stuff. Like, let's not. Papa Mike could do whatever they want, but if something happens, Papa Mike is going to look stupid because I'm going to be like, Papa Mike's been harassing me, talking about my mentally ill father, trying to make money off of me for the longest time, caused me harassment by trying to say they got off the internet, it was my fault, and tried to blame me, but then said they was getting off the internet to go to, and then I'm going to say, they said they was getting off the internet because they had college, and it had nothing to do with me, and they've been constantly harassing me. The judge is not going to side with you. I mean, I got loads of proof. And there is actually message proof that you sent somebody telling them that you robbed us. So all I have to do is take that to court. It could be slander, but defamation, libel, and slander cases take a long time to fight in court. You have to prove that you lost money and you didn't lose any money. You didn't lose anything because you're not trying to be a social media influencer. But I'm going to be like, they lied. They sent people messages saying they robbed me, and then they've been harassing me on the internet. All they're doing is harassing me. The judge is not going to side with you. You're harassing me. I would advise you not to do anything dumb because you're just going to incriminate yourself. You don't have anything. You don't have nothing. What, you're trying to blame me for something you did again? You took a break because you was in college and then tried to blame me. You love your Xbox? Well, great. I'll get one eventually.
We better watch out. Tophiachu is out here looking to gain a large lump sum of money. I'm curious what Toph has got planned. It's seeming like she's getting more out there as the cast fume inhalation mounts up. Is it some kind of heist? A grand plan involving Mr. Based? Maybe her jealousy has finally boiled over and she plans on swapping places with Squid. Who knows? And do any of you guys really think Tophiachu cares about where Papachu sleeps at? They hardly have any idea where he is, if they do at all. And when is the last time we've heard any of them talk like they just seen him? All they want is a part of that check at the end of the month. And it really sounds to me like Tophiachu is just making more excuses to not get a job or even look for one. And since Tophiachu is mentioning it, I believe the car she said was broken into that had the Xboxes that were stolen, we saw in the last Tophia video. And it looked empty. Of course, the person could have stole the stuff and then snapped the picture, since the Chu family in their infinite wisdom decided to leave the car door unlocked for some reason. But I could totally see Tophiachu impulse buying pizza and been like, oh no, I've got to figure out a way to get donations, and crafted this story. The only hole in this idea is her monetization was frozen during this time, and who knows if she would even get it in the first place, with TikTok most likely going to be banned from the US internet. There might be no chance of her making a cent off TikTok again, and I know there's no way this is possible, but if Tophiachu would just reflect on the amount of time she refused to get a job and said TikTok is going to save my life, the amount of regret she could possibly have for throwing all of her eggs into the TikTok basket, which gave her nothing but problems, but she decided she could power through the adversity to hit the gold mine. It would all finally be worth it one day. But at the end of the day, none of that happened. TikTok will probably be history, and Tophia can only hope she hit the algorithm again on the next platform. She'll have her trolls and white knights who follow her, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen.
Actually, with this money I have, I could buy an Xbox, but I might go because that's not the right thing to do. So Right now is not time to think about getting another Xbox. I used to get 3 cars. We don't have 3 cars. Sorry, we don't. The other car is gone.
His car gone.
No, the other car, the Jetta.
Yeah.
Because the guy got his car. Why are you asking why? Because it was a guy's car. And then the other car, okay, so we had the Jetta didn't run. So we needed a car that had heat. He got the other car. That's why we got the other car. Then he couldn't have us sitting in the car, and I can't say why. He couldn't have us. So because of that, then we ended up getting the SUV because we needed it. So that's why we have 3 cars, because one of them, the Jetta, was being sold. The car was towed by my brother's friend. They took the car to the owner because that car, he bought it. He sold his Jetta. No, you didn't, Tophiachu. I know, because my brother's friends came. I know my brother's friends. I knew people was going to say, haha, we got it towed. But no, he came and got it towed. He moved the car, so the car's not here. He spent Friday the 13th. Guess who's playing Jason? They threw something at the car. I heard that. They threw something at the car. I think, because I heard it when they sped by. I don't know what they did, because I heard something hit. It sounded like it hit the car, and then they sped by, and then it sounded like they hit the car.
Tophiachu is acting like she's surprised that random trolls on the internet are claiming they're the ones who robbed her. Tophiachu has already shown that her grasp on reality is getting a little loose, getting to the Mamachu levels, maybe Papachu, but that's gonna take a little bit more time. So of course these trolls are going to prod you just a little bit to see what they're going to get out of you. And it's not a threat to say you're suing people, especially when you can't afford a lawyer. And it's even worse when it's such a hard case to win and it normally requires a lot of proof, which normally means a decent amount of court time and fees. But I sure would like to see the amount of Chu-mobiles the Slydells would have after winning that case. No wonder Tophiachu is so adamant on not getting an apartment. They've got 2 or 3 cars currently. I think they're trying to weld all those together and start a Chilla, the first moving city. Tophiachu might have played the Mass Effect series and got a little too inspired by the Koreans. Tophia is like the least aware person in the world. Through her fake green screen, which is apparently her old room, we could all hear the loud thud and a car speeding off, and immediately could put 2 and 2 together and realize someone just threw something at their car. And at this point, I'm not sure if Tophiachu is that aloof to her surroundings or is just too lazy. If she musters up enough care, Brother Chu might expect her to actually help him as he chases down these pesky trainers. Those rookies must not know it's impossible to catch wild Chus in packs. You have to catch them out on their own as they look for stores to borrow from. Ask the Albuquerque police. They managed to catch a level 55 Papachu. I think they released him due to temperament problems. That's an accomplishment in of itself.
What'd you do today? I went to the library. You can't see me. Man. I've been getting Astrovino stuff like no tomorrow. All these videos. About my mother. My mother never did anything like that. You don't know what my mother did, so let's not. My mom was a good mother. My mom worked. Okay? She went and worked all her life to provide for me as a baby. So let's not talk about my mother.
Tophiachu acts like people think of her opinion highly, like she's a pillar of the community, when most people see her as a hypocrite. If she was in different shoes, she'd be doing the same thing she's calling people out for, but she'd probably do it even worse. That's just the way Tophiachu works.
My dad used to force us to stand in the background while he talked about the government and posted it on YouTube. Some guy made a whole article on him saying, what this guy is saying is the truth. You guys need to listen to him. This guy is incredible. But the only thing I don't like is he has his family standing in the background. All weird, like...
How's it going, homies? Tophiachu has been melting down recently. It's like the last couple of months combined all into one video. We got everything. Ashley Trevino. Tophiachu been hypocritical. Tophiachu refusing to work. Tophiachu accusing an imaginary squid of messing with her again. It's all here. And surprisingly, a very tragic tale towards the end. Something I wasn't expecting. Normally when you hear Lolcow's backstories, you realize they've been this deplorable person for a majority of their lives. Like they were made to be the premium grade Lolcows that they were always born to be. But Tophiachu was molded into the person we know today. It's like Papachu was the true and honest Lolcow of the family and just forced his kids to become one too. He was having Tophiachu stand in the background of old YouTube videos while he did 7-hour-long videos talking about his imaginary bank. Then when that was over, instead of doing schoolwork, he'd have Tophiachu read business magazines and quiz her on the richest people in the world. And instead of pep talks, Papachu would give her desperation talks, begging Tophiachu or Brother Chu to get rich for their family. Some absolutely insane stuff is going on behind the four doors of the Chu Cruiser this week, people. So let's go ahead and get right into the video.
Making a joke. Mind you, Ashley is garbage to begin with. What she does, I'm not condoning. But Santos, nothing is a joke. People's lives were put in danger. Like this lady, I get told to get off the internet, but there's not people showing up to an Airbnb to get put on a t-shirt and put where their family may not have life insurance for them. You guys got to stop showing up places too and risking your lives to troll somebody on the internet. That's not a threat. We saw what Miss Gold was almost going to do until they said, hey, we're just here to take a photo. It could have went way worse. And because you and Ashley Trevino, because of Santos and Ashley Trevino not taking it seriously, innocent people are going to get stop. Like, it's not a joke. Okay, it's not a joke. Not mentioning usernames. Several people. You guys have to understand things before you just speak. I do not have thousands of dollars to pay for an RV. Although I might be making thousands of dollars, it's still money that's got to go towards an RV, which it's too much money for an RV. And unless I'm making a GoFundMe saying, hey, fund towards an RV, that's out of the question. As far as renting an apartment goes, we are not renting anymore. I'm not going to go rent to get evicted somewhere because people choose not to listen. Okay, if people are doxing me while I'm out of my car, what makes you think they're not going to try to dox me while I'm in an apartment? Especially if someone that lives at the apartment sees me, they're literally just going to try to get me evicted from the apartment. I'm no longer renting anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to do it. Renting, my father's going to be stuck out in the streets and we wouldn't be able to have him, and we would be living without him for years, for more years. Because if we rent a place, that's it. We're not going to get a house because I'm not going to move for a long while, and my dad won't be able to live with us because he's on a do not rent list. And the guy who called us is trying to help him get on his medication. So as far as that goes, you know, we wouldn't be able to have him for years. I'm not going to have my dad living out in the streets because you tell me hurry up and go rent an apartment. I don't have my mother doing anything. If you feel like I have my mother living out of the car, I don't know what to tell you because I'm not forcing her. She's the one who's choosing. I already said this and it's pissing me off. If people continue, I'm just going to have to force her to go to the shelter. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm just going to have whoever come and force her to go there, whether she likes it or not, because that's what you want me to do. And then she's going to get mad and not go, and I'll waste resources for nothing because then she'll refuse to go because she does not want to go where you're telling me that I have to have her go. I'm not having my sick mother out of the car in the winter. If I have to, I'm just going to have to force her into a home, and then she'll be mad at me. I'm not forcing my mom somewhere she doesn't want to go. Please stop. Please stop suggesting things that don't work. Thank you. Please stop. I know someone's going to talk about the end of that video. My mom did that because there's this annoying thing that keeps banging at the bottom of our car. It's some type of rodent. I don't know if it's a rat. I don't know what it was because the cat was under there and the cat went rear and attacked it, but didn't get what it was because the cat ran off. So it's probably either like some rat or it's bigger than a rat because it's loud banging. So whatever it is bigger than a rat, I believe. We don't know. It's in a car, under the car somewhere, probably in the machinery. I can't explain it. It's not in the car with us, but it's under and it's banging. And it does this at a certain hour. Anyways, like I said, those of you who are suggesting an RV, if you're not going to put money forth an RV, please do not suggest things that you're not going to help put money towards. I'm not going to come on the internet and ask for money, so please stop suggesting.
You know, guys, I can't lie. I would like to see the adventures of the Chu family from the RV. It's been a long time since we had a good RV stream. Ever since Blade got sober and all the other ones didn't, we've really been missing out. If the Chu family could just get it together and actually make this work, it'd be amazing. Brother Chu on the lookout for trolls. Papachu, the traveling swindler. He rolls into town, scams everyone there, and maybe he escapes, maybe he doesn't. And Tophiachu, she'll probably just sleep and complain like she normally does. But that'll never happen. When Tophiachu wakes up, all she thinks about is the trolls and ways to one-up them. These aren't real goals of hers. Now, a potential real goal of hers is the removal of Mama Chu. One of the commenters in the last video left the most accurate description of Tophiachu and her mom's relationship. When the two talk, it sounds like Mama Chu is some tiny henchman talking to her intimidating overlord. If it came down to it, I 100% believe if the cops came and said, someone has to leave this car in a hypothetical scenario, it's not safe, you know, Tophiachu would be packing Mama Chu's bags almost immediately, not even a second guess. I don't think she's been all that sarcastic when she's talking about taking Mama Chu to the shelter. Could you imagine Mama Chu wakes up one morning to Tophiachu with the phone in her face saying, "You're going to the shelter. TikTok's forcing my hand, Mom. I'm sorry about this, but it's just gotta happen." Mama Chu might be the first parent in the history of the world evicted from the family car because her daughter's audience demands it. And speaking of the ownership of the car, I wonder what's big enough to be making audible knocking sounds you can hear throughout the entire video. If the Chus don't watch out, whatever that is might kick them all out of that car. And when that happens, you know she's blaming Squid 100%.
I'm not coming on the internet to ask people to raise money for an RV. I'm not coming on the internet to ask people to get me into an apartment till I get a job. I'm not renting anymore. I'm tired of moving around. I don't want to have to go to an apartment and then try to hide myself because if someone sees me at the apartment, tries to get me evicted and dox me. I'm not going through all of that again. I want to just own a house. Can you guys just like leave me alone? And when I say that I'm working towards owning a house, can you not try to say, well, you need to get something right away when I don't, or else if I get an apartment, I'm not moving for a very long time. And my father won't be able to live with us, which means he'll be, I don't know where he'll be for the rest of the years because that's where we'll be because I'm not moving again. And I'm not going to a place to get evicted again. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing what people want me to do. I'm going to do what I think is best for my family. And what I think is best is best. I'm not going to put my mom in a nursing home or an old folks home. That is dumb. I'm not going to send my mom to a shelter that is dangerous for women because the police told us and have to worry about if my mom's okay while I'm here sleeping out of a car. I am not going to do it. I understand how you guys feel and you're concerned for my mother, but please, you're making it seem like I don't care because I'm not the one who chose for her. I said, if people keep bothering me with this, I'm going to have to force you to go to a shelter. She got mad because she said I'm not going. I don't know what to do, okay? I'm not going to force somebody who is old enough to make decisions for themselves go where they want to. Please stop. Just know that I'm working towards things and I don't have to tell the internet anything. I can talk about other people and focus on my situation as well. Please stop. I keep my phone on standby and ready, so I have to pay my phone bill. I have to buy hygiene, feminine products, and pants. I go through pants like crazy because sometimes I buy new pants and then, if I can't, it's a hard time for my brother to take us to go wash because he's busy. He's doing a lot of things to make the money so we can have things. Sometimes I can't control what he does with his money and he might not spend it this way, but, it's very difficult. This money I get from TikTok really helps me, but, it's like, I don't know. Like next year, right? There's some exciting things that is going to happen. I want my mom to be able to enjoy herself but then people are going to say, well, you're doing this, but you spent all this money, but you're not working on getting a place because I am not going to hear it next year when something happens because I already said I'm working on it. Please leave me alone. Because I'm not going to hear it when I make these decisions to do whatever it is that I choose to do while having to tell y'all I'm waiting to get this document. I have to go see if we have this document in stores, blah, 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 blah. I am not going to hear from people saying, you're going to go spend your money on this, but you're in this. Don't come at me for my situation because it's taking time. I hate real life interactions with people. It's just like when I was going through a situation and my car was locked, like I thought this lady was going to find me, but she wasn't. I'm literally homeless. And then this person asked for a picture, which is fine. I gave them a picture, but it's just like I'm going through a situation. I'm homeless out of my car. And like all people could think is like, here, take a picture. It's weird. It's crazy. For some people, I'm not trying to say that person was rude because you wasn't rude. I don't want you to take it as you being rude, but I locked the keys in my car and I'm distressed. And then I stopped to take a photo. Like I can't mentally do this anymore if people keep messing with me. And I don't have to get off the internet. Because if I get off the internet, my family's not going to have this extra money I make from the internet to help fix the cars or get parts that I need because then I won't be making any money on the internet and this extra money greatly helps me. People like Ash Trevino do horrible things on the internet and start turning on people and blaming people and saying it's their fault when she needs to take 100% accountability. She's got 2,000 subscribers. Do you guys know how much money she made? Heffa literally admitted that someone dropped $20,000 on her. That is so crazy to me that people dropped $20K on Ash Trevino. You guys see that I'm saying I'm struggling to afford an RV, but then turn around and get mad at me for not being able to afford an RV. There's nothing I can do. I'm not going to go to a job to only then be asked to leave the next day because they're getting harassed. I just can't do it mentally and physically. Mentally, I'm not well enough to go to a job. My mentality is not, I can't be at a job mentally. The only thing I can do is go live because that's what I can do, talk about people's situations, not my own, because it's not anybody's situation. So that's the only thing I know to do. I'm not going to talk about anybody else. If I don't want to talk about certain people, I don't want to talk about certain people. I'm just talking about updates and what I see on TikTok. I'll talk about any and everything. I'll talk about nostalgic things, whatever I want to talk about. If you don't want to hear what I'm talking about, please just leave the live. There's no need for negativity. I'm already going through something enough as it is. But yeah, everybody cheered on a housekeeper that literally made $300 off of me. Let's not do this. How come people are allowed to sit off on live streams and talk about my situation and make money off of me, but yet they're not obsessed? Or, and one of them lives with their father and was literally talking about me. Can we please? Why do we allow that? How it works. We are not going to go and explain every tidbit of what I'm doing. I'm tired. I'm not explaining myself anymore. If I want to talk about somebody and updates that I see, I will. You don't want to hear it, you can leave. If you think I'm not doing anything to better my situation, please leave. Please don't, I don't have to keep explaining my situation. I can't afford a room only to be asked to leave because we can't afford it. I can't get an apartment only to not be able to afford an apartment. I can't get an RV, it's too expensive. I can't get an RV because it's too expensive, it's too much money to save. That'll be like living out of a car for 4 years because we have to save about $10,000.
She's already setting her audience up for disappointment. Tophiachu just can't help but to spend money for no reason. She's homeless in a car, looking at future events, probably some Comic-Cons, local WWE matches, some concerts, and already, yep, I'm buying that. You can't make this up. And she already knows the backlash and how bad of an idea it is, but she's like, no, forget it. Common sense and intuition, who needs those? Will and resilience? Just give me all the dopamine boosts you can. But that's not even the most ridiculous thing she says during all that. So, I just finished doing an Ashley video, and both Tophiachu and Ashley, they're so similar. They're both selfish and awful, and treat their loved ones poorly. I'd say Ashley is a little worse, but let's be real, that's just because Ashley is more social than Tophia. But why get on here and blame her for making money? Tophia is so mad that people dislike her too, but give her nothing. But give Ashley thousands so she can go and waste money and avoid her family at Disneyland. Do you guys know how bad Tophiachu wants to do that? Just abandon the rest of the Chu family and go play pretend all day. When she heard about Ashley's Disney trip, you know Tophiachu was freaking out in that car because her TikTok career never really began. And then when it comes to real work, we got a new excuse. It used to be she needed a life alert if she needed to shuffle over to the park bushes in the middle of the night because of her knees, you know? And now it's just she isn't mentally well. Has Tophia been watching Reverend News recently? He stayed unemployed for almost 3 decades with that strategy. This thought process Tophiachu has is the biggest sign of someone never having a job in their life. She's just never had one. How sweet would it be if we could just wake up and be like, you know what? Just not feeling it today and take a 3-month break. We'd all like to take a mental day off work at least, for just sometimes, you know? But it doesn't matter. Unless you can switch or have days off, you gotta go unless you want to be fired. But most people have too much to lose to just flat out quit their job for a little bit.
I had to fess up to eating McDonald's and be like, well, I couldn't only afford to eat that. And people came at me and was like, people attacked me and told me I support a G-side when that was not the case. I'm starving. If that's all I can afford, that's all I can afford. Some places are expensive. I can't go drive through the drive-thru and pick it up. I don't drive, you know? And it's crazy because it sucks, but people like Michaela can have Starbucks or whatever. You guys need to stop blaming other people for why your views are so low, saying my views are so low. Like, my views are so low and I'm not getting any samples, but people help these people get to 1 million followers. Let me tell you something. You are the reason why your views are low. Instead of complaining, why don't you go and post videos every single day and be consistent? Find something in your house that you see on TikTok Shop, search it up, review it. That's what I did. I reviewed my ring light. I got reached out by people. You have to have views and followers. If you're not putting in the work and you're complaining about other people, you're not putting in the work. People come online and say, well, I work a 9-to-5 job. I work hard. That's the bare minimum. Everybody has to work hard. And I don't like that because some people can't even get a job. So it's like assuming people are not working hard, considering the fact that it was exposed that Miss Trevino still works at the dentist's office where she says she wasn't going to work at, that she still works there. So she has a 9-to-5 job while doing social media, which they're trying to get her fired from her job. Someone took a picture of her at her job and it was recent because the nails were recent to the time of the same nails that she had. So instead of complaining about your views being low, get up, get active, review products, keep pushing, or else you're not going to get where you need to get. You're missing out on a lot of money. Trust me. Push yourself to do it and you will get there. It doesn't seem like you're putting work into your account if you're complaining about Ashley Trevino. Like, I'm sorry, no shade, but instead of worrying about what they got going on, worry about you. She built her platform off of not being a good person. It's not going to last. Remember, TikTok is being banned. She can't build her platform everywhere else, right? My platform was not built off of people. I wasn't built for the wrong reasons, right? People followed me because they me a little bit, but it was because my boss started videos. But you know, she can't say the same thing. Let me tell you something. Misery loves company. She's turning on Santos that made her turn on Miss Gold, and now she's got nobody. Eventually, the platform that she built for the wrong reasons is not going to last. You guys think that building platforms for the wrong reasons are not going to last. When TikTok is banned, she could probably go somewhere else and go live and do her shenanigans, but people are not really going to F with her like that. To be truthfully honest, when you build your platform for the wrong reasons, it is not going to last and for long.
McDonald's. Just like Wings has his Wendy's chili, Tophiachu has her triple quarter pounders at McDonald's. Only Tophiachu would get canceled for eating at McDonald's. Has she not realized yet people are going to cancel her just because it leads to funny moments like this? If there's some drama on TikTok about McDonald's, which Tophiachu for sure got involved in for no reason, why would she admit to eating it, like, at all? All it's going to do is cause her problems. She doesn't even use her face cam. The only reason anyone knows what the inside of her car looks like is because of trolls. How would anyone know if she's eating it at all? If she got caught at the drive-thru, all she'd have to say is, Mickey D's has Mama Chu's favorite bushes, and problem solved, we'd all believe it. But nah, it's better when Tophiachu just refuses to help herself. And then, as a content creator, Tophiachu is complaining about a feature that only promotes content. Like, Tophia, think about it. If other people are following you and they have friends, that means your videos are being exposed to people who may have no idea who you are. I mean, I'm not sure why Tophiachu blew up in the first place. Maybe you can tell me in the comments, because her just reviewing some plants and some other things around her house, you know, that just doesn't seem real. But oh no, what am I saying? Tophiachu knows all about TikTok. How is she gonna tell someone to stop being lazy? You're the same person who slept through their car, which is technically your home, getting broken into, and you woke up and realized what was going on but just went back to sleep. That'll never not be insane to me. That Tophiachu is so lazy, it bypasses all of her survival instincts. And then while she's telling this person that they're lazy, she slips up and mentions that Ashley Trevino still works a 9 to 5 while making bank on TikTok. And Ashley gets drunk 5 out of 7 days of the week. I have 20-year-old hangovers. They can be pretty bad sometimes. I can only imagine some 30-plus-year-old hangovers. If Ashley can do that, Tophia, so can you. How could she think that was a good idea to upload that? It's like Ashley is just one-upping you every single step of the way, but Tophiachu still somehow thinks she's the better person.
Damn, I don't like Ted DiBiase. That's one guy that I really hated. Besides the AEW, which I don't really watch AEW. I was hoping for Undertaker, but since he's a Trump supporter, not anymore. No. Or Kane, but I don't like Kane anymore either. Now Mick Foley, thank you for the galaxy. We got a galaxy. I should be like Rocky, do. Start punching a slab of meat.
Free now.
Rocky, or however it goes. Or the Eye Tiger, be like, do.
Okay, guys, for another galaxy, my daughter will do jumping jacks. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't say that, because they'll really send one.
No.
Do it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, they're really saying that. Do it. I will do jumping jacks if someone sends a galaxy. No lie. I don't have to. I don't have a choice.
No, if you said you wasn't, they sent it. That's their problem.
I would have
Wouldn't it
to.
be?
Look, they sent a galaxy. Now I have to do jumping jacks. Thank you, Mom.
I didn't pay for you to do it. Watch, she's gonna do it for you guys.
I have to do Rocky. I'm just kidding. I can't do it though. I can't. It's hard.
You did it. Okay.
Yeah, but because I can't even do this.
You
man.
did. You did
But I
it.
still have to do a bunch. I can't do this, you guys.
And for the next galaxy, no, I'm just kidding. I'm
Don't-
not gonna say anything else.
Don't do that.
I'll do jumping jack. No, I can't today.
You'll be like,
No, I know what happened. My left side's not working right.
I don't know. Hit the quan. Hit the quan. I can't do that one. I don't know how it goes. People want to dab it up, but they can't get numb from it. At least I had. Hit the quan. Hit the quan. Isn't that where it's from? Or maybe I could do the Soldier Boy. Where it's like Soldier Boy, Superman, that. Oh. That's how it goes. Or the you have to jump though. I am not gonna do that.
What?
There's a guy screaming like crazy. He's like, he's just screaming.
That's what I heard. It sounded like a car screech.
No, it's a guy, he's screaming.
You see the guy?
No, he's probably in the ditch. Because there's a guy that was in the ditch. One girl said she bought chicken nuggets for Taco Bell and she said don't buy any because her stomach got messed up. Like she had bad
I don't
stomach
know. We
pains.
used to eat. What's that roast beef place?
Arby's?
Arby's all the time. And when we was in this last room, it made me sick whenever we ate it.
Oh, because we ate the Good Burger meal.
Yeah,
The
but I
Good
wonder
Burger
if the
too.
roast beef sandwich would make me sick.
Thank you for the gift points. Everyone's homeless. Is that what someone said? Or I don't know what they said. It sounded like they said everyone's homeless. On everyone's soul.
And then they used to make a wicked Arby's sandwich. I mean, loaded it. And now you got this little flat, looks like a ham sandwich.
It's a fluffy dog. It looks like he just got his hair cut. Oh no, something happened. Here he comes. He's walking this way. Hold on, guys.
Catch all power. Pew!
It's been a while since I watched wrestling. I have no idea who's on AEW at all, but I do know who Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man, is. I'm not surprised at all. Tophiachu hated this guy. Some dude flaunting his wealth. You know Tophia and Papachu was screaming at the TV on those Monday nights. And how is Tophia going to be in her 30s and still actively hating wrestlers she did as a kid? I remember hating Randy Orton as a kid. He was the worst. And then I got older and realized he was just good at his job. How could you dislike them anymore? Normally, it brings an appreciation. But nah, Tophiachu is just a hater. Just look how she's treating Mamachu. After Mamachu basically got them a galaxy donation.
There's so many people at the park. Man, I want to go over there. Now we can't. But I gotta let this car run. My car is clean. This is my mom's stuff. Which, yeah. We have to organize the whole car. That's what's the problem. It's literally a whole field. It's not a park with kids. It's literally people playing soccer and grown adults and benches. Which she can move, but it's just her side. That's the problem. And my leg is hurting. So, yeah, okay. Whoever was in the comment section saying Albuquerque's getting a bad rep literally does not watch TV because Neil Patrick Harris shouted us out at one of the award shows, which I believe was the Oscars or the Academy Awards. So let's not say that Albuquerque's getting a bad rep because of me. First of all, it's so weird that people are like, I don't even know her. I've never seen her and I've lived her. Like, bro, nobody cares. Your side characters. Then on top of that, all the other shelters are trash. And the assistants, there is no help. You're legit side characters who want to be seen, right? it's so crazy. Like, I lived in Albuquerque and I never knew she lived here. Like, okay, so what if you live in Albuquerque? What does that got to do with anything? Why do people got to be like, Albuquerque's getting such a bad rep because of her? No, Albuquerque is a horrible, shitty place that has nothing but tent cities everywhere and homeless people vandalizing buildings and small businesses because they don't have anything better to do than to rob people, right? Because who knows who could have robbed me? It might have not been the internet, but since someone wanted to brag about robbing me and showing photos, then of course I'm going to go off of that. But homeless people still, they vandalize businesses that aren't even theirs. It's so bad, like to the point I'm homeless and they're not doing anything about helping homeless people. Let's really talk about how Albuquerque has been called shitty for the longest time, and it had nothing to do with me. Like, it is so crazy considering you guys don't even talk about John Bones Jones always being drunk downtown, getting arrested. That's not even the other stuff, the corruption that goes on within our government, how we're still not getting any help, and that money's supposed to go to homeless people, help people, but yet they don't care about helping the homeless people, because let the homeless people run amok and damage small businesses that aren't theirs, which is why a lot of small businesses are shutting down because the vandalism, and they can't afford to keep afloat because of that. But you want to blame me. There's so much I could talk about this trash city, right? And I have to be stuck and live here because I can't afford to move out of the city, right? People say, why don't you move out of the city? It's not feasible for us to move. Everything's just so gosh darn expensive. And then on top of that, like I said, when you constantly get harassed from one place to another, and it's like, they're like, you can't be parked there, you can't be parked here. It's like constant harassment from police for being homeless.
Now we're back at how Tophiachu doesn't ruin Albuquerque's reputation, and she has solid proof this time. Since Neil Patrick Harris shouted the city out during an award show, Tophiachu, she's in the clear now. She was worried for a second, but Neil pulled through for her. Now, if this is brought to his attention via Twitter and, he retracts his statement, well, some good things actually happen in this world every now and then. Or maybe Neil will pull a Harold and Kumar and show the Chew Cruiser how to really party. And Tophia, I doubt a lot of men want to confront John Jones about being a menace in their city. There's probably a John Jones task force in the police department, and he's probably undefeated against them as well. I hate to say it, but people are going to blame you over him every single time when it comes to Albuquerque's problems.
I can't see. Mom, put your flashlight on. I need your flashlight.
What?
Your flashlight.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
I need to pull
I
it.
don't have mine. I don't know where it's at.
Scroll down. No. It's not an app. You gotta go. Nuts.
My other phone's not going on.
My mom needs a warm place to. She isn't gonna sleep like that. First of all, you don't even know what I'm doing, so I would suggest not suggesting things, guys. I'm not trying to be rude, but I do need to explain this. My situation is my situation, and I'm not gonna talk about what I'm doing in my situation because of the fact I'm being. What makes you think I would tell you if I was getting a house or if I was getting anything? And what makes you think we're gonna be here for a long time? Explain it. I'm working on something else before I get the house. I'm not going to wait to get the house because once we get that document, it's not going to be easy to buy a house. You do have to remember that it takes a while just to even secure a house when you're buying one. So that's a thing. And plus, people fail to realize I lived in a house twice, meaning that I know how much money it costs for lights and things like that. My parents were renting to own a house. People literally sit here and say, I hope you have money for this in your house. I hope you have money for house insurance. Like, literally, I know what the process is of owning a house. Especially, we were renting a house once, but we were also renting to own a house. So I know the expenses, although the expenses are different from 2021 to now. Oh, you know what I've been seeing? I've been seeing dead shop stores. Where in Albuquerque do they have one? I need are they called dead shops? Okay, so dead shop stores are stores that sell vintage toys and things, like vintage Disney stuff, like Jonas Brothers, Hannah Montana, Brat stuff. Like, I've been seeing dead shop stores so much on my For You page. It's crazy. So I said, let me try to look one up here. We don't have one, or if we do, I don't know. They had a Bratz pinata. They had a Victoria's pinata, and I was like, unopened mystery boxes from the early 2000s, belts that have the stars on them, like the pink belts with the glitter stars. I was like, bro, Hannah Montana stuff, glasses, Jonas Brothers stuff. I was like, you could not. And then I looked up and I said, I clicked in Albuquerque, this girl, and I said, hey, where's that at? Because it looked like downtown. It was not in Albuquerque. It was not even in New Mexico. Who is giving me money to go to a concert? Are you crazy? Maybe just don't assume that if I'm talking about a concert, don't you think that I would have everything together before I go to a concert? So if I'm talking about a concert, that must mean that I'm working towards getting my stuff together. So don't assume I'm not going to have any stable living situation or a living situation in general before I go to a concert. What is your problem? This is not John Madden, okay? We are not playing NFL, okay? I'm not giving you a play-by-play of what I'm doing. I'm not explaining myself anymore. I've already said it. So if you think I'm going to a concert without having a living situation, you must be crazy. But I'm just going to, you know, enjoy life. Why am I gonna, even if I have a living situation, why should I have to sit around and be miserable? I want to travel again. I want to go. I don't want to be stuck. You know, I'm not a miserable person. I just said I have exciting things coming in 2025 pertaining to my personal situation. So how does that make me miserable? I'm not miserable. I just said I have exciting things coming. So how does that make, I am happy. I'm not miserable. That's what when I get a house too, I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know what places we have. We probably have an IKEA. I don't know if we do for furniture, because I'm like, how do you order your furniture? Like, well, let's say like you have a house and you closed on it. Like, because you can't order furniture before you know if you've got your house, right? If you bought a house. So I'm like, how should I order my furniture? So that way it's there so I'm not sleeping on the floor. Although we might have to sleep on the floor until our furniture comes in. But the thrift shop does have good furniture, because my dad used to get some furniture from Goodwill. But the issue being is I want to get brand new beds, which I think I can order from Amazon, you know, and have them set it up, because there's people you can pay to set up stuff. That's what I think. I think there's some nice beds on Amazon. You can't afford anything. I'm not even gonna say it.
As soon as this segment opens up, Tophia is demanding Mama Chu around, being the big boss Mama Chu sees her as, and Mama Chu just has to take it. She knows how close she is to Ben and Papa Chu's situation, and she just couldn't handle that kind of stress. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that cough isn't good, but Tophiachu doesn't care. Even when they're on live stream, and she could catch some flack for it. Not saying that's a good way to live, but could you imagine if the cameras wasn't there, or how she treats her when they're not on camera? And for the most part, it seems like Tophiachu and Mama Chu have a decent time together. Tophiachu really has to learn to appreciate what she has while she has it. Maybe that would build some urgency, because what does Tophiachu realistically think is going to happen without getting a job in their situation? It's not going to improve unless Brother Chu is really pulling some serious weight, and maybe because we never see him in the car during the lives, so that might be the case. And if it is, how low is that? Sitting in the car for 24 hours a day, laughing and joking with Mama Chu, screaming at her phone while she still might kick Mama Chu out at any moment, while Brother Chu is out working 15 hours a day trying to get you guys a house to live in. And if he succeeds, you know Tophiachu will be bragging about it on live stream, about how the house is because of her, even though she spent all of her money at a Disney discount store.
Yeah, I don't remember what my GPA was, because I know they have a thing for like seniors or something. I don't know what it was. So what it was is that whoever got straight A's their senior year, they had this event where you can draw a ticket and win a car. You had a chance in a raffle to win a car. You don't have to pay for the raffle. You just go and they give you a ticket, and you have a possibility of winning a raffle. I mean, of winning a car. But my dad at the time, what happened was that he said it was not about making money. It was a waste of time to go and try to win a car. I wasn't going to win anyways. And I was like, how would you know? You don't know if I'm going to win a car or not. And it's free. It was a free event. It was a special event for seniors from every high school who graduated with straight A's for a possibility to win a car, had a position in student government. We had to go to class at like 6. So we had to take early classes. If you were like vice president, if you were president, if you had like a position, right, you had to go. So anyways, then I couldn't go in the mornings because my dad said I was failing classes, which I was, but they put me in the wrong class. That's why. So then I failed chemistry and I had to like quit. I just had to quit. He said, you have to quit because you're failing classes. And I had to be passing classes to do that class anyways. My prom, I always wanted to go to prom because I always loved that movie Pretty in Pink. And if you know anything about the movie Pretty in Pink, in the movie when Andy's like, Andy's friend is like, I figured it was side effects from not going to prom. Like, I always thought I would regret. Like, oh, I didn't go to prom. You know, I never went to my prom. And I would have side effects of not going to prom. You know, that type of thing. But I went to enough dances in high school where I'm not bothered if I didn't go to prom because I went to, like, almost every dance except prom. And if it wasn't about making money, then I couldn't do it. I almost didn't graduate. My dad said, you can't graduate because they wanted $300 for the cap and gown, right? It was a thing that seniors had to pay $300 for their cap and gown. We couldn't afford that at the time. My parents were broke. We were about paying $2,000 in bills for this house. But the issue being is that my dad said if it wasn't about making money, we couldn't go. I remember my dad bought me a table at Goodwill because he wanted me to read this book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and he forced me to read business books. And he told me I had to know about every rich person. He would ask us who was the world's richest. It was obsessive. He was obsessed of being like, one of us had to be rich, right? See, my brother's really good at electronics. My brother is really good at electronics. So what he would do is he would flip-flop. He would say, well, your brother's going to work on computers. You have to do stocks. Like, I didn't have a choice of what I wanted to do, even though I wanted to own a restaurant. He would tell me the restaurants are oversaturated. There's too many restaurants. You don't want to own a restaurant because it's not worth it. It's oversaturated. There's too many of them. Just do stocks. Like, this is where the money is. Then he would say, you don't have to do it. Because then at first my brother was going to a school where he was in a mechanic class. So he knew how to somewhat work on cars. He has his license in brakes. He can do brakes. That's what he can do. So then my dad would be like, oh, you don't have to do stocks. Your brother's going to do it. So he would force my brother. And then he would say, your brother's going to be a mechanic. So he can't do stocks. Somebody's going to have to learn. I need you to do it because, you know, he was always, man, I don't want to be like famous to the point where I need bodyguards or security, because the way he was talking, he was like, you're going to have a bodyguard. When you go somewhere with a guy or somewhere, you go on a date, your bodyguard's going to have to be with you at all times. At the time, he did have a business he was running. And he also has an LLC where he has a licensed record label. He was trying to run a record label that was going to have rap, rock, gospel, country, hip hop. He was trying to do another record label, and he had some artists with him. He actually put on an event where he had his artists perform, and he has some really good rappers, some really good talented artists, but that didn't work out, and it fell through because he didn't get as much turnout as he wanted to for the event. But it was called Tophiachu Hit City. He named it after me. It's THC Records, Tophiachu Hit City, not THC like the substance. So, but anyways, he did get it registered. He paid to register, but it just didn't work out. So then he was saying, like, when we become rich, you're gonna have to go to a private school. You will no longer, he said, you won't be able to live a normal life and go to a public school. We had to know everything about who is the world's richest. He would sit there and rant for hours. To be truthfully honest with you, there's some videos that I wish weren't out there, but they are. And I know someone's gonna find them somewhere, probably resurface. My dad used to force us to stand in the background while he talked about the government and posted it on YouTube. Some guy made a whole article on him saying, what this guy is saying is the truth. You guys need to listen to him. This guy is incredible. But the only thing I don't like is he has his family standing in the background, all weird. Like, my dad was not on his medication, so we couldn't say no. He literally took pictures. He literally made us hold up money and take pictures. He told me to put my hat on because at that time I used to have a snapback, a UNM snapback hat that I bought because I was going to UNM at the time. So he bought me this hat. And he said, stand there and take a picture in your hat. I didn't have a say. I would tell him no, and he would get mad. So me and my mom and my brother both had to stand there and take pictures. I remember one time we didn't get ready, and I just threw on whatever I had, and I went to Walmart with him, and he drugged us to take pictures. And my mom said no, because, you know, at that time Walmart used to have where you could take the family photos. And so then we were forced to take those photos, which is the photos that he has. And my mom didn't like those. She always said, I hate those photos because we were not dressed for family photos.
This dump of suppressed emotions really caught me off guard. When Tophia first started talking, it kind of shined some light on her backstory for me and why she might be like this. Obviously, there's no excuse for her bad behavior and refusal to work. You just can't be an adult and live like that. But for once, when a Lolcow told their backstory, I wasn't like, yep, explains everything, you know, in a bad way. I was like, oh man, Tophiachu might have had a chance if she wasn't raised by Papachu and all of his madness. I mean, probably not, but maybe. Even Tophia's comments were roasting her at first, but you can go back and watch. They slowly quit roasting her as they listen to this story and start apologizing. I've never seen anything like it. And everyone who spoke about Tophia has normally mentioned how horrible it would be living with Papachu, but when Tophiachu explains the reality, it gets way more horrifying. He was controlling every aspect of their life, all of them, because he's upset with his position in his life. And it's Papachu. He's got his own problems, we all know that, but really, Toph never had a shot. She wasn't allowed to grow as a person. It's no wonder her entire family is so attached to one another. It seems like this was caused by Papachu a long time ago.
Because he was not on his medication, he was taking testosterone pills. And if you know anything about that, that was even worse. That was making him worse. He was taking testosterone pills on top of not taking his pills. So the testosterone pills was making him worse than what he was. And it was a bad time. I had holes in my shoes because at that time I was 18. I couldn't get a job because I was making sure my mom was all right. My dad's not a horrible person, mind you. When he's on his medication, he's fine. So then he was taking these testosterone pills that was really making his mood even way worse than what it was. And I remember it was like 2 miles or a mile. It was a far walk from my house to this gas station. And when he needed cigarettes, he needed cigarettes. And we had to walk all the way there to get, because he would get his disability check. And then we had to walk home, and I had holes in my shoes because at that time I was 18. I couldn't work because I was having issues with my father. It was very difficult. We lived way on the west side, which was out in the middle of nowhere. I would get stickers because, you know, it's in the desert. There's like these stickers. I had holes in my shoes. I didn't have socks at that time because most of my socks had holes in them. I got stickers on my foot. I would tell him like, look, my shoes have holes in them. Well, I don't care. You're gonna go get me these cigarettes, because he had a smoking problem that was bad, a very, very bad smoking problem.
And the funniest part was she was click-clacking her heels, saying, "No place like home. Ain't no place like home."
I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
How's it going, homies? After Brother Chu got exposed, you'd expect Tophia to dive head first and start arguing with anybody and everybody. But besides from a few mentions of it here and there, Tophiachu basically refuses to bring it up. Even though there's a lot of comments asking her about it throughout her live streams, plenty of people are curious about what's going on with that situation, but she flat out refuses to answer anyone. All of that extra pressure has began to build up, leaving Tophia angrier than normal. She has been so mad these past couple of days, worse than she's been in weeks. Mama Chu keeps exposing Tophia as well, making things just a little bit worse. The dynamic in the Chu Cruiser is slowly falling apart. I don't think I've seen it this bad in a long time.
Stuff in it, and
Actually, you're supposed to eat a salad plain. If you add dressing like ranch dressing or any type of dressing, that adds calories to your salad. And nobody is eating a plain salad. Nobody. You ain't gonna sit here and tell me you would eat a salad plain. You wouldn't. You have to add stuff to it.
the only way you're gonna lose weight is if you do it on your own, smaller portion.
And it's not even that. What some people eat to lose weight, right? What some people eat to lose weight is not what works for everybody's body, because your body is different from someone else. Somebody could eat greens. They could drink those green drinks and lose weight, but someone could drink those green drinks and it doesn't work for them. I had 15 plates. Did I have 15 plates at Golden Corral?
No.
That's crazy.
I'm the one that had all those plates because I had to have a salad.
You didn't have 15 plates.
Not 15, but there was a lot of, I had 3 plates at the table in that photo, if they're talking about the photo, and you and your brother had 1.
I don't know why you share photos. I asked you not to do that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I know I'm not skinny. Where did I say I was skinny?
Oh, we know that.
Duh. Like, that's wild. Yesterday, I was like, since we had the money, I was like, let's go have some chicken wings, because I want to try their chicken
I don't know
wings.
the issue with them on the fast food. And then we cook. We get a room and we cook, and they don't even know how to cook. It looks like
Literally,
shit.
my mom was told by the doctor that she was cooking healthy stuff when I was younger. I never said McDonald's was healthy, because if you watch Super Size Me, you would know McDonald's is not healthy. That guy ate McDonald's for a whole month every single day, and we saw what happened to him. He was tired. You notice when you eat fast food how you're immediately tired right away? You're exhausted? Where did I say McDonald's was healthy? I'm not trying to eat healthy. I don't give a fuck. You're mad that I don't give a fuck.
When Tophiachu said nobody has ever ate a salad without dressing, I was like, I guess by the Chu math, I was the one person left out of the equation, because I used to never eat salads with dressing until I discovered raspberry vinaigrette and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, I don't think it really matters what you're putting on a salad, unless of course you're going overboard. As long as you're eating at a calorie deficit, eating something somewhat healthy, and exercising 4 or 5 days out of the week, a majority of people are going to see progress. And I know it's the new year, and a fair amount of people probably have getting healthier as a goal of theirs. If you subscribe to the channel, you got this, homie. But Tophiachu, not so likely, because she'd rather complain how hard it is and blame someone else for her problems. You know how she is about getting a job. It's always someone else's fault, or just a little too hard for her. She misses the days when she could probably just lie about that stuff. It's too bad now Mama Chu is just sitting right next to her, dry snitching the whole time. When Tophiachu was like, we didn't have that many plates at the Golden Corral, Mama Chu was like, oh Tophia, you know we had a lot of plates. I posted it to beat the trolls. Tophiachu couldn't believe it. Then she starts trying to spin another narrative, and Mama Chu just shuts that facade down too. Tophiachu didn't know what to do. She just had to shut Mama Chu down one way or the other, and she went for the true and honest way for a Lolcow. Tophiachu basically gave her the "I'd really prefer if you'd be quiet," just the Chu version of it. And even though Tophia is doing more sweeping over Brother Chu's recent allegations than she ever has with a real broom, I give it a week before Mama Chu exposes everything about it.
How do I shower? Well, I go over there to the ditch.
Yeah, we jump in there and wash up.
There's a river. You know the Rio Grande River? So there's a ditch by my grandma's house. There's this ditch. And the Rio Grande River is by her house. So I run to the river and I take a river bath. And I do the river dance. Do the river dance. Do the river dance.
No,
I'm just kidding.
We just go to the sink and throw water on ourselves. And people watch. Tomorrow it'll be posted. That's what we do. That's how these people are. They believe everything you say, Tophia. They'll go running tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be all these videos of you claiming that you throw water on yourself in a sink.
Yeah.
Mama Chu said they do, so it's true.
What sink, though? They're stupid. How would we throw water on ourselves at a sink when there's no sink to do that? Burberry Brit, I might have to. There's a lot of really nice smelling perfumes from the TikTok shop, but like I said, I don't have a place right now to really order things because I'd have to like travel to the post office, and I don't want to have to keep going to the post office to get stuff. So when I have a place, it'll be nicer because I can have it ordered to the door, right? But for now, I have to go get it, and I don't want to get any perfumes because I like perfumes. I would rather prefer body mist because they have bigger bottles and they last longer. Beauty products with no home. How else am I supposed to wash? I can't go to a shower without body wash. I have to have body wash, duh. Beauty products with no home. And I was gonna buy a lip scrub when I was in a place, dummy. Not here now. I'm not buying a lip scrub now. I meant when I was in a place somewheres. I remember when I trained at Goodbyes, this lady was like, "You smell really good." And I was like, "Thank you," because I pride myself in hygiene. And so yeah, but to me, I was like, because you know, when I use it, I don't really smell it, if that makes sense. I feel like the scent doesn't last long, so I'm like, you know, okay.
I can't use a strong perfume, that's why with my asthma.
Yeah, strong scented perfumes and stuff like that really affects people with asthma. So, one of the things that I do have to get is a camera for YouTube because I gotta start posting on YouTube soon. If TikTok gets banned, I'm gonna do the Reddit story, so yeah, you know. But I can't talk about some of the other things because that's personal and private. But if I talk about getting a camera, people are going to be like, "Why are you getting a camera when you're not getting a place?" And then I can't explain everything else because, you know. So yeah, I'm just going to. There's a lot that I'm doing. But when it comes to cell phones, like my mom doesn't have a newer iPhone. I believe her iPhone is an iPhone 8. I have an iPhone 13 because I bought it for like $600 refurbished on Back Market because Back Market sells refurbished phones. So for me, I bought even my my Chromebook is refurbished. All of my electronics are like secondhand. Like my Xboxes, I didn't buy those brand new, and the Xboxes I had that got stolen, and then my Switch, obviously someone gave that to me, but I didn't buy a lot of this stuff brand new. Like my tablet I got at the thrift store, you know. I don't buy a lot, like, actually, all of my cell phones were not brand new, except when I got one at Metro PCS.
You know what? Tophia might just need to go jogging or something while she streams. I mean, I'm down for it to continue because it's funny, but Mama Chu does nothing but bring extra petty drama to these streams. I've seen the comments, and you know, I haven't gotten many to any comments about how Tophiachu is able to bathe. But leave it to Mama Chu to bring it to the forefront, and she says something too plausible, it makes sense. Then, you know, Tophiachu is making a joke like we use the local stream. So even though Tophia and Mama Chu are laughing and deflecting, it's the most likely theory that they probably do just use the sink or maybe the stream, you know, if they do at all. Mama Chu has really pushed them into a corner. Unless Nova's sneaking into Toph's DMs again, trying to sweet talk her, he might mention those trucker showers Nova loves so much. And when Tophiachu was training at the Goodbye, I don't know what's more unbelievable. She was attempting to work somewhere, or that a woman told her that. Both of those seem equally unlikely. I think if the story is true, maybe it was a backhanded compliment, but Tophiachu has been so isolated since her school years, she can't even recognize it anymore. This is also giving me reminders to the Final Fantasy house. I could see Tophia been one of those people who think that spraying body spray over something is as good as cleaning it. And what is it with her buying the most useless things? She's already been hit up by the trolls once. But since then, Tophia has bought another Xbox, now a camera, and a Switch. The Switch is the only reasonable thing in my opinion with the situation she's in, and apparently she didn't even buy that. It probably never even crossed her mind. And the next situation Tophia finds herself in was wild. I almost couldn't believe it, homies. You gotta check this one out.
I had a weird interaction with someone on it was like there's OfferUp and then there's Let Go. It was Let Go, but Let Go merged with OfferUp and there's no longer Let Go. And this guy was selling an iPhone, right? So I was like, okay, someone said I had these Nikes that I was trying to sell because they don't fit me. I got them at the flea market, but because I really like them, but brand new and they don't fit. I couldn't walk in them. And I know you have to get used to walking in shoes when you first buy them, but there was something about those shoes that I just couldn't wear them, so I tried selling them. One girl said, oh, I'll trade you an iPhone for these, because sometimes, you know, people will do deals. And then it was like they started saying, you thought, stupid. Like, I don't know, it was way before all of this was going on social media. So there was this one guy, right? And he was like, he was gonna sell me an iPhone or something. I said, like, every time I have money, you know, I was like, let me just buy an iPhone or something, because I need a phone. And so then this guy had made some sort of a deal, but what he said was, you have to come give me I can't say it on TikTok because PG-13, and I'll give you an iPhone. And I said, what the hell is wrong with you? I said, no, you must be crazy. And he goes, what? I guess you don't get an iPhone. I was like, you gotta be crazy. You know, I can't say it because PG-13. And so I was like, you must be out of your, it's like, he was just some random dude, because obviously on Let Go, I don't like, you can choose to have your profile picture or not, so he didn't really know what I looked like. So obviously he was like, I was like, nah, and then he ended up getting taken down. Well, actually, I don't remember if I had my profile picture on Let Go, because I was on Let Go a lot because I had an account because I bought stuff. The only person that could bring myself down is myself. There's only so long before you can live in your sadness that you have to get up and get going. You have to say, I'm gonna do it. Today is going to be my day. I'm gonna seize the day and I'm gonna take it. And that's what I was gonna say too, to the Michaela situation, is that one thing we do have to understand is how people get so mad when you don't tell them your business. And trust me, I am personally going through it, because it is the fact that y'all are so mad she won't tell you her business. Like, people are so mad I won't tell them my business, because there was one time, or it's now, like, people say, oh, you're not doing anything to get out of your situation. Where are your priorities? Because you assume. I'm not gonna tell you my situation and what I'm doing to get out of it. I want you to believe I'm not doing anything, because why would I tell you any of my information so you could dox me? Like, it's so crazy. People get so mad you won't tell them your business, but then say you tell them all your business. How do people come on the internet, ask for money, and act so nasty towards the people they're asking money for, and expect to get any type of money? This is crazy.
I want to know why you did this to me.
I'm just saying. I'm just really, really saying, like, it shouldn't bother you that much unless you are one. I'm just saying. I really am. And let me tell you something. You better get on this Dochi wave. Because Dochi out here, Dochi be spitting, okay? I was like, man, if there's like a top somewhere, Dochi up there. Also, thank you all for 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. I mean, it's not much compared to other people, but thank you. I appreciate it. 4,000 subscribers. We're almost to 100K on my backup too. So thank you. I think we're close to 90K, or we might be at 90K. But yeah, I thank you guys, and I appreciate it so much.
If you have money just to straight up buy a phone, why are you on the sketchiest website possible? I know she wants a deal and eBay would be difficult, even though I'd imagine you could ship to your local post office and have them hold it for you. But Tophia isn't putting that much effort in. She's exhausted. Could you imagine how hard it is not to do anything all day? I couldn't even imagine it. But still, just go to a phone store instead of possibly getting yourself involved in a dangerous situation like this. What if he just withheld that last bit of information and dropped it on you when you pulled up? Tophia lies in bed through robberies. I don't want to know what she'd do in that scenario. But she just brushes it off. Mama Chu probably laughed about it with her, and she probably kept scrolling for a new buyer. Forgot all about it. She then ends the live and starts another one up the next day, just wondering why your audience expects her to talk about her dramas all the time, and that's because that's all they know from her. When it comes to other cows like Cyrax, he thinks he's performing some amazing show, and when he's on panel, his delusions tell him he's defending his right to be an artist, or whatever he's feeling that week. Or Daniel Larson, who has a similar delusion as Cyrax, but instead he's more focused on a specific individual. What I'm saying is they all have a driving force of why they're online. Tophiachu doesn't at all. All she has is complaining about her situation, and if she loses that, what does she really have? Well, I guess people tuning in to see what the rest of the crazy Chu crew is up to, she'll always have that.
So this video came across my For You page, and what do you know? I already knew someone was going to mention me in the comments. Sure enough, they did, about TikTok bakers. If that's the case, then Jeffree Star is a TikTok baker for asking for gifts to win battles because he makes loads of money. He's a millionaire. Why are we calling people that are literally battling for gift points TikTok bakers? That is so weird. And considering the fact that someone said to make a video about me, that's an AI generated text video. It's someone who put low effort into the video to talk about TikTok bakers to then proceed to make money. If they're in the creator fund, they shouldn't be talking about awareness because it's far from awareness when they're profiting off of it. Let's be for real. I always hate accounts that pride themselves on, well, I don't know if it's an awareness account, but if you're going to talk about TikTok bakers and you're making a video over 1 minute, then you shouldn't be allowed to be talking about TikTok bakers while also profiting in the creator fund. That's like me saying like Lisa Richards, you know, which we all know is the top one, and then talk about like Marty Mendoza and have the nerve to talk about Ashley Trevino while making money off of them. You're not bringing awareness, you're just making money off of them. If I was in the creator fund talking about people begging on TikTok, that is so weird considering the fact that you are asking a video with low effort, because I can go make a video like that in like 5 seconds and make money off of talking about TikTok beggars. I don't know why TikTok allows videos like that, but this video came across my For You page, as one video does when it's about me, and it was basically my father cussing out the cost at the beginning. The reason why he's not on his medication and he's acting the way he is because the VA hasn't been very helpful. We've tried to contact the VA and tell him, hey, look, he won't go in there. Like, we cannot get him to go in there because they want him to go in there himself. They won't take him in there. They're not helping us. One of the people that called said he's going to try to get him in there. But he explained to us why he has to put himself in there. And we explained he won't do that. I had 0 subscribers when I went on this account. Well, actually, yeah, I started from like little subscribers and now look, I have 193. I didn't have that much subscribers, so you think I care? I didn't go live yesterday because I don't want to. Plus, yeah, I didn't go live yesterday. I obviously do. First of all, if I cared, I wouldn't be going live. Me and other people are different. Other people talk about it because they care. If I cared that much, I wouldn't be on live stream, to be honest with you. Like how other people say, send me a line or I'm gonna leave. Yeah, clearly you care. You know, here's the thing, right? People wouldn't be talking about me losing subs if they didn't care. Why are you watching that? Why are you paying attention to me losing subs? That shows you care. It's really weird. Like, why are you paying attention to me losing subs? It just like, why do you pay attention to a lot of things? It's just weird. You wouldn't pay attention to somebody you don't care about. That's the weird thing. You watch someone you care about because you care. You know you care. That's why you watch. I don't watch someone I don't like. The only reason why Ashley Trevino stuff comes up because I have no choice. The whole internet's talking about her. Everybody. There was one person that made a video, and I was surprised because like he's on Ash Trevino TikTok. Man, she's all over TikTok.
Are you still live?
Yes.
What are you doing?
What? Mom, I'm reading something right now. Girl, I don't like you, and you just pop up. Well, Marcella, I don't give a fuck. Okay? If you don't like me, don't tell me. Close your goddamn mouth. Take your tapping fingers and get the out of my life if you don't like me. You see what's funny is, and this is not me being angry, okay? Because I can get angrier than this. You are literally telling me you don't like me while proceeding to be in my life. No one held anything to you to force you to be in this life. That's the thing, Marcella. If I pop up, you came in, so you must like me. Otherwise, don't watch me.
When it comes to begging online, I never see Tophia earn too much, so I never really think of her up there in that category of online beggars, especially when compared to someone like Lisa Richard, but from an outside perspective, it's easy to see how most people would assume that, when she's only ever complaining about her situation and money to some extent, and yeah, I could see that being dry begging, but Tophiachu is so bad at most things, and she's probably so bad at that, I don't recognize it, and most other people don't either. But jumping over to the pop Tophiachu situation, I don't think it has crossed Tophiachu's mind that the VA probably deals with a lot of people making false claims every year trying to receive benefits. They probably need a few in-person meetings to get the ball rolling. And if you can't even get Tophiachu to attend something that can only benefit him, what makes you think he'll go through with the appointments? Now, I'm not saying not to do it. I'm saying that seems like a lot of effort, and I just don't think Tophia or anyone else in that car would put in that effort, even if it is the quickest solution for Tophia and the rest of her family to get a house. And if you thought Tophia was done freaking out on her viewers, the next few clips might have been the maddest I've ever seen Tophia. Mamachu barely wanted to let out her evil villain henchman laugh. She knew better. She's seen this far too many times.
Your talents need to be put elsewhere. Your talent needs to go to your brain, to tell your brain to use your brain. Because your brain needs to be taught how to work, because it don't know how to work properly. What talents do I have? Well, I never said I had talents. Why is it when I say people don't have talents, all of a sudden it's like, what talents do you have? Like, did I say I was talented? We're not talking about me. Maybe some people's talents should be minding their business, but they don't. That's a talent that you need to really possess. How can you keep positive on something when it is bad? It depends on some places where you're at. It's beautiful. Unless you're driving down the city and you see a bunch of garbage and tents, then you know it's not beautiful. There's trash everywhere. You should have seen, I never seen just how nasty this city is until I was out when we were on the freeway and my brother drives, you know. There's bags of garbage thrown on the side of the highway, and it stays there until at least somebody decides to go around and clean the highway. There'll be like a big old piece of junk on the side of the road, and it'll still be there. And it's still probably there. There's so much garbage on like the highway on the side that it's not even funny. The amount of times, to be truthfully honest with you, and I'm gonna really tell you guys this, we had a blowout like almost 4 times because of the shit people throw on the road. The first blowout we had, we don't know what happened. All we know is I said, you had a blowout because I can smell burning. He had to pull over. His tire had a tear in it, and he just took it to the tire shop, and they said the tires were fine. So then we pulled off the freeway, and his friend helped him change it. The second blowout we had, someone threw a giant slab of concrete fell off of someone's truck, and this guy got down because he was trying to prevent someone else from having a blowout. So he tried to move the slab out of the road before someone else hit it, and he didn't make it before we hit it, and we had another blowout, and I was like, fuck, not again. And this was not even like that far apart, you know. Ooh, I'm a grown adult. My mom should not be calling me names, and I should not be calling her names. Sometimes I get angry because you're mad. I won't allow her to give any information. Maybe you should go your toe off, okay? Because do that, because that you have a better probability chance of doing that than getting any more information from me, because I'm not giving anybody any more information. So go focus on things that you actually can do. They have every right to do so. They're grown. They don't have to take shit from their parents. They could say, F you, and I don't want to ever speak to you again. Why are we sitting here saying that it's okay for parents to disrespect their kids? Especially that sometimes I say, hey, don't say that. There's a lot of things. Why should my mom have to constantly defend herself and address shit that is stupid? It's stupid. And unless you're paying her ass to get up out of this car, I don't think you should be giving any advice, because you act like I'm the one that's keeping her here. My mom is 60 years old. She's got legs. She can get up and walk. If she doesn't want to be in this situation, I said, there's a shelter, go to it. No one is forcing her to be here. That's the thing. Like, people love to sit here and blame me like if it's my fault. The same reason you're telling me to get a job is what you would do to your own mother. Let's not lie. Because if your mom forced you to pay her bills while she did nothing all day, you wouldn't like it. So let's be for real and stop putting up this facade and stop giving all this bullshit talk, because whenever you talk, it's that comes out the other end. It's nothing that is useful or helpful at all. None of your advice is helpful. There's a reason why we're still in this car, and why do I have to keep explaining it? I shouldn't have to explain myself. You believe I'm not doing something, believe it. It's so annoying. It really is. Constantly sitting here and having to explain. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. It's like a parrot repeating itself over and over again.
Tophiachu will never understand how she opens herself up to this stuff, even the small things like asking what talents someone has. Anyone with half a mind would think, well, what talents do you got when asked that, but for some reason, that doesn't compute for her. It's like when Tophia is scrolling through TikTok, feels impassioned about something, and dives headfirst into it, defending one side or the other, only to be confused when the other side is mad at her. That'd be like a political streamer confused why the opposite party to them doesn't like them at all. She involves herself in stuff that is instantly going to split people, and these issues, she doesn't even follow up on them. It only leaves her open to trolls from both sides to mess with her, and the ones who don't even really care. But Tophiachu does, and that's all that really matters. And guys, Brother Chu's been driving real reckless since they got exposed, hitting everything out there. He's treating the Chu Cruiser like the Arkham Knight Batmobile. Tophia's probably extra confused why he's driving so erratic and nervously. She's like, look Brother Chu, I got exposed for that stuff every other week, man. I deal with this all the time. You should calm down over there, it'll all pass by. But all jokes aside, well, kind of. I've always heard that Brother Chu looks exactly like Cyrax with some added shoulder rotation. But man, after the video I did with the Leaping Lemur about Brother Chu getting exposed over on his channel, it turns out he not only looks like Cyrax, but he lives like him too. Apparently even drives like Cyrax, you know, if Cyrax could ever get a license. And then back over to Tophiachu. That last rant was a rough one by Big Toph. Mama Chu coughing while Tophiachu is defending how awful she treats her mom. And Tophiachu, you and your mom are close. Not only in proximity, but relationship wise. A lot of people would enjoy a relationship with their parent where they could laugh freely and enjoy their time with one another. Most people would probably be willing to take extra work to help their elderly parents out, and probably wouldn't think too much about it. You and your mom like each other, but you're so willing to throw her to the wolves. It's crazy.
When it comes to Ash Trevino's, I've noticed all the T pages that talk about somebody, they all battle. I just noticed that because I was like, hey, wait a minute. All the T pages and people that talk about somebody literally battles. They battle, and I'm just like, what, huh? Not only that, but there was an account that was live, and I think they were streaming Ashley because it said a streaming party. And it literally slid. It, like, you know how like when it scrolls to the next video on the For You page, and I said I was blocked. Why did they block me? Like, what did I do? And it was literally like, I know it was a Ash Trevino live where they were streaming Ash Trevino because it said streaming party, and it literally just like whoop, because I didn't even see what live it was, and I guess I was blocked because I scrolled back, and the live wasn't there unless they got taken down. But I just assumed I was blocked. I'm not battling anybody, guys. I don't battle. But yeah, prayers to everyone in California that are dealing with fires. That's just sad, you know. No, I don't battle. I know if I battle, I can make lots of money, but I don't really want to do that. Yeah. So, there was someone that came to my page asking why people are hating. Someone lied and said I was racist. Are you kidding me? Where has anyone come out and said that I them? What are you even talking about? I've never had an interaction with someone like that. To literally now make up this fake rumor to someone who doesn't even know my page and then lie. And then you had the nerve to lie. And on top of that, the person didn't even do the research. Listen to people in the comment section and said, oh, I hate her. So you listened to what other people were telling you was a lie. And then proceed to say, oh, I hate her. When I've never watched. That's disgusting. Some of you guys really need to get a grip on reality and stop trying to do things to get reactions out of people because it's not going to work. And if I was you, I would stop lying before people never believe you on anything you ever say again. Because let me tell you something. Some of you guys got to really get a grip on reality. One of these days, you're going to end up coming to the internet and talking about your story of what you went through and how horrible it was with somebody. And then no one's going to believe you because you lied on someone saying that they're not. Like, some of you guys really need to be careful, because when you need to use your platforms to bring awareness to something, people are not going to believe you and think that you're lying because they've already gotten, like, they've already seen who you really are as a person, and they find out that you're a compulsive liar. Like, to lie like that is so crazy. All of a sudden, it went from to like, you guys change every time. It's always something different with you. The stories are never the same. It always changes. It's weird.
Tophiachu is throwing away a solid opportunity there. If she was to actually battle people like Squid or just random TikTokers who are a little bit controversial, it would be big numbers. But she won't do it, and it doesn't make much sense when you consider she's always dealing with trolls and getting confronted. It's not much different than having to listen and respond to what someone is telling you one-on-one compared to what she's normally dealing with. And look, she follows that up with directly going at someone else who was just randomly talking about her. She could have ignored it. relationship. But no, she chose to escalate this beef, and it didn't even work out for her. She just got thrown onto some weird stream, and not even a day or so later, she's getting on live taking bait again. She's fit for battling other TikTokers. I'm not sure how long it'll last, but it's never too late to start.
And people are literally saying I'm crashing out. No, I'm mad because this CEO of TikTok was making us believe we needed to fight for TikTok only for him to still ban it anyways.
How's it going, everybody? TikTok was finally banned for a few hours, but in those few hours there was absolutely nothing lost. Except for Tophiachu's $180, the only money she'd have to her name, because she decided with TikTok's looming ban she should spend her last dimes on scaring celebrities and fans of fiction alike at Comic-Con, where she no doubt had a circle around her, not the trolls taking snapshots of her, which there are plenty of those, but like that SpongeBob episode where he ate the bad sundae. I could see the scene playing out right now where Tophiachu is trying to explain to some celebrity who's using all of their patience not to demand her to leave as she rambles on about being homeless, living in a car, maybe begging for some money here and there, telling them about Squid catching Mamachu in the bushes, then she'll probably drag Mamachu over there for some sympathy to beg again, until her time's up and it's time to give Brother Chu another Dora the Explorer autograph. And with his recent allegations, that's even creepier than it already was. And you guys know Tophiachu and Mamachu, with their spending addiction, they spent almost everything they had, leading to the meltdown we all knew would happen, following TikTok getting banned, which surprisingly took her all the way up until the moment it was almost banned for her to realize this was a dramatic, life-changing event for her. But before that, it was all roses. She was happy she went to Comic-Con, and she thought everything would be just fine. So I think we need to check out when Tophiachu is just getting back from there to get some context on the freak out that's about to occur.
Here we go with the Comic-Con stuff. I said I had enough to go to Comic-Con and also do what I needed to do, and I still have money. Not only that, I need to make a video for content creators. If you guys have any money that is still in TikTok, you need to take screenshots and document how much money TikTok has not paid you yet. You need to take a screenshot, you need to document it, because if TikTok does not pay you, they have to pay you. The lady that does the TikTok shop, Amy Jackson, says she's about to lose out on $30,000. No, because TikTok has to pay you. If not, you have to sue them, because TikTok is supposed to pay you whatever money is left. I still have $180. Wednesday it didn't cash out because it wasn't enough. I don't know, my page is broken. So tomorrow I'm gonna get autographs. There was a reason why I didn't get autographs today. We just walked around because, yeah, there was a reason. Do need a place to start filming YouTube videos because I'm gonna do Reddit stories. I just need some financial freedom. What I need is like security, and not a 9-to-5 job security. In New Mexico, like the minimum wage, I would be making like $600 a month. That is not enough to live in an apartment, especially if my brother's also making that money, because he has to put gas in his car. There's a lot of expenses. It's not a living wage. TikTok is where everybody was making money. I was making a living. Mind you, if I wasn't in this situation, I could have already kept doing social media and paid for my own apartment. But I can't get a 1-bedroom because I have my family to take care of. People fail to forget that I can't leave my family behind with nothing, because I could have just said, hey, I'll get me a place, like a 1-bedroom. It's the more bedrooms you add, the more expensive it gets. When you get to a 3-bedroom, because I want my own privacy, that's where it becomes a point. It gets to a point where it gets higher up there. And all my money didn't just go to Comic-Con. I didn't waste it away. I helped my brother get his cars up and running. Well, not cars. Well, cars, because everyone knows we have an SUV, and the other car that he uses to get to work. Oh, like, it's insane the amount that I've helped my family out. And this is another thing I want to say, and I'm not trying to be rude. You make it very freaking obvious if you're filming me. Like, this girl was following me around and filming me and making it so freaking obvious. I could see you holding the phone up. I could see, like, you can ask for photos. That's fine. That's not what I'm mad at. But to harass me and follow me around, I see when you're filming. You're making it so obvious, because she was like, right as soon as I got out of the bathroom, there with the camera, the same girl. Like, it's so obvious. Like, it's very obvious I can see you filming me. It's okay if you ask for photos. There's nothing wrong with that. But then it becomes a point where it's like, I can tell you're a reporter, basically, to tell people, oh, look, she's here at Comic-Con. Like, I don't mind taking photos with people. I'm like, man, I'm gonna face backlash, because people are gonna say, you didn't work on getting a place and you went to Comic-Con. Like, I could already see the hate comments.
I find it hilarious that Tophiachu spends 80% to 90% of her live streams arguing with viewers about how she lives her life. And at the end of every argument, she still thinks she's on the right path, even though we've all watched in real time as her situation gets progressively worse and worse. But Tophia just keeps moving the goalpost of what's acceptable in her life. But even she should realize how poor of a decision going to Comic-Con was. How are you homeless, struggling to bathe, or even finding a restroom most of the time, and choosing to go to Comic-Con? Everyone told her this was a bad idea, and above all else, she knew she was going to get cooked for doing this. People find her in a random library. Of course she'd be spotted in Comic-Con, especially when she's cosplaying as a failed TikToker. She made it too easy. And let's not forget, she thought TikTok was done before she did this. For all she knew, she had zero income expected for months. Partner programs take a while to get into, and you typically need an address, but that's besides the point. In Tophiachu's mind, it was okay to blow everything on Comic-Con because she had one more check coming. And how much was that check? Well, you heard, $180. Tophia thought she could live off of $180 for months, while telling everyone that $600 a month at a minimum wage job is garbage. That's more than double. And finally, guys, I went to check New Mexico's minimum wage. Google says it's $12.65, so let's just say Google is off, and it's $12. That means without tax, Tophia would earn around $600 for around 3 8-hour shifts of work a week. Why is she lowballing her imaginary work schedule? She could make way more if she worked 40 hours a week of regular work. Most people above the age of 19 do that. She could be making almost $2K a month, and she could get overtime. She has nothing to do but sit in a car all day, and she doesn't want to do overtime? Fine then, do TikTok. But she just downplays getting a job because she doesn't want to, and she's going to spell that out later in the video. I bet next week, just to make it seem even worse, she'll be claiming that the job will only earn her $400 a month. What will have to happen before she finally grows up? Oh, and don't forget this, guys. No matter how much your nasal passages are damaged, you must ask to take a photo of Tophiachu. It's gotta happen from now on. She will not accept it any other way. If only Squid knew this. She could have just taken a selfie with Mama Chu doing number 2, and all that drama would have been avoided.
If it wasn't for the money I was making on TikTok, we wouldn't have, like, I kept up storage payments. I have to keep up the phone bill because of me. That's the reason why my family has the things that they need. Like, if it wasn't for me, my family wouldn't have had that last place we was at, because I was keeping up the rent until my brother said, hey, I'll pay the rent, you know. $151.52. Well, $151.52, I believe. That's the exact price we paid last time, but we paid for 3 days, so it's a 3-day thing. So I paid. It would have been more, but I didn't get for my brother because I wasn't sure if you know. So I didn't get for him. Because my mom, we're getting some signatures from people from the Outsiders. Let's see. Good Burger is one of them I'm gonna get. There's another one I want to get. But it's not gonna be that much for signatures. It depends on how much they charge. And from what I've seen, there isn't anyone that I'm getting that's charging a crazy amount. So yeah, about I don't know how much in signatures, but it's not really expensive unless you're like eating there, or you're buying stuff there, or you're getting a crazy expensive, like some people charge upwards of $100 for a signature or something like that. Is Comic-Con better than living in a home? Actually, yes it is. Yes, and I'll tell you why Comic-Con is better than living in a home. Because I don't have to have in the back of my mind that I'm going to be evicted because I don't own my house. You know, because the thought hits my head like, people are out here to constantly harass me. Why would I want to rent a place, to be asked to leave, to have to shove all our stuff back in storage and not be set in a place? You know what? Comic-Con is actually better, because why do I have to sit in a car all day and be miserable? Basically what a lot of people said, that I'm brave to keep going the way I keep going because of all the harassment. I don't have to endure that. People think that if you have a 9-to-5 job that's secure, you don't want to go to a 9-to-5 job, so why would you tell anybody else to? You have to psych yourselves up just to get up and get ready to go to a job you don't even want to go to. Why do you want people to endure that? I'm not going to work for somebody to get a measly $600 that you say that's more than enough for a place that wants 3 times the rent, which is $3,000 we don't have, because places are $1,000. And what? I'm gonna get a 1-bedroom, and then we're all not gonna have a room? One of us is gonna get a room? Like, that is so crazy.
Tophiachu is trying to ignore the real reason she didn't take Brother Chu. She didn't want her only ride getting arrested. Her luck, Brother Chu would try and get away in the Chu Cruiser, and it ended up getting impounded, and then she loses a house and her groceries. That's not a risk she's willing to take. Every other risk, sure, but not that one. You heard her. Comic-Con is far more important to her than a house. To her, this is everything, and Brother Chu isn't going to ruin it for her. And I also don't know if Tophiachu knows this, but you can do both. You can have a house and visit Comic-Con. In fact, I would say a majority of the other visitors, they have a house. You spent $400 that week, and we know she's buying tons of autographs and other knickknacks to take back to her car, so it can get stolen all over again. I bet she didn't even think about that. She basically told on herself that she has some valuables, and I bet they still leave that car unlocked when the Chu crew ventures off together. This family has a track record of not learning their lessons. And I don't know about you guys, but if I went out and had a blast for one night but ended up financially ruining myself for months to come, I wouldn't look back at that as a happy memory. I try to take it as a life lesson to not ruin my life like that again, but I don't think Tophiachu learns life lessons. She's about to bring up Mama Chu's Comic-Con bathroom problems, and we all know how well that went last time. And after that, we'll move on to Tophiachu freaking out over the TikTok ban.
You ain't never gonna see me at a job anywhere. I make too much money online. I made $200 and I made like triple that, and I was only making $200 at Dunkin' to get $100. I don't have, like, I hate it. My mom can't hold her bladder, huh, Mom?
Nope.
She almost peed herself a lot at Comic-Con because she couldn't make it to the bathroom. I buy pads when it's closer to the time to buy pads. Mind you, my mom couldn't hold her bladder because she almost peed a lot. We were literally running around finding the bathroom a lot. Like, even before Comic-Con started, because...
Tell them, are you doing someone out there?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. We go to the bathroom a lot throughout the day, because she's always needing the restroom. And because she had a pad, you know, that helps. Because I have extra pads now. But she does have bladder problems. And the issue being is we didn't go by bus because my brother had his car. Anyways, oh, I have anxiety. So what happened was we get into the bathroom, right? So when she first needed the bathroom, right as soon as we first get in, we have to run to the bathroom because she needs it. We get into the bathroom. This lady, so I walk out, she's like, we're locked in. I'm like, oh, we're locked in this bathroom? So I try to, click the lock. I'm like, they were like, we should be able to open it from the inside because we had the lock on the inside with us, but when we turned it, it wouldn't turn either way. So they had to use the key to turn. I was like, I hope they're able to use the key to get us out. Thankfully they were. Hey, but I was like locked in. I was locked in the door. TikTok, you better pay people the money you owe them. I am owed $180 that I can't even access because the app is down. Let me tell you something. Biden said he's not going to enforce the law on TikTok, right? They don't have to shut down their app. They're doing this mind game, right? And then to thank Donald Trump in trying to help TikTok when he's the reason why TikTok is banned. Let me tell you something. 100 and some out million people lost their jobs because Mr. Shu wants to have his head up his ass and not help the creators. He doesn't have to do that to y'all. Mr. Shu just said you and like cut your guy's job off. Now we can't even access TikTok because it says TikTok is closed. What the It's not even Sunday. It's still Saturday. This is just so frustrating. Like, I can't even access TikTok right now because I tried to go live because I was like, oh, maybe I still have time to go live. It won't let me. Mr. Shu was literally attending Trump's inauguration, donating money to him. And not only that, now it says that you can link your TikTok to Facebook. If Mark Zuckerberg buys TikTok, I'm going to lose my shit for TikTok. Like, okay, so what? We fight for TikTok only for Mr. Shu to say, you guys, like, we're the ones who helped his app. And then he wants to make it so that no other person, right, has a job now. Even Joe Biden said he's not going to enforce the law. TikTok's the one that shut the app down, not the government. They have a choice to not shut it down, but they did. No one's forcing them to shut down their app and ban it. I am so pissed off because there are people that have $30,000 in TikTok that is no longer going to have their money cash out because I hope my money cashes out next Wednesday. I hope I get my money next Wednesday. That's all I hope. If not, TikTok's going to have a large lawsuit on their hands not paying people. You can't shut down your app without paying everybody out all the money that they're owed.
I don't even know why Tophiachu would bring up the fact Mama Chu was struggling to find a bathroom. Besides from visiting conventions and not paying rent, Mama Chu and your bathroom habits were a main factor for you guys ending up homeless in the first place. And isn't it fitting that the same thing is happening again, except the only place to go for Tophiachu and the family? It's just been more homeless. Maybe she'll get to go live the Papachu life. Maybe she'll start adorning the car windows with purple crosses and own the second most lucrative bank in all of Quickville. And who knows, that might speed up since Tophia had such a big shock when TikTok got banned for 12 hours, if that. It was so funny to hear all of these TikTokers surprised when the app was shutting down. As a person who does YouTube, that would be a terrible situation. But if that's what you're facing, you gotta be ready for that. And that normally means having money put up in case of sudden changes. The funny part about this is knowing people like Tophia and Nova Online have known about this for months, but just chose to ignore it for no reason whatsoever. But then when they see the reality of it, now it's a huge deal. Look how nonchalant Tophia was at the beginning of this video. Even though she didn't have any money and the ban was looming, look at her now. She's freaking out. It's far different when things are reality to people like Tophia and Nova for some reason. And TikTok's not even gone. Since they reactivated it, I'm pretty sure someone will buy it and or an agreement will be made to allow TikTok to stay. But now Tophia is mad that someone she doesn't agree with is going to purchase the platform, and honestly, doesn't even matter. Besides from a few guideline changes, nothing happens. Look at Twitter. It's still a cesspool with just different guidelines. TikTok will probably still be cringe with just different guidelines. It might even help Tophiachu out. She's getting the hammer every other week for something she said, but you know she would still complain about it. And her talking about still getting paid, Tophia, I'm not sure about TikTok's contract, but I can imagine most of these social media websites have similar ones. They lay it out pretty clear. They'll not pay you if anything happens to the website, or they just decide not to. You're probably just out of luck on getting paid. Well, since TikTok's unbanned now, you're probably okay, but if it wasn't, you were done for.
I can't depend on TikTok. I want to do YouTube videos. I want to have my own clothing line. I want to have my own business. Because, sorry, it's cold. Jobs, right? A 9-to-5 job is not secure, and I don't want to work for $600 an hour. That's just, it's not $600 an hour, but you know, the minimum wage, and then you'll be making $600 every 2 weeks. That's not enough to live off of. On top of that, right, you also have social media, which is not 100% secure. Social media isn't 100% secure when it comes to that. So I want to have a business outside of TikTok where I don't have to depend on social media. You know, I have my business. Like, the TikTok app being banned kind of it's going to put a lot of people homeless. A lot of people are going to not be able to afford rent, all that stuff. So, you laughing is not no laughing matter. There are lots of people that have lost their jobs due to TikTok, especially the ones that work for TikTok. You laughing, say like, haha, these apps got banned. It ain't gonna be so funny when there's mass homelessness. Then what? Then what's funny? You think you can laugh because I'm homeless. You know, I've been through this situation. And people are literally saying I'm crashing out. No, I'm mad because this CEO of TikTok was making us believe we needed to fight for TikTok only for him to still ban it anyways. The government had no control over that. TikTok set people up for failure. This whole time, they set people up. They could have better prepared their users. Mr. Show, however you say his name, the reason why TikTok got banned is because of him. The app didn't have to shut down. It didn't have to go away. Mr. Shoe, the CEO of TikTok, chose for it to go away. He's the one who made the decision to not allow the app to run. Nobody else. Yes, the government was trying to ban TikTok, but Joe Biden said he's not going to enforce the rules. I don't know about y'all, but did any of y'all that have subscriptions to me lose your subscriptions also? That's what I wanted to ask, because a lot of people's subscriptions were canceled. What the TikTok? There's going to be like new payment, I'm pretty sure. And it's going to be, if it's anything like Instagram, you ain't making shit. Like, I made $1 between 2 videos, and the one video has 400,000. Can make that make sense. Asking like, oh, can you engage and interact with this video? You know how there's always those people that are like, engage, interact with this video, help me so I can get a stable living. I literally ask people to engage, to interact, so that way the video can generate like revenue, so I can use that towards important things that I need to add with the money that I have now. What the am I gonna do with $2, Mark? $2 ain't shit. You ain't making a living on Instagram. You sure ain't gonna make a living on TikTok now that he bought TikTok. I forget the actress from Pitch Perfect. She was there. My brother got her autograph because he didn't know she was gonna be there. So he got her autograph. And I know someone saw me in line. I was not there to meet Dora, so don't, because someone was like, oh my god, Tophia, and I was in line for Dora. Don't come at me, it was not me. My brother's a big kid, he got Dora's autograph. I'm sorry. I didn't get Dora's autograph. He got her autograph and he asked her if she could put swiper no swiping, and she did. So, and she did the Dora voice, because she does the voice for everyone when they buy an autograph. Oh, Marty Grabstein, Courage. So my brother, so I got my mom that Courage shirt, you know, the shirt that she wears. Everybody liked her Courage shirt, by the way. And so then I was like, my brother was like, you should get that sign. That would be cool. And I was like, okay. So he signed it while it was on her, because he's like, I've never had like a request like this where I signed it on the person, but okay. Then he said, no, because it's gonna fade. He said, let me do this for you. And he gave us a signed print of Courage. And my mom started crying. I was like, no, don't cry. Because like, she really loves Courage.
Now she's realizing that TikTok might not be so reliable. After taking so many L's on that platform, she actually had to see it blow up in her face for her to realize that this isn't all it cracked up to be. Everything can be taken away from her in a drop of a hat. But still, yeah, it didn't kick in all the way. I mean, I guess it's the big Toph we're talking about here, because through her realizing that TikTok might not be here forever, she decides she's switching over to YouTube to do vlogs and read Reddit comments. She's going to have a rude awakening when she realizes the only way for her to make money is to go live, and it's going to be the same exact thing as TikTok. But one big problem, she doesn't have near the audience on YouTube as she does TikTok. The lives will be smaller, and that means less money and a lot more trolls in the chat, and that's only going to lead to more crash outs. Good for us, but just a horrible idea in general.
It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. I love my dog. I miss Archie.
How's it going, everybody? There's some real waterworks going on in the Chu Cruiser this week. Every time Tophiachu gets on her phone to start up a live stream, all she can hear about is how she's homeless. She needs to get her mom out of the car, and Brother Chu, he's a degenerate. Why is he even still around? If you're going to support your family, you may as well just take Mama Chu and live in that one-bedroom apartment. But no, Tophiachu isn't going to do none of that. What she's going to do is she's going to get on stream, and she's just going to let the waterworks loose for you guys, because she doesn't really care about her situation. If people would just leave her alone and let her go on about her day, this is exactly what Tophiachu would do. She'd just get on live, talk about absolutely nothing because she's got absolutely nothing going on, complain about her situation, and if she got even a little bit of backlash, she'd just cry it out and hope everyone forgives her, because that's what she did with Mama Chu. You can tell throughout this video when Mama Chu hears Tophiachu letting it out, she's gonna coddle her, which is normal. I mean, Mama Chu is her mom, but at a certain point it's like, isn't Tophiachu 30 years old, and doesn't everyone have a point? You've got to say it sometime. Okay, Tophiachu, we need to get out of this situation. We just can't sit here and cry about it any longer. Because in the last month or so, we have watched it get so bad for them. Every other day, every other week, it just seems like it gets a little bit worse. At what point do you guys like put your foot down and say, we've got to do something as a family? Because if they don't do something soon, it's going to be bad. There's going to be no car. They're getting threatened to get it towed every other week. People are calling every time they pull up on a property and they get recognized. That's what's going on. If they don't improve their situation, well, Mama Chu isn't going to have to worry too much about living in the car with her family, because none of them are going to live in that car. Papa Chu's situation will be exactly what they're all living through. And you know what? Tophiachu's going to be getting on live, probably walking to the library with her mom, and complaining that it's everyone else's fault but hers. But all we've got to do is watch the video, and you can see that this situation is happening because of Tophiachu, and no amount of waterworks is going to change that for her. She's got to finally put some work in, and there's nobody in the TikTok comment sections who's going to be able to help her with that. It's all on Tophiachu anymore.
I'm trying to do a lot more other stuff. I want to do YouTube videos. Like, one YouTube video, if that 50 million, I keep saying this, man, if I would have got the views that I was pulling on TikTok on YouTube, I could have bought a house right now. I gotta, you know, my phone has no storage, so I have to get a camera. So I'm gonna have to wait till next payment to get a camera. And on top of that, I have some other things coming to help my family. There's some stuff coming in the next weeks. So yeah, we'll get rid of this old boy. This old boyo. It's too bulky. I agree with my brother. This SUV is too bulky, and it's time that we do something. So yeah. Those are people that I really don't care about. I really don't care about the selfish bastards that have no dads, that think of themselves, because I'm in a car, right? And I've had more support from people than half of y'all. Like, you only give a fuck about yourself. That's why America's fucked up. That's why I hope Trump, I'm glad Trump is punishing y'all. You guys are getting punished with Trump. That's what the fuck you get. Like, I don't know. Some people need a reality check or a wake-up call. I wasn't crying when people said they had a house. Why would I cry about that? I don't give a fuck. They're gonna lose their house. Like,
That doesn't bother me. You're saying if I just try, my situation could get better. Why can't I try on social? You know what? When I say I want to try on social media, people tell me to get a job when I'm making money on social media. Why can't you just, like, you act like getting on social media is going to change the way that you perceive me. Be so for real. Do you think that you're not going to see me differently if I get a job? What's so different about me changing my life actually through social media and changing myself and making positive videos and being positive then? What's so different from that than from getting a job? Getting a job is not going to change people's outlook on what they fucking think of me. Let's be so fucking for real. Let's be so fucking for real. Let's call it for what it is. What about the person that showed up and stuck sticky notes to my car and started banging on my car while I was asleep? What about getting chased down, right? Because my brother chased him down. But yet, that's not negative? What about the that I get constantly? Oh, but that's fucking okay. I just want to be successful. I just want to enjoy life again, and I can't even do that. And every time I cry, people don't give a they don't leave me alone, and it's constantly. I have no purpose anymore. They've been harassing me constantly. They drive by and they honk. I just want to have a house and be happy. And I can't even do that. My father is sick and I can't even help it because nobody wants to help.
Don't let them get to you.
I just want to go be with my grandmother.
They're just jealous because you have the life you have.
I can't even.
Remember, your friend told you. The one we just met. Don't let them get to you.
Oh man. Uh-oh. I need...
Don't let them get to you. They're a bunch of lowlives. Not all of them. Most of them. Constantly in there minding our business. It's a shame they don't get paid for it.
I will never understand Tophiachu's expectations of other people helping her out. Every day I wake up, I don't expect anyone to help me out with anything. I'm not sure where she gets this ideology from. Where was it ingrained to her that people will just help you out no matter what? Yeah, people are full of empathy. You gotta be in a situation where people think, I really need to help that person out, for them to really want to do something for you. But in all honesty, guys, I think this is starting to catch up with her. I don't think Tophia can deny it much longer, because every time she does, it seems to drive her to a point where we got to right now, where she's absolutely breaking down. Because when she was talking about people never being able to see her any different, whether she's got a job or not, I think she might have realized that she was exactly right in that moment, because Tophiachu is a certified lolcow. Whether she's got a job or not, people are going to get their laughs from her. And Tophiachu and her family have absolutely zero intention of changing that. They think social media is going to change their lives, each and every one of them. And unfortunately for Tophiachu, just because of that, her situation is that much harder, because normally it's just one lolcow, just one person, but she's got an entire family of them. Just at the moment, Tophiachu is the most interesting one. She could become boring and then it's Papachu's turn, or maybe Brotherchu's turn, or maybe even Mamachu's. It'll literally be a never-ending cycle for her. I mean, you guys heard Tophiachu at the end of this segment. There were so many tears. The Chumobile was about to float away into the park. This just isn't something Tophiachu needs to do. If there's one solution ever on the internet, if you're having this big of problems, like you're freaking out this bad over some bad comments, you either A, don't look at them, but that's kind of hard to do when you're in a live stream format. You just don't make videos at all, because if you're reacting this hard to comments, like, you can't reasonably do this to yourself every single day if that's how you're going to react.
That's why I don't even look at my hidden requested messages. If people are being positive, I'm sorry. If people are being nice, I don't look at that because I just delete it.
They don't know how much, but they see it. So you can spend money and still have money saved. And if they're talking about me being in the car, I choose to be here. I'm not going to go die in some home because they want me to go die in some home without my kids. And if they're talking about your father, we are doing whatever the hell we can to help him. It's the system that's f***ed up. And why are you so concerned about him anyways? You weren't concerned when you put us in the streets. When you put us in the streets, you weren't concerned. We had a nice apartment, and all of you idiots put us in the street.
It was only $810 a month for rent. And we fell behind, and because of
now they're concerned.
And because of the fake comments, now all of a sudden it's my fault you're here when they're the ones that caused it. And even the
Nothing's your fault.
even the office stated so.
No, we tried to stay in a hotel room. We can't stay in because they keep calling. My son got a damn job, and they started calling it, trying to get him fired.
Saying
And
he
you
was
people
a
don't see
hazard.
it. How can you blame my daughter? You see it. You see it. You see what the hell goes on, and you want to blame my daughter.
Like, man, I almost thought it was my fault again because of the calls that was going to the job, and I didn't say anything
Like I said.
because I didn't want people to know in the first place about the job because I wanted people to think we wasn't doing nothing because I already knew it. They found out one of us had a job. They was gonna sing it. This is the shit that goes on because they say, "Oh, just get a job. We'll leave you alone." That doesn't work.
Oh no.
That doesn't work.
For what happens to me. Don't say it's not about me. You're blaming her for what happens to me.
She's
it's not about me.
She's the one that's out here in the cold because you guys decided to get us kicked out of our apartment, which I can't even afford lawyers to sue anybody.
And you're next. Nobody tells you what we're doing besides the Discord or the trolls on TikTok.
Reddit. It's a Reddit page too. It's just so it baffles me that every day I come here and I'm so excited about things that I'm working on.
And I support my daughter because you don't see what I see. You don't know what the hell she's doing. Oh, but stop. You need to stop acting as if you're right next to me and her. Again, I'm glad you don't know what we're doing. It shows. You're saying that you don't know what we're doing. Because if you did, you wouldn't be saying we wasn't doing anything. And I'm glad. Because I don't want nobody to know what we're doing. But you're going to see it. And I wish TikTok would stay up so you can see it.
Every day I come out here and
My daughter went to Comic-Con and took about 30 photos. If that's not people liking her, I don't know what is. Yeah, a few of them said bad things, but only a few.
Every day I come on here and I'm so excited to share something and then it gets ruined and I can't even share anything. It sucks. People take my happiness away.
They're saying, oh, you're living in a car. Oh, as if we didn't know that. How ignorant are you?
No, I'm living in a house. I have a house.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know what? These people are over here saying, oh, I have a house. No, you don't own your house. If you don't pay the taxes, they'll take it from you. It's not your house. Thank you.
Like, I really wish we had a place because then we could have groceries, but we can't. So we just get, like, whenever I could go, like, there's like so many different gas stations and they all sell different stuff. And like, you know, sometimes I could buy the microwave stuff, buy like a hamburger and some chips and I'm okay. But it sucks because then it's expensive. And when it gets up there, then, you know, until we're able to get food again, we have to, which, you know, I know people are saying, you don't need to, you need to. I can't even. Like, sucks because when it comes to food stamps, because I made, well, I can't even say how much I made. That when we're able to go to Walmart, I just get Lunchables, but those Lunchables aren't gonna last. Lunchables don't really last, especially if you're buying a bunch of them. I buy ham, bread, and that's all right. But you know, it's good. It doesn't go bad, although it's supposed to be refrigerated. I just get the ham that where you could like make sandwiches. Otherwise, that's all we eat is ham or peanut butter jelly. That's basically all I get. And it's really hard because eating sandwiches all the time is not good. And I'm trying to get a place where we could cook. But I can't afford that. You know, with this money, it would have been great. Because I thought about it. I was like, oh, I made good money this month that I could have had my own place. And the part about it is I can't even because, you know, my family's in this situation. I can't leave them behind, you know? And a one bedroom, you could get thrown out of a one bedroom if you have 3 people living in it. I mean, look at the, what is it, the Jenkins? Who was it? Resilient Jenkins? My thought process is, I don't feel bad for them, but in a way, like, sometimes we just gotta stop and think, is that really going to help? Is that really going to stop her from doing the stuff she's doing? Is that really benefiting us in any way? You're going out of your way to do all this for free. You're not even getting paid, and you're not even bettering yourselves. Imagine if I did everything that people was doing to Ashley Trevino. It's not benefiting me.
it's not helping me in any way. I could talk about the horrible stuff she does, you know, because it gives me something to talk about. But in a sense, what is it contributing to society? When does it become a point where we say, hey, maybe we should give people second chances? I feel like people deserve second chances. You may not think so, but it's not helping any of us. You could easily be in our situation. My mom, it's not an awning adjustable, but those adjustable beds where like you can adjust what, like if you want to sleep at a higher angle and the other person doesn't want to, you can. Because I was like, when we get a place, I'm going to get you an adjustable bed like that, because sometimes she can't sleep normally and she can adjust it to how she wants it to. And I'm like, you know, and it's just things like that, you know, things that are useful. And when we did have like, people don't realize when we did have like places that they're like, you're just spending money. No, I bought useful stuff. Like we needed pots and pans. I bought that. We have like 2 new sets of pots and pans. When my mom needed stuff, I was getting stuff that was useful because it's useful stuff. Although I did buy, like I bought an ice machine because my mom likes cold drinks. And rather than waiting for our drink to get cold in the refrigerator, we had an ice machine. That was somewhat useful, right? Some of the stuff, you know, like makeup, I use it because for my live streams, but I was buying useful stuff. And it wasn't even just for myself. When my brother was like, hey, I needed the $200 to finish paying off this car to get this car. Can you help me? Sure. I put a $200 part in the car that he takes to work.
When it comes to Tophia's eating situation, it really doesn't make much sense to me why they don't buy like an ice box or something to put their food in, or to store some things so it lasts a little bit longer. The way she makes it seem is she's got like a limited amount of time to eat anything she buys. And if she also did that, she could probably buy some different stuff, have some variety in her meals, or not spend such amount of money on Lunchables. I mean, that's gotta be draining, and we know she's buying 24 packs of pop at the same time, and that just doesn't seem like a good way to spend your money when you're living like Tophiachu is. And when it comes to the hot food situation, she says she camps out at parks. Like, every park I know of has like open grills for anyone and everyone to use. Like, I'd imagine maybe there's some rules against it, but I couldn't see it. Like, if you're properly using the grill and just cleaning up after yourself, who's really gonna say much to you? And does anyone else find it so funny when Tophiachu is just trying to justify her existence for being in that car? I think she understands she's like the most expendable one. Like, Mama Chu is probably going to get a little bit of sympathy from Brother Chu, but if TikTok just ends and Tophiachu is getting no money, she's not going to be in that car much longer. What's most likely going to happen is she's going to be staying with Papa Chu. And she really doesn't want that. You can hear her, she's like, you know, I bought pots and pans, and I hope Brother Chu remembers when I gave him that $200, the last $200 I had. What would these people do without me? It's like a game show of Survivor, but the contestants are just trying to remain in the Chu cruiser. Papa Chu has been lost the game. Who's next?
Or I have to tell people everything in order for them to like understand that I'm doing what I have to do. It's just so annoying because it's like, why do I have to explain everything I'm doing? I've already put like thousands of dollars into fixing cars because my brother has gotten cars, and you know, like that Jetta, I literally was going to put the money to fix it. Like this SUV, it costs money to fix it, and I don't really want to put money into it to fix it because it's not that bad. Besides the eating gas, you know, we can use this for something else. The other car, I'll be able to drive it because my brother will have a car to drive, and then we'll be great, you know? Can use the bathroom. Like when the library is not open, we have other places we can go to use the bathroom, you know, right now on the sidewalk. But you know, she has pee pads, but they're in storage and we can't get it because storage is all I've already said that. She gets free pee pads. She doesn't wear Depends. She gets pee pads from her insurance, but it's in storage.
12 seconds later.
And literally, that's not, she lied to me and said that someone called and said that I smelled bad, which was not the case because the coworker told me. The worker that overheard her said she's lying. Nobody called because I've been here. What happened was that she was just trying to find reasons to fire me and it wasn't working. She tried to say that the laundry soap that I was buying wasn't working. First of all, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. If someone is buying laundry soap, because she said you need to buy a more expensive soap because the laundry soap you're using is not working. Your clothes still smell. If I'm washing my clothes, how do they still smell? Does that sound right to you? That's stupid. That is like so stupid. You can't, like, that's me telling somebody, oh, you need to wash your clothes again in the washer because it smells. That doesn't make sense. If you're washing your clothes, how do they have a permanent odor? That doesn't make sense considering I was washing my clothes a lot because we had washers and dryers where we live, dummy. That makes no sense. Let's not try to make excuses because I'm pretty sure your stupid ass has a permanent odor. You stink up the live stream every time you come in. I know who's gonna stink up the live stream because I can smell people from a mile away. That's like, come on, let's be for real. Are you stupid? Like, stop trying to make these goddamn excuses for somebody who was trying to find reasons to fire me. Let's not lie. She gave me a job and then she wanted to revoke it. She was just making excuses because even the lady said Even the lady was like, she's lying. The coworker, she was always doing stuff. She literally was hiring people that didn't want to fucking work. She was hiring high schoolers who would come to work. Like, people don't respect people's boundaries.
Why is Tophiachu doing Mamachu so dirty like that? Is that really anyone else's business? Like, only her and Mamachu should know about what her insurance is doing for her pee problems. Like, yeah, Tophiachu, you got exposed on the internet really, really bad for Mamachu using the bathroom on the sidewalks. So yeah, that's a huge criticism for you, but do you really think this is something she wants you to tell to the entire internet? You get hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok. Do you think that might embarrass her a little bit? What if that was happening to you? Would you want Mamachu bringing it up? I don't think so. You would be so mad if she had done that. Like, could you guys imagine the crash out that would occur? Even if it wasn't that big of a problem as Mamachu's got going on, if Mamachu revealed any kind of details like that about Tophiachu, oh, it's game over. Oh, and I'm sorry Tophiachu for some reason put on an auction in the background. You would think that's the last thing you want to listen to is people spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on things they might not need. But that's what Tophiachu is doing in her free time. Not even her free time. She considers TikTok work, and this is what she's doing. She's just watching TV. That's the kind of employee Tophiachu is. And it's so fitting that she's explaining how she got fired from, like, what, the one and only job she's ever worked, where the lady said, Tophiachu, you just stank a little bit. Please, you gotta fix this problem or you gotta leave. Just imagine that. You've probably got to be really fed up with somebody to actually say that to them, to their face. If someone was going to try to get you fired, Tophiachu, they'd probably do it in a lot nicer ways, instead of just being so abruptly rude to your face. Like, it had to be bad, and maybe you was washing, but maybe you wasn't doing necessarily everything you could have. But honestly, I think her talking about her old Dunkin' Donuts job just got her reminiscing, and that caught Tophiachu up bad, guys. You thought Tophiachu was crying in the beginning of the video? She just had so many breakdowns this day, it was insane. She was melting down on some subjects, crying over others, and then someone brings up Hershey, and that really got at Tophia. And whereas earlier I think it was some crocodile tears going on, I think Tophiachu was genuinely hurt. We don't really know what happened in the Hershey situation. I think she's lying about it in all honesty. But whatever occurred, I think Tophiachu genuinely feels bad about it.
She ran away because of a bigger dog, you dumb If a gigantic dog, which it was a big dog, was chasing her, what the do you think that means, you stupid She was scared because this big dog was chasing her. Like, people say there's a reason. Yeah, because this big ass dog was chasing her. This big dog was chasing her. She was scared because what happened was that this dog, this big unleashed dog, ran up to my dog when my mom took the dog outside to pee. And then I hear commotion, and I thought it was a wolf because I had seen a wolf. So I was like, oh, I thought this wolf was my dog. I was looking that way, so I got up because the door was cracked. I couldn't really see much. I saw Hershey run one way, and then Hershey run the other way, and I saw this thing. So it was huge. I didn't know what it was. I assumed it was a wolf, okay? Because I had seen a wolf in that area, so I freaked out. Then I opened the door and see my mom's trying to struggle to get Hershey away from this big dog. So I went and tried to pull Hershey in, but I didn't pull her by the leash because I know it would cause more damage. So what happened was we somehow managed to get Hershey in, and that's when this dog busted the door open because I said, hurry up. I was like, well, I didn't say hurry up. I was trying to hurry up so I could close the door so the dog didn't come back. And then, while all this commotion is going on, my mom got thrown to the floor. The door gets busted open. This gigantic dog leaped over the bed, and then Hershey's trying to run from this dog because she's scared. And I go to pick up Hershey because I said, I'm not going to pull Hershey by the leash because it's going to my dog even more. So I bent down to go get Hershey from the leash, and she slipped out of her collar and went running. That's when my brother heard the commotion, and he comes out from the other room. And so then my mom said Hershey ran. I didn't have a shirt on. I don't know what, I don't remember if I had no bra on. I don't remember. I was getting comfortable for bed, and I was not presentable because I would have gotten, exposure. For all of that, the owner is standing in the doorway, not doing shit, calling her dog, right? Because her dog went and sat by the sink, by the bathroom, because it was one of those where it has the bathtub and the toilet, and the sink is outside of the bathroom. So there was like a sink there. And so then she's like, come here. Like, how is that supposed to work? You're literally telling your dog, come here, like, no, go in and grab your dog. Her and this other person, they were both standing there watching their dog do all of this. They didn't have their dog on a leash. They didn't call their dog back. They let their dog cause all of this commotion and fled. Mind you, they checked out right after that and fled. Right after the whole incident, they instantly packed up the room and fled.
The Hersheychu story just gets wilder and wilder every time. I'm like pretty positive the last time she mentioned it, there wasn't a wolf involved, or at least the first time I heard the Hersheychu story. All I've ever heard is that huge dog was chasing Hersheychu around, and it somehow broke into their apartment, caused a ton of chaos, chased Hersheychu back out. And here's another added detail which makes me believe a little bit more in the story, because I just couldn't see why Tophiachu would add this in there. But she tells us she didn't even have any clothes on during this whole ordeal, like none apparently. And she was like, what, just walking around in the living room? Why is she not wearing clothes walking around in the middle of the living room with all of her family home? Like every single one of them were there. That might be the biggest question raised from all of this.
Because my brother put a bowl of dog food and water out there. And so I woke up because I thought I heard Hershey. Man. And it's not fair because they have their dog and I don't have bites. And I tried to get a lawyer. Like, I hired a lawyer and he was like, oh, I'll call you back, and he never called me back. So I gave up because I said, we're not going to get a lawyer to get justice for our dog. Because he's like, do you want to sue the motel too? And I was like, yeah, because I didn't know it was possible. Because when we reported it, the lady in the office, she wasn't really helpful. And then she comes out jamming on her headphones, dancing, and I'm like, my dog is missing. And we were by the freeway too. And I was like, oh, that's even worse. Like, I haven't been able to live without my dog. Like, people don't realize how much I love Hershey. When we first got her and she was a puppy, I bought her a toy. Like, every time I just have to hear about my dog, I don't like it. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. I love my dog. I miss Hershey. And I can't live without my dog. It's so hard. How do you process that? We had her for 8 years. And the sad part about it is, we didn't even tell my father, because how are we going to explain that to him?
She'll never get you. They're not any better than you. They're a lot worse.
I kept telling myself, how am I going to live without my dog? I couldn't even, like, I had to watch the other dog, and I couldn't even think, I couldn't even process. And I see this dog.
We did several times.
I see this dog.
And I've been looking.
Mom, okay. Stop, I'm talking.
As soon as Mama Chu's going in to console Tophiachu, her daughter's had a bad night. She thinks she can help again like she did last time. And what does Tophiachu? Just flip out on her, tell her to be quiet, leave her alone. She's had enough of Mama Chu. She's seen her all day, heard her all day. Leave her alone at this point. She's trying to have a moment. Do you know how many galaxies she might get from this situation, Mama Chu? You better leave Tophiachu alone when she's hard at work. And all the sympathy she was building up, and it was really seeming genuine, but then there's the doubt that creeps in, just how quickly she snaps on Mama Chu and stops crying. It's like, Tophiachu, what is genuine and what is not with you? How do you expect to get sympathy and then act like that? Like you just lose every bit of it.
Oh look, she's crashing out. She's crashing out as always.
How's it going, everyone? Tophia the last few days has been having multiple crash outs over just about everything. But the one thing Tophiachu really can't stand at the moment is Mama Chu. All that time been cooped up together has made their relationship grow thin, to say the least. Whether it's the coughing in her ear or just hearing the trolls bring up how Tophia treats Mama Chu, something has changed. Any little thing Mama Chu does, Tophia is acting like she's the parent and bossing Mama Chu around at any chance she gets. Never has Mama Chu been so close to being kicked out of the Chu Cruiser. And that's not all. Tophiachu also has another huge meltdown about being homeless because, as she puts it, she knows everything about the street life now. Nobody should be able to tell her how to live her life. She's in her prime, a Chu at the top of her game, an apex predator, some would say. Able to sniff out any Comic-Con, Asian corn, or squid chews for miles.
Mom, just leave it. It's okay.
What?
It's broken. It doesn't get hot sometimes. You just gotta
Just
leave
turn
it.
it off then. Why are we gonna be more cold?
Mom, it is. You have to leave it. Please, enough. Because then you're gonna have people saying I'm f***ing yelling at you. I say something, then they, why do you let her disrespect you? Why do you let her talk to you like that? So fucking annoying. These people don't have a life. Because I already said, leave it the fuck alone. How many times do I have to say, leave it the fuck alone? Leave it the fuck alone. Jesus Christ. That's like... when I see those videos of those parents telling their kids sit down, like that one kid where she told him sit down and he didn't, and he went and he hit himself on the dresser, and she said now you're gonna learn, sit the f down. Like I would be that parent to tell my kids sit the f down, because you're doing too much. Like these kids be running around, their parents tell them sit down, they don't listen, and then when they smack themselves, then the parent says, sit the f down. Like, she lost her hearing aids, and I have to use the warranty to get the other hearing aids, but there's an issue at the post office, so I'm not gonna have the hearing aids delivered there, because then they might get lost. I haven't gotten my solar panel charger, so I'm trying to get a refund. Man, I don't know, I need to check the email, because Amazon is pissing me off. Actually, I need to call them. They keep telling me to send the information for my charger, and I sent them the information. They want the order number, they want the date that I ordered it, they want the name of the item and what the issue is, and I've already sent them that 3 times, and they keep saying, well, we didn't get your information, we never received it, you gotta tell us the information so we can. I'm like, bro, I don't need to yell nicely when I'm yelling because she can't hear. There is no way of yelling nicely. Can you stop? You could tape your goddamn fingers together and not type. Like, why are you telling me how to speak? I'll speak how the I want to speak. Thank you. Jesus Christ, that's like people saying, oh my god, you're cussing. I'm 30, almost about to be 31. Why am I rude for saying that's not rude? You haven't even seen me be rude or angry. I'm not angry or rude today. This is very chill. I could be worse than this. Mom, it is working. It's working.
It's not, there's no heat coming out.
It's working. Jesus Christ.
Just leave it off for a while.
No,
And then try it again. That's
Why
what
is
he
it on?
does.
Why is this on? Why are we wasting that?
Not the car.
The car doesn't need to be on. Oh,
The heat.
I know why the car is on.
Tophia knows all of the comments she gets telling her that she needs to treat her mom better and that she takes advantage of her. And she always freaks out when she reads them, but still yet she proceeds to yell at Mama Chu and demand the elderly lady to listen to her. Even though when it comes to the heat, I'm going to say Mama Chu probably should decide what temperature it is. You can make do. She's not so fortunate. And when it comes to screaming at her, let's just take Tophia's word Mamachu is hard of hearing. Tophia is still screaming right at her. Let's remember, they are right next to one another. Which brings up my other point. Why not, I don't know, just tap Mamachu to get her attention? That seems like the easier option, so at the very least, optically, you could avoid all of the comments that obviously bother you. So there, I'm not calling you out for yelling at Mamachu. I'm saying you're like the female Cyrax. You manage to do everything in just the worst way possible. And then Tophia goes on this rant about how she told Mamachu 1,000 times to leave the heat alone in the car. And she's just sick of it, guys. Doesn't she sound like the parent here? Like she's the authority figure and Mamachu just needs to learn her place. Tophiachu pays for alternators and celebrity autographs around this car. There is no way I would talk to my parents like that in private, let alone on a public platform. The disrespect is just out of this world. She obviously could care less about Mamachu. She demands her around, over talks her. At this point, I'm convinced Tophia just keeps Mamachu around so she doesn't have to read the comments she'd get if they dropped her off at the shelter and drove off. And I think Tophia likes having a blank wall to talk to. Little inputs here and there, you know, giggles and agreeing with her opinion. If those things weren't in play, you couldn't convince me Mamachu wouldn't be forced to tag along on Papachu's adventures. And something else that I don't need much convincing on is Tophia being a poor parent if she somehow even found herself in that situation. But I guess Nova is always a bus ticket away. You never know, guys. But yeah, the way Tophia treats all of her other loved ones, or I guess quote-unquote loved ones in her case, why should she treat her kids any different? Like, why would she? It just doesn't make any sense. She probably would be hyped when she realized she would get some free benefits. Tophia's favorite thing in the world, but that would end quick once she realized she had to take care of it, and there's no one else in that household who could watch it either, for varying obvious reasons. So hopefully this just stays in Tophia's imagination.
Like, don't be coming over here saying I'm spending my money on stuff like that. This isn't my car. Why would I buy Bluetooth for it? I'm gonna drive it, but it's not my car. Bluetooth is unrecognized. Let me turn this on. Like, don't be accusing me of stuff. The only thing I bought for this car was the alternator. That's it. I bought the part to get the car running. Other than that, nope. What kind of an influencer are you? Well, I'm not an influencer because I don't influence people, right? Because an influencer would have to influence people to do great things. I will influence you to be big if that's what you really want. Because if someone's big to you, I'm not going to tell you how to respond. Okay? I'm just not going to. You know, let's call it out, right? Because I don't influence anyone to do anything. I'm living out of a car. I would not want to influence you to live out of a car. Mind you, you should always be prepared in case you end up in this situation, because you don't know, you could end up right here. So make sure that you are, but you are set. But other than that, I'm not influencing anyone to do anything. I'm not influencing shit. I'm not an influencer. I'm far from that. Every single day, I'm going through a situation where I'm living out of a car, but I still speak up for my people. It's so crazy because even going through this situation, I still can speak about things. Why can't they? There's no freaking excuse. When you have time off, talk about it. They ain't speaking about it. They ain't saying anything.
I like how Tophia will just flip-flop whether the car is her responsibility or not. Like, if she wants to prove to people she's responsible, she's the only reason it moves. But if she thinks someone is going to say she's spending money poorly, well, never mind, not my car. She plans on driving it, lives in it, and helps out very rarely, but nope, not hers. And I assume like the Bluetooth speaker and probably the plan that comes along with it, Nobody really cares that much about it. She's had far worse purchases out there. Sitting there all day would be really boring. No one would really care about that. It's like when she goes to Comic-Con and stuff like that. Those are the purchases people criticize you for. And yeah, since you made like 0 real purchases to help your family's living condition, that's like the only reason that people could actually criticize you for buying that speaker. And I would certainly say you're an influencer, Tophia, just not the way I think you like. I see in the comments all the time how your poor decision making inspires others to fix their life. So in a way, you do influence. It's just wild that you can't look in the mirror and accomplish something similar. But then again, you do actively fight against learning any single lesson. So what do you really expect? But still yet, she's going to tell you to be prepared if the situation happens to you. How was Tophia prepared? Was she just so mentally ready to fail? Being homeless was just right around the corner at any minute? When the homeless arc started, you guys were so rushed you didn't even have time to hide the evidence of used Pampers, and barely had anything when you fled the hotel, not even your dignity. But still yet, at the very end of this, she tries and virtue signals. What amazes me the most in this rant is she's calling others out for just minding their business and not speaking on something they probably know nothing about. But Tophiachu's the poster child for inserting herself in something she knows nothing on and receiving nothing but backlash right along with it. But she's going to tell them to try it out. You're a prime example of why that's a horrible idea. Why would anyone listen to you?
Why do I need to know that? You're saying, did I know? No, I didn't know. And why would I need to know that? Please don't let me know what he's tweeting on Twitter. I don't care. I don't go to his Twitter. I don't see his Twitter. I don't want to know. He's been out for a long time. Where have you been? He's been out for a while. Where have you been? I don't need people to tell me that my dad is posting his on Twitter. That's not having an attitude. That's asking for boundaries and respect. Is it so hard to give somebody respect? Like, Jesus. I guess I don't get respect. Whoever it was is trying to get him on his medication. We're just gonna end up having run-ins with the law. Right now is not a good time considering the fact we have vehicles that I'm not going to. It's not a good idea for him to get in possession of a vehicle and start driving. And it's also not a good idea because he keeps having run-ins with the laws and he's not on his medication. We are working on getting him on his medication. We already told the guy he will not go down there and get his medication because they said he has to go down there himself. He explained why. So for that reason, they are figuring out a way to get him down there to get his medication. When he's on his medication, he will be well enough, you know. I have to pause it. It's so annoying because I've already explained this. My brother can't be at work worrying about what's happening to us because my father's with us. There is so much going on. Like, he can't be at work hoping that something doesn't happen because we have to. Like, it's hard enough as it is with just 3 of us. It's hard enough to manage everything, you know, to make sure that my family's eating all the time. Like, to make sure that we're doing well and we're doing okay and making sure that they help us get him on his medication. That's what we're working on, but it's so difficult on top of getting a place. We have to get him back on his disability because he doesn't have his disability. He's not on it. He hasn't been on it since they cut him off. On top of that, making sure that we buy this house so we don't have to keep moving and then have to worry whether or not people are going to call the place to get us evicted. That's another thing.
You know, I honestly can't blame Tophia for not wanting to see Papachu's Twitter profile, because I don't want to either. There's not a single worse way I could imagine spending a moment of my day. But when you put in the perspective that Papachu is Tophia's dad, it makes it that much worse for her. I think most of us here can agree visiting our parents' Facebooks or any relatives really isn't the best thing ever. We might cringe a little bit, but that is nothing. Could you imagine your parent posting the stuff like Papachu does? If you even know. If you don't, good for you. The secondhand embarrassment would be like 1,000,000 times more. you'd never be able to look at them the same. And then there's the stuff he posts about Tophia. At this point, I consider Tophiachu a top tier A-log with what he's posted about the big Toph. But you guys remember when Tophia and Mamachu was ranting not too long ago about how they're looking for Tophiachu and trying to get him some help? Well, here she's basically admitting they're not trying at all. They do not want Tophiachu anywhere around them. They've probably drove past the dude a few times because she knows Tophiachu typically only brings trouble. And it's just not happening right now. She's not getting the cops involved with her. She's not losing any of the cars. Tophiachu is not ruining the last thing her family has. And you really can't blame her for that. But they do need to do more to get him some medication. If it's not for his sake, how about the people you know he disturbs every day? And guys, I don't think we can deny most of us just want to see Tophiachu back with the family just so we can see what unfolds, because we all know forever how long it lasted, it would be the best. It's not the best for Tophia, but for the viewers, that's what we need.
It's like there's so much going on that I am literally trying my best to manage everything. Oh, well, you went to and everyone I knew everyone was going to bring up Comic-Con and never shut the fuck up about Comic-Con. It doesn't matter if I went to Comic-Con or not. If I was paying rent, I would still have to face being evicted because some little shithead wanted to call the place because they found out where we live. And if I was in a place right now, y'all would be actively looking for my place to me. Trust me. You'll be like, where's she at? Let's find her so we can report it to the place. It's so fucking... I am so stressed out as it is enough. My purpose in life is to not have a life. The way people act, they don't realize how hard it is. It's hard. Making sure the bills are paid. Making sure that I have money to get out of this situation. Then people saying, you're gonna be homeless forever. Like, who wants to be homeless forever? Did I ever say I wanted to be homeless forever? No, bitch. Getting a job is gonna not help me get out of this situation either. Because I'm not getting a job, I want to be homeless forever. I don't have to do what the fuck you tell me to do. It is my life. Leave me the fuck alone and worry about yours. You ain't a nobody. So why do you want me to be a nobody? Like, I'm not giving up because you tell me to. I'm not listening to you. I listen to you. I'll be stuck at a 9-to-5 job for the rest of my life. That... No way. No how, no way. It's weird, man. You want me to be down because you're down. And you didn't realize the secret to make loads of money. And because you're not where you don't like that I'm somewhere you're not, you want me to go down with you, and it's not gonna work. I'm so... Man... I can't even, it is so crazy how people act, and they want me to suffer because they're suffering. Why would I want to work a 9-to-5 job and then not have a place to go take a shower? And then on top of that, I would still be living out of the car because I can't afford a place to rent. I would have to buy a house. And I sure as heck ain't gonna buy a house on a 9-to-5 job. There is no way working a 9-to-5 job I will ever buy a house. No way. You want me to be stuck to a paycheck to paycheck job because you're stuck to a paycheck to paycheck job. Your life is not my life.
When you hear Tophia talking about trying hard at something, you can tell she might have made a phone call or two. I've never seen a person who meets the first barrier of something and immediately is like, okay, I will not try anymore. You ever heard of those people who will not take no for an answer? Well, Tophia is the exact opposite. I think that's what she's looking forward to, in all honesty. If someone says she can't do it, well, that's just something she no longer has to do. Win-win scenario, not for her future, but Tophia's mental well-being. And You guys know how delicate that is. And now with the troll interference, she refuses to do anything anymore because she's right. Apartment managers will get calls. It's inevitable at this point. But just pay on time every time. Keep the apartment clean and keep the chaos to a minimum. And whenever you do get calls, the manager will probably ignore it, most likely. Oh, and let's not forget informing them in detail of your situation. Don't leave any stone unturned. You've got to tell them everything, no matter how embarrassing it gets, so they have a full grasp of what's going on. Your situation is very unique. It amazes me that she can say how hard life is, like she's talking to robots who just breeze through the day without a single problem, and then talk down on her viewers for even having a job. Like, she does know this is how everyone gets by for the most part. And it's also never wise to talk down on the people who donate to you, especially when you want them to fund your laziness. That will for sure work out every single time, Tophia.
I don't truly understand. I wake up in a car every day not being able to shower almost every day because my brother sometimes has to go to work early. I understand the situation. You don't understand. You don't seem to understand how America is f***ed. We're all f***ed. We're f***ed. Like, you don't understand that there is mass homelessness in Albuquerque. My whole city is full of homeless people sleeping out of their cars. I'm not the only one. I get constantly because some dumbass bitch wants to call the police, and then the police are saying, well, we gotta ask you to move. You can't be here. And I'm constantly being targeted by police and being treated like I'm a goddamn criminal just for living out of a car. You know what? When you say I don't understand, I can't even tell you exactly how I feel. My mom could be without a daughter in a few days. Because that's where it's about to go. You don't understand. Because you don't give a because it's not happening to you. If you was in this situation, you would understand. But you don't understand. You will never understand. They were calling my brother's job saying he was a hazard. Let's really get into it. That's who they was saying was a hazard. But yet, people might say, oh, we're not going to call your jobs. Oh, we're not going to mess with you. But they tried it. And it didn't work. Spare me the bullshit of go get a job so you could get me fired and then laugh about it. And then sit here and say it's my fault. Oh, it's your fault. You can't keep a place. When people fake ass reviews. When people are the ones that constantly take shit real life. But if I was to do the same thing to you, oh, it would be a whole different reaction. Now, would it? People would be like, why are you harassing these people? Leave them alone. It's so crazy. And this is not a crash out. Be so for real. Stay out of a bitch's business, first of all. You spend more hours every waking second of the day thinking about me than you do about your life and how it's screwed. We're all screwed. Damn. Does the Reddit ever take a break? Gas station food is expensive. Especially to try to make this shit last until the end of the month, and by the end of the month we're if I had a place, then I would be cooking right now. And I wouldn't have to worry about some days. Yesterday, the only thing I had was Cheeto Puffs. And you really don't truly grasp the severity of the situation at hand. If people was making living, if the living wage was a lot better, people wouldn't be living out of their cars and going to a job. I'm not the only person living out of my car. There's a lot of people that make living out of their car content on YouTube, and a lot of people that go on TikTok asking for help because they're living out of their car. Let's be so for real. You don't understand. You will never understand.
I can't believe Squid saw Mama Chew on the sidewalk. Mind you, I was just playing The Sims. You think they smelled that?
How's it going today, guys? In the Chew Chronicles, the Chew Cruiser's wheels are turning, but man, there's not a soul home, besides maybe the homeless man who broke in their car, because yes, some dude actually broke into Tophiachu's car a couple days ago. They were out at the library, and when they came back, they just found the dude in there. Ate all of Mama Chew's Vienna sausages. How could he? The woman can barely get to a bathroom, the sidewalks are her main place to go, and she can't even have Vienna sausages anymore. What is this world came to? And by the looks of it, it seems like their car won't be theirs much longer, because the wheel was chosen with one of the cars stolen and the last one almost stolen with this dude just bunking up in there. It's looking like the legendary wheel was about to change hands. If this trend keeps up and that happens, it's off to the Papa Chew lifestyle for the rest of the Chew crew. And that'd be a real shame, because where Tophia is spending so much time behind the wheel, she's gaining a new passion. She wants to be a drift racer now, of all things, and that might be a viable career. I know you was laughing at it at first, but let's think about it a little bit. The title of Drift King has been hung in the rafters, but a Drift Queen? I don't know, we might have some potential here, especially when she's the only racer with a special attack. After a few laps and the sweat starts rolling in, Tophia can just roll down the windows and clear the competition. Everyone's gonna be out of there, nobody in sight, not a racer, not a fan, but there'll be one winner, and that'll be Tophiachu. The amount of pink slips under her belt, it wouldn't matter how many of the Chew mobiles got nabbed. She can just go get another. And that's not all, everybody. Besides Tophia admitting that there was roaches in her house, she's also fuming that people would have the audacity to claim her new t-shirt designs are stolen. And even if they're not, they're the most obvious cash grabs I've ever seen. And Tophia even admits it herself.
But I watched this live stream that was on right now of this guy. And the kids that they exposed that were gifting Ashley Trevino, one of them was live saying that if they received a galaxy, they were going to show their... Let me tell you something about all those kids. They're trolling. They're trolling. Do not give them any attention, because you exposing them, they think that's giving them attention. That's why they're saying what they say. They're doing what they do, because they're getting attention. So the best thing to do is to just block, report, and if you should get a hold of their parents, I think that's the best thing to do, is just reach out to their parents. Making videos, I know people want to bring awareness to it, but it's only causing them to do it more because they think it's giving them attention. See, and then that's why she was giggling, because she knows that the people that are giving the negative energy towards it, like don't even support this, don't even this, she knows that it's giving them some sort of attention. These kids know that. They go on live streams to troll people, because I've seen kids that'll hop up in the box to troll someone, and they said, go to bed, like get off the live, and they'll like kick them out, because a lot of minors go on lives to troll because they know they're not allowed to be in lives. So let's talk about this person that's crashing out in my DMs, because they said, because I had posted merch, right, and they were like, these designs are stolen. So then I had told them, I said like, it's Canva. Anybody can use those designs. Like, they're not copyrighted, and other people are going to use the same designs. They're not stolen. They're not copyrighted. Anybody has a right to use those designs, right? That's what I literally said. Like, people have a right to use them because they're free to use. Like, Canva has non-copyrighted designs. That's why you're gonna see the same designs that I use, someone else used them. But I changed them to make them different, but I can still use them. Even if I didn't change them, I can still use them. I'm gonna let you think whatever you want. You crashing out in DMs because I educated you. Imagine crashing out at me over some t-shirt designs because I told you, like, anybody could use them, and you're like, they sent me the photo or whatever, a meme of like 50 Cent throwing up fingers saying, I don't care, I don't give a F, basically. And I said, you cared enough to respond to me in a DM about my design saying they were stolen. I'm laughing my ass off at these people not comprehending shit. And that other design, I saved it because I liked it. It was pretty cool. I found the design because I was looking like graffiti or something like that for the Notorious B.I.G. and that one came up just like that, so I just saved it. Like, and I was confused at first because, you know, sometimes I edit the photos or whatever saying they're basic. Who gives a what background would I add behind the candy hearts that isn't going to not mesh with it? Because that's fucking stupid. Like, for you to tell me they're basic, okay, I don't give a you know. My other more better t-shirt designs are gonna be put on like social media.
I find it so funny that Tophiachu can recognize that these teenagers who probably aren't the brightest, you know, they think they can just say outlandish stuff and gain clout off Ashley Trevino of all people. And Tophiachu can say, okay, look guys, don't give them attention because that's all they want. They're just trolls. Can't you recognize that? But in the same stream, she can be like, hey, don't you talk about that. Of course I'm living in a car. What do you expect me to get a house all of a sudden? I've told you guys countless times that I'm not going to do that. What are these people thinking? It's like, oh yeah, no duh, Tophiachu, because they're just trying to get under your skin. You know, you're a mildly boring person. You know, I don't agree with the whole yapping thing because I don't know what else you're supposed to be doing on live stream besides talking. But when it comes to Tophiachu, it's like you don't really have nothing interesting to say. Even though you would be living an interesting life, you don't interact with it at all. Like, nothing you do is entertaining to people except your rages because you have a family full of crazy people. So people know they can just get online when they see you live and just mess with you a little bit and you're gonna rage out for hours, and we all know it's absolutely hilarious. That's why I cover it and that's why you guys watch it. It's some of the best stuff on the internet right now. I mean, just look at the way she's reacting because someone said, hey, your t-shirt designs are stolen. Just one person. She brings it up on her live streams. This should be the place where you dictate what goes on. You should be in control of this, but she allows the trolls to just take full grasp of it and run with every single thing. I mean, you guys should see these t-shirt designs. I'm not going to say they're stolen because they're probably not. It looks like a bunch of copyright free stuff that Canva allows people to use, just anybody. The real question should be not is it stolen, but who the heck is going to buy this? Tophia obviously wants to sell these t-shirts so she can get a house. She's not earning as much off TikTok and she's terrified that it could go down any day. So to solve that problem, instead of trying to make these Reddit videos that she's always talking about, it's not like she doesn't have all the time in the world to start that. She's like, let me make these low effort t-shirt designs. One of them is just a pink hoodie with a cherry on it. That's it. And the other hoodie is something that only one person in the world would probably buy, and that's Cyrax, the person who wishes he was the Drift King. Because it's just a black shirt with the Chevy on it.
What's for dinner? Cheeto Puffs, that's it for now. Until we go get dinner. I've ate nothing except Cheeto Puffs and some Reese's. I had a headache over there and I was like, it was probably because I didn't eat. But that's okay, we'll eat. Just, you know. They was $1.25 at the Dollar Tree. You know what's funny is that America... 50% of Americans read at a 5th grade reading level. I believe it because some of you guys don't have the skills to comprehend when I put a caption, like I put like words under that post of my new merch. Are people having a hard time reading? Can you not read? I don't know why people are already saying what I said not to say, and it's pissing me off because one person was like, I feel like these designs are stolen. Have you not heard of Canva? That's how people make money through print on demand places, because the same designs that I use, somebody else has probably already used them and they're not copyrighted and they're free to use. Nobody can claim or own those designs because they can't. It's from Canva.
Why is it when Tophiachu mentions eating anymore, it's either fast food or just tons of chips, either pounds of Doritos or pounds of cheese puffs? I know what kind of cheese puffs Tophiachu has. You ever go to your friend's house and they just have a huge thing of cheese puffs just sitting in their room somewhere? I'm not a cheese puff guy. I like Lay's Originals and Sun Chips are where it's at. I think Sun Chips are the best, but I'm not touching a cheese puff. But I know that's what her and her family has. It's like, I feel like if you would just spend your money just a tad more responsibly, you could be eating better than just scarfing down handfuls of cheese puffs. Just imagine Tophiachu just huddled in the corner of the Chew-mobile, just shoving cheese puffs in her mouth while Mama Chew's in the background. Tophia, can I please have some? Ah, Tophia, not again. You ate them all. Poor Mama Chew, she can never catch a break. And when it comes to the USA's reading level, yeah, Tophiachu, we all went to school, every single one of us, and all of us were like kind of shocked with how bad most people read. It's a little bit shocking once you discover it, but then you accept it for what it is. But I'm gonna tell you guys, there's not a single problem with anyone's reading level. They read that just fine. Tophiachu, we went on about this earlier. People just mess with you, so they get these reactions. You say, I don't want people to mention that in my live. Well, what is people gonna do, like, instantly? They're gonna get on your live and say that to you. They've been waiting on this all day as soon as you mentioned it. It's just inevitable at this point. See what I was talking about, guys? How is she gonna tell people, like, hey, don't bring up those teenagers? Like, of course, don't bring up the teenagers, whatever you do, people. But Tophiachu's like, hey, don't do it because they just want clout. They just want attention. They're just trolling. What are you guys, idiots? But then here's Tophiachu just falling for the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
And change the colors of the text to a different color. And I have more shirts that I added stuff to it. It's called adding elements to a design and making a design out of it. Wow, people do not know how to use Canva, and clearly they don't understand. This is how people make money with print on demand. I just left the prices the way they were for the hoodies because I don't know, the prices differ between sizes and I don't understand. I wanted to make everything one size. I've never seen, like, it's so crazy to literally sit here. Like, I literally have seen with my own eyes 2 different shops selling the same design. Be for real. Like, and then someone said, what was it, that they've seen people use designs from Alibaba or something, and that people pick and choose, which I'm not mentioning usernames, but people pick and choose who they want to hold accountable or, go after. And I'm like, exactly. Let me make my money. They good designs, okay? And if I like the designs, I'm going to use them. I go out to car meets. I like the cars. That's why I made that drift racing shirt. Like, because I like cars, okay? I want to fix up a car. I want to have a nice house. Go home, sit on the couch, relax, drive, go somewhere, go shopping, pay my bills. That's the kind of life I want. I don't want a life where I'm stuck to a 9-to-5 job. Let me make my money how I want to make my money. Those designs are fire. The only design that is not from Canva is the tic-tac-toe design. That came directly from Printify.
Your boy is back! Yes!
Going to stress myself out trying to draw every single thing or design every single thing digitally because I don't have to draw it. I could just do like a digital render, or what is it, like a sketch or something. Why do I have to stress myself out when there is Canva and there's all of these tools and utensils that I can use to make merch? Why do I have to exert myself, especially because if it's free and if it's copyrighted? Hell yeah, like, common sense. If I worry about myself, the customer is always right. I'm going to go to work and I'm going to look someone in the face and say, bitch, because I'm going to go work for someone only to tell the customer, bitch, because if they start with me or they film me, I'm going to lose my job either way because someone's going to report my job or whatever. I'm not going to be nice to people. That's why I can't work anywhere, because people don't know how to leave people the fuck alone. You're so concerned with me that your ass hasn't even washed your butt, okay? You guys need to take a dirty ass bath and wash yourself properly before you even talk to people. You don't even brush your teeth in the morning before you start talking shit about me. Reddit jobless, but you're going to read Reddit stories. People that write Reddit stories about weddings that they went to, they have jobs too, you know that? But people that have a hate Reddit don't have a job. They sit there scratching their, okay? They scratch their and sniff it all day because they're too busy on Reddit, you know, really like stalking people. Like today, when I got up to go somewhere and someone took a video, like I didn't know who was sitting at the table there. And the next time that I see them, because they probably frequent the library, I'm going to tell the manager that they are me, you know, because they can't stop them from recording. It's public property. But I'm going to say that I'm being by that person. And you try to be secretive like I don't pay attention to who's sitting where. Because, yeah, you thought you was slick filming me and that I wasn't going to know, and you gave it to the Reddit for what? They're jobless. But yeah, you want to talk about how I'm jobless. Oh, okay. I don't sit in a Reddit all day and type and talk about people. I get paid to talk about whatever the I want.
Mind you guys, those t-shirts were fire. Tophiachu put her heart and soul into them. Can't you hear the passion in her voice when she's like, everyone can use it. I mean, I barely tried at all. When she slapped that cherry onto that pink hoodie, she knew it was gonna make waves. Get out of the way, Gucci. Who the heck is Abercrombie and Finch? It's the Chu crew. That's gonna be the line all of the kids are gonna be wearing here soon. Brother Chu isn't gonna have to go up to the Bluey voice actors and the Dora Explorer voice actors to get their autographs, because people are going to be coming up to them for their autograph, even though I think that probably already happens. I don't know why people would get so close, but we know how the TikTok crowd treated Daniel Larson, and I wouldn't get near him at all, but everyone wanted to buddy up against him for some reason, so I couldn't imagine it being too different with Tophiachu, and especially once she becomes the drift queen. Can you believe it, guys? It's like full circle. Every Lolcow just bleeds into the other ones eventually. Like, out of all the things Tophiachu could find an interest in, it's drift racing. Like, yes, this is perfect. I mean, Nova, just step out of the way. Tophiachu's got a new Lolcow man, Cyrax. We always debated, is it Nova or is it Cyrax? And Nova doesn't have a car. I mean, Cyrax doesn't either. But can Nova drift around those Forza Horizon tracks like that? No, not at all. And neither can Cyrax. But, you know, I'm just going to imagine that Cyrax might be better at it than Nova. Maybe they got to prove it to one another. Who's the supreme peasant drifter? And the winner, they don't get much of a prize, but they get to take home Tophiachu. And she goes home with Cyrax. Well, Sally can finally bathe her, delouse her, wash away her past. She goes home with Nova. They can maybe buy a truck or shower if Nova could just get a dang job. But I'm not sure Cyrax or Nova know what they're technically winning, because with that kind of attitude Tophiachu is showing, I don't think either one of them can handle it. They're both mama boys and babies at the core, especially Nova. Especially Nova. I mean, just listen to her when she's like, alright guys, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I was to go to work, I would just have a terrible attitude. No one would like me. When they walk through the doors, I would just be looking at them with a stank face, just mean mugging them the whole time. And you know that's what she was doing at Dunkin' Donuts. How would a manager instantly dislike you like that? You has probably been rude to her customers. Have you guys ever been around a person who's acting weird to the customers on your shift? Like been mean to them or something? You're like, dude, you know I gotta deal with them too. You're like making my job worse. That's probably what was going on at Dunkin' Donuts. And Tophia, another thing about managers, they tend to take their employees back since, you know, they work in the same building together. They tend to become friends over time. So they tend to side with you over just random people. So if a bunch of people showed up and was like, Tophiachu did this, that, and the third, the manager would just bar them most likely. And you do know you don't have to work in fast food or expose where you work at all. You could get a minimum wage job just been closed off from people. You work in New Mexico, so I'm not sure about the job scene there, but I'd imagine there's some. And to whoever it is recording Tophiachu on the sly in the library, just know your days are numbered, because Tophiachu is going to find you. You can't stop her now, dude. You're done for, because we call it the Chu-mobile as a joke, but little did we know, Tophiachu is the Batwoman of New Mexico. She's got eyes in the back of her head. You thought when she walked in she didn't realize you was there? Bro, she's got detective vision on, dummy. She's seen right through you. She's seen your trollish natures right down to your very core. She knew what was up. That's why she made it so funny when she was walking by. Tophiachu is a natural comedian.
But you're literally there, and you're caught on camera too. If I was to report to them that I was being and to see on the cameras, they'll look on the cameras and find out who took that photo, and I'm gonna let them know that you're dumb. Because even when that guy pulled up in the parking lot and asked for a photo, I said sure, because I'm not rude. The security guard made sure they weren't harassing me because he's nice, and he was talking to my brother, and then my brother explained some interactions are nice and some aren't. I know exactly who you are. Like, you're not inconspicuous. We come back, right? We open the door to the car because I had to help my brother with this car. There was a whole guy in the car sleeping, and was like, we opened the car door, and this guy is just like, he got right out of the car, this homeless guy. And because my brother opened the door and said, what the hell are you doing in my car? And he said, oh, I'm sorry, my bad, bro. I was cold. I was like, first of all, you don't get in an abandoned car and say, I was cold. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, these people could seriously get hurt. So then what happened is that my brother was doing something in the car, and he noticed, because we had like cans of Vienna weenies because my mom eats those sometimes. And this dude had eaten our cans of Vienna weenies and left them in the car. And he was like, nasty, because that's what my brother said, because the dude was eating in the car, helping himself, and sleeping in the car. I'm like, what the bro? We come back, and this is what we come back to? You're in someone's car, sleeping in it, saying you was cold? Bro, if you're cold, then go get a car yourself. And I was going to say go get a job, but I understand it's hard for homeless people to get a job. So I'm not going to tell someone go get a job. But it's so crazy. Someone works hard for their stuff, especially their cars. And you just think, oh, I'm going to camp in it because it's abandoned. Now I claimed it as mine. That's not how it works. Like, that is so stupid. The water off a lot. And even the pest control said that we had to have our apartment bombed in order to get rid of all the roaches. The office refused against it because they said if we do that, the other tenants or the other people that live in the apartments are gonna have to leave for an hour or two because all the vents are connected. I'm like, bro, we need to get rid of this pest problem. We had so much roaches, it's not even crazy, and it has nothing to do with us. Neighbors, especially that one neighbor, would leave their trash outside. You left a garbage bag full of trash outside your front door. One of the neighbors had their kids were throwing food and milk and stuff they got from school out, like, right under the stairs. Like, you've got your kids throwing this stuff, and we're getting roaches. Like, you cannot have stuff like that, especially garbage. No, they didn't crawl in my hair, but we did have... So I didn't have roaches in my bed. Yes, I know they crawl all over my stuff, but we had the bug man come once every 2 months, I believe it was, on a Wednesday. So I didn't see the roaches until after we were leaving. I was getting my epoxy, my resin bottles, and I pulled them out of this box, and there was a whole pile of roaches in there. And I'm like, bro. And I saw this after I was leaving. Mind you, we saw a few roaches here and there because, oh, I'm lying? Go to the reviews of my old place and read them. If I'm lying, go read the reviews, because the reviews are nothing but people that live there that say there's a roach problem. I'm not the only person who has this problem.
Okay guys, I guess Tophiachu isn't superhuman. She doesn't have eyes in the back of her head because she had no idea who it was. It was just like a threat. Like, hey, don't you do that again, person, because I definitely know who you are. I mean, not really, but I can pull the cameras up because I'm super tight with the library crowd. Every time I go in there, I tell them all of my problems and they feel so sorry for me. And you would probably too if you wouldn't just keep taking snapshots of me. Come and talk, sit and chat for a little bit. Me and Mama Chu were very lonely. Just please come and talk to us. Even the security guard who's got the unfortunate job of having to talk to Brother Chu all day because he's paid to be there. She's like, and we're really cool with this guy. We're homies. So he'll find you too. Don't you mess around with us. I'm not playing games with you people anymore. Please stop. Tophiachu is always talking about how she wants to make some brand new kind of content. And she always says like, you know, I guess I could do like the homeless life. That could be interesting. And yeah, it definitely could be interesting. Like Tophiachu, do you know how much we would all love if you was live just coming home from the library and open your car and there's just a random stranger in there? I mean, the interaction seemed mildly chill between the two, but that is just absolutely crazy. You know, one time I was working with the public and a homeless dude came in there and he was telling me a story about the night before. The night before there was a huge snowstorm. I think it was in the negatives. So this guy proceeds to tell me that he was walking down the road just pulling on car handles to see which one would open so he could just sit in there all night. And he finally found one and he was just chilling, found some cigarettes and some spare pocket change, and he was like, yeah, you think she would be cool with that? Matter of fact, I was walking down the road, you know, later on, and I seen some cops at that very same car taking a report on it. And you know me, I was like, yeah, it's not my car. But I would have been absolutely furious. I don't know what I would have done if I would have caught you in my car just smoking my cigs and wandering through my change. Like, yeah, I would be terribly mad. Like, that's an underestimate, but you know, YouTube and stuff. And then there's Tophiachu, like, hey, you, get out of my car. The guy's like, oh man, I just thought I was cold. She's like, how could you do that? It's like, Tophiachu, you might be doing the same thing here soon. The moral of my story is, yeah, people will do that to you. It just so happens that you guys are also homeless, so it's just like, it's just another one doing it to another one. It's a terrible world we live in, but that's the way it is. Could you guys imagine if she just opened the door and Papachu sprung out of there like, where have you guys been? I've been waiting on you for years. Don't you guys know I got millions of dollars? What are you waiting on? Now drive me to the bank, Brother Chu. I'm sick of waiting on you guys. Have me waiting for a year. Who do you think you are? We're the Chu crew. I'm the head of this family. But unfortunately, it wasn't Papa Chu. It was just some guy who ate all of Mama Chu's Vienna sausages. Like, out of all of the Chus, how is it Mama Chu catching all of the heat every single time? When something goes wrong, it's Mama Chu's fault. When Tophiachu gets the family kicked out of the house, well, Mama Chu's right along with them. And when the cars are getting stolen because Brother Chu and Tophia just can't think to lock them, well, there's Mama Chu just out another car and one step closer to been out on the streets. You know, it's not looking good. And when a homeless guy breaks into their car, he eats all of Mama Chu's food. Even Tophia's like, yeah, I mean, it's not cool, but it's not the worst. I don't eat those. I don't really care. And what makes this even better, when Tophiachu starts getting mad, she really thinks about the guy just sitting in her car, eating all of her food. She's like, and you know what? That guy needs to get a job. Well, he doesn't need to get a job because it can be hard out here, but he should really consider it. She was about to say everything that people say to her, but she was like, no, Tophia, don't project. Do not project, even though she feels the same exact way. And when it comes to that roach story, I've never had to fumigate for roaches, and I've never been into any kind of bug control job in my life, so I don't technically know how it works. But I would imagine that if the entire apartment complex had a roach problem, right? They wouldn't mind if the fumes are spreading vent to vent to vent. I think that would be the goal, so it clears out everything. You know, cockroaches get everywhere and anywhere. So wouldn't they be in the vents? Wouldn't that be like a place you would want them to go and just have everyone step out for a little bit? I mean, that sounds kind of hard to do, just get everyone to uproot for a little bit. But I mean, if that's what's got to happen, then that's what's got to happen. But when Tophiachu says, well, the fumes can't spread, it makes me think that you're the main problem. And then she's like, well, then there was also this guy who was throwing tons of trash out in our front yard, so maybe the roaches were coming from there, but it's not our fault. It was this other guy's. And what would you do in that situation? Well, You get Papa Chu and Brother Chu to go talk to him and say, hey, stop throwing trash in our front yard. Or you do it the other way. You could have the law do it. But one way or the other, you could get this guy to stop throwing trash on your yard. It's just another way that Tophiachu is incredibly lazy. Whenever Tophiachu is met with any kind of resistance, she's just like, okay, that's it. I will give in right now. You win, sir. Have a good day. Like, she does not challenge anything at all.
So then my dad got mad because I was on live, and people know that because that live stream, I had to leave my live. I had to leave my live to go and literally lug all these boxes in because my dad said, bring all these boxes. And I said, no, it's a prank. And he yelled at me to bring the boxes in and then started using them. And my mom told him to stop using the boxes, that it's already looking cluttered. Like, my dad has mental illness, so everything to him can be used. He was laying them on the ground. He had boxes taped up on the wall. Like, there were boxes everywhere. It wasn't like it was trash, but there was boxes. So we had to just let him use the boxes like that. Because obviously, you know, that's what happened. So then, because of that, you know, that's where we were. And all those boxes were used. So, you know, they want to pretend like they didn't know. Because I think he knew. He's just pretending he doesn't know. You knew. Like, I'm supposed to get tired of people not listening to me, and then they want to be like, oh, well, you know, it's like the whole Heffa situation with her not paying her workers. And then, like, after, you know, and then now everyone wants to be like, oh my God, her kids don't have beds. Like, I was saying this and no one want to listen. Like, what I said about Jasmine talking about essaying her grandpa and her cousin. No one want to listen. You guys just want to continue to make your money and ignore it. Like, that's a problem. That's an issue. Now that you've got problems with Jasmine, you want to talk about it. No, you should have talked about it a long time ago. Obviously, you don't care. You only care because you have issues with them now. That's a huge problem. Like, I have one other thing I'm going to add as a hoodie, but thank you if you guys do get anything. And it was like, so it just said, so it was like, oh, this, I believe this is stolen. Like, I'm not even going to argue or explain to you about the design. Like, I paid for Pro. I literally have been paying for Pro to make t-shirt designs. So, yeah. So I could remove, like, it makes a transparent background, so I could remove the background. That way it doesn't have, like, that white square. Because you know how some places, when you make t-shirt designs, it has a background. So I removed the background. So that way, you know, it doesn't have that on the shirts. I literally pay for Pro, and those designs can be used by anybody, and you can sell and make designs. So, yeah, thank you. I will never understand why y'all be sitting here gifting this lady, giving her money to help her buy her kids furniture, when she's literally out here not, like, buying Louis Vuitton bags and BMWs. And let's be honest, people said, well, you went to Comic-Con. I put all my expenses and money went into cars to fix these cars to get them running. And on top of that, like I said, we had some issues with one car when I went shopping at, I went shopping to the mall, and I came back and the car was gone. It was towed. And then, you know, I had to do all of these other things that requires money, like pay bills and that. Like, literally saying, why are you still living out of a car? Like, I got bills I gotta pay, right? But it is so crazy to me how people will say it's my fault. Like, I'm not doing it. Well, you went to come. Like, I literally put money into bills and the tows and getting the cars fixed and putting gas and all of this stuff that requires, you know, having a car, because the car takes more gas than what is needed because we're living out of it. But this lady, all her money goes to BMWs and Louis Vuitton weekender bags. She's carrying big old duffel bags around. A big old Louis Vuitton duffel bag. That's a whole joke. Talking about her kids ain't got beds. And it's just, like, so crazy because she really doesn't take care of her kids, nor should she have a roof over her head. They got their grandparents' house to stay at. But why does she get to live comfortably and buy all of these fast food and eat out and do all of this and get a BMW and have all of this? But yet there's people I see on live that work hard for their families, that literally have a job but don't make enough and entertain people on lives. Like, they had 2 jobs and one of the jobs didn't pay enough and they weren't getting called in to work, so they quit because they wasn't making money at that job. So then they have another job that they do, and on top of that they hold panels and entertain people on their lives.
I'm just imagining this box story in my head. Like, Tophiachu gets tons of boxes outside of her doorstep, and she's like, I'm just gonna let the rain just let it rot away. And Papachu's like, no. We're not gonna let these boxes go to waste, Tophiachu. I'm very busy right now. I'm hanging tons of green crosses throughout the house. Go get them. She's like, no. He's like, go get those boxes. Got green crosses to hang. Important stuff, Tophia. And after she goes back to her live, after dragging all of those boxes back in, you just see Papachu just sitting on his throne of boxes. He's now the box king. He's a gazillionaire box king now. No one's gonna step in his path. What do you think you are, the government? Not on Papachu's watch. He's the box king. You can't stop him now. Where are we going to put our garbage? In boxes. Where are we going to store our food? In boxes. The best place ever. Papachu is just straight living in his own imagination land. What's with this new thing and Tophiachu just wanting to be right about everything and anything? Has Brother Chu finally told her that just buying a transmission doesn't make her part owner of the car and that she really doesn't do that much? It must have really got to her, because now she's like, hey, you guys, that you're talking trash about Ash Trevino, even though people were talking tons of trash about Ash Trevino the entire time. She's like, hey, you should have listened to me. I told you guys she was a bad person. But now, look at you. She's got tons of money and rich. You could have gave it to me. It's like, Tophia, everyone was hating on Ash for a while. Like, she just came out of nowhere, a rising Lolcow to the moon. No one seen it coming. Like, I don't even think Ash Trevino could have predicted this, but it happened, and now she's getting a little bit more backlash than she's used to, and she doesn't even care. Ash Trevino does not care about the backlash the way Tophiachu does. If Tophiachu just handled it like her, she'd probably have some more success in this world, but no, Tophiachu is going to crash out over anything and everything, and I've got to say, Tophiachu, you have not changed anyone's opinion. No one cares what you have to say about Ash Trevino, but go ahead and keep talking about her. They just view it as hypocritical from you because they see Ash Trevino as the more successful version of you.
I don't support Diddy. Who said I supported Diddy? I didn't put that on the car, so don't put that on me. Unless you have actual video of me riding down the car, you can't accuse me.
How's it going today, guys? Tophiachu is on an absolute emotional roller coaster. What starts out as her just talking about a car meet she was at ends up with her telling her trolls that she got fired from her imaginary job multiple times. So now she's going to start taking it out on you guys. She's going to start calling all of her trolls jobs and get them fired in real life because she just can't take it anymore. And Papachu, forget about Papachu. I'm tired of him. She doesn't want to hear about him anymore, guys, either. If you want to help Papachu so bad, you go find him on the streets. You go pick him up. You go house him because Tophiachu just isn't going to take it anymore. She's had enough. Because people will not stop calling Tophiachu apparently and telling her that they're going to pull up on her. And Tophiachu at this point is just like, pull up, I'm ready to go. She's pulling a complete Cyrax. And now even more people are calling Brother Chu's jobs. Probably about the thing he wrote about Diddy on the back of his car. That probably helped him a whole lot. So now Tophiachu is just having meltdown after meltdown about each and every subject that she's on. This is a good one, guys.
This does not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious.
Look at my new shirt. It says, welcome to the hood, to the neighborhood. I'm happy because that horrible stuff is coming off the back of the car whenever we're able to go to the car wash, because it's dry erase, so it's gonna wash off. When I drive this car, that won't be back there. Thank you. Jesus, there was some idiots last night, man. What happened? They were like doing burnouts and stuff, and it was like getting crazy, and then whoop, the police showed up. Luckily we got out of there, but some people just ruin things for others. That's what I hate about people. They always try to, like, put shit on me that I got nothing to do with. This isn't my car. I don't control it. I just ride in it and sleep in it. That's all. You ain't gonna put shit on me unless you actually have video of me riding that. Then I would suggest you don't. I already told my mom, I said, once these people find out, they're gonna come at me. Like, Jesus Christ. I just literally explained the whole joke that my brother did with his friends. It was a joke that he wrote on the car with dry erase. I said, I don't like it. I already told him when he wrote it. I said, that's not a joke to be making. I don't care. Like, for me personally, you and your friends got jokes, but sometimes those jokes take it too far. For me, I don't agree. I don't know what goes through these people's minds to say we don't like you. You fell off, but then they make these usernames and give me engagement. Like, hello? You're literally making usernames to be seen to give me engagement by sharing it. It doesn't make sense. Oh, this is the thing. Like, you need to engage with this live. That means commenting or paying to comment. That means tapping the likes. That means not sitting here and being negative all the freaking time. We don't need this. Just spam the likes. And also, I'm really excited because I'm getting some new Switch games. Someone sending me. He said he had extra games, so he's sending me. Smash Bros is one of them, which I'm really excited. I need to get a new controller.
If there's one Tophiachu delusion that I hope's come true sometime soon, it's that she gets her driver's license. I mean, we know it's not going to happen because anytime Tophiachu is met with any type of resistance, she's just going to give up. And sometimes getting your driver's license can be kind of a hassle. With all the paperwork they want, you know Tophiachu doesn't have it. Most people gotta take 2 trips to the DMV when they go. Tophiachu would take one, realize she needed tons of paperwork that was in storage, and she would just straight give up. Just wouldn't try it all, go back home and say, you know what, I'm just gonna live in this car. Driving it's too much of a hassle. But if she does actually go through and get one, when she's driving around and realizes how much money it takes to actually have a car, for all the gas money and the small maintenances to the big ones sometimes, like imagine waiting 1 month for like $600 from TikTok. I mean, if that. We know Tophiachu sometimes only brings in like $200. It would be almost impossible. You would barely be driving. You know she would be freaking out as soon as she realized how much gas money actually costs. She'd be online dry begging like, you people don't even know. It's hard to get places in New Mexico. Gas money is expensive around here. And no, I'm not going to get a job. Do not mention me getting a job because I'm not going to do it. I mean, just think about it. I could be sitting here on TikTok, not driving, saving money, instead of going to a job. How foolish can you guys be? But as delusional and as funny as it is to think about Tophiachu driving, I think this is a real goal of hers. With all of the car meets she's been going to with Brother Chu, at first the Drift Queen moniker was just a joke, but now she really wants to live by the wheel. She wants to get behind it, feel the rush, feel the wind behind her hair, racing in the famed Chu Cruiser, sponsored by Diddy's Honey Buns and brand new ramen noodles cooked in baby oil, 100% guaranteed.
My dad is struggling. How come I don't help him? Because I'm struggling. We're living out of a car. Use your common sense. You said my father is struggling, so are we, while we're trying to get him help. Why is it any of your business what I'm doing with my father? Maybe worry about yourself. How am I going to help someone when I'm struggling? By the grace of God, thankfully, there is someone who is nice enough to send me cash apps, not mentioning usernames. Thank you. There is so much going on that I can't, like, I'm struggling. I could barely afford the things that I need. Like, these shirts, I wanted them, right? Like the Hello Kitty shirt, this Simpson shirt. Like half of my clothes are in the SUV, and a lot of my pants are here. We was eating hamburgers from the gas station every single day because that's all we could afford to eat. Well, it's not all we could afford. It's because we weren't able to go to the grocery store to get groceries. Like, I get Lunchables and stuff, but sometimes I want to have something like, a chili dog, hamburger, Taco Cabana. Sometimes, And that person was nice enough to be like, get you guys some dinner. And I was like, sure. So I got a Taco Cabana. I got a taco seller. Otherwise, I'm struggling. If you literally think I could help my father, then you must be loco, crazy. If he's struggling, do you think I would leave him struggling if I wasn't struggling? We're all struggling. Things are not cheap. And for me to go get a job right now, while I'm living out of a car would be insane, because I can't always go to the shower all the time. And it's not, I don't go without a shower for days. That place was closed for a week for renovations. $12 for a shower, that's a lot of money. I'm trying to get a place so I can get washed up, get cleaned up, get all my clothes hanged, so I can have a house and have a place. For me, it's not logical to get a job because I make enough money. But right now, it's very hard to go live because, look, I'm sick. I can't do this while living out of a car. I'm not wasting my time running through jobs that I could possibly need in the future once I clear my name. Why am I going to go run through a bunch of jobs to not have any? Because people don't learn to not leave people the fuck alone. Because I could turn around and do the same thing and not give a fuck. You could whine, bitch, cry, moan, try to cancel me and say, why are you doing that to other people? I don't care, because I'm about to spaz out and cause people to lose their jobs and not leave you the fuck alone like you didn't leave me alone. You deserve unrest. You deserve to have to sleep with one eye open because people are slamming on your door.
Do you guys remember when Tophiachu was crashing out so hard that she ended up throwing up on herself and Mamachu had to take the reins, just pick up the live stream and tell all the trolls what was going on? And at the time, the trolls were talking about how they wasn't trying to take care of Papachu and they were just leaving him to fend for himself, which is exactly what was happening. But Mamachu went on this rant saying, we're doing everything we can for Papachu. We're looking for him. We're trying to find him. We're trying to help this man. What are you guys doing? You're just talking to us in comments, trying to tell us how to live our life, but you don't know what we're doing. We're trying to help Papachu. But now listen to Tophiachu right now. We're not trying to help Papachu. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you people? Look at us. We're living in a car. Do you think we're trying to help him right now? That would just make our situation far worse. And I mean, it's Papachu, so she's probably right. She probably is right that it would just make the situation far worse. But why would she just lie to everyone like that? We know you're not trying to take care of Papachu. That's long gone. If you never see him again, well, you'll just use him to sympathy bait. We all know that. But to pretend you care is just absolutely insane. It's finally nice to hear your true colors come out, Tophiachu. Your actual feelings on Papachu. Like, look, guys. We're not going to go get him. He's a hassle. We don't want him around in our life. He's actually a drain on money. You know how long it takes 3 family members to eat a 1-pound bag of Doritos? I sure don't. I eat them all before they get a chance. And just imagine if Papachu was here. We're not going to do it. I mean, Mamachu's lucky to be there at this point. You think she's sleeping right now? No, Mamachu's not sleeping. She's snoring. That's just because she got a right sniff of Tophiachu and she passed out a little bit ago. I mean, that must be the case since the reason Tophiachu can't get a job now, in her own words, is she can't take a shower every day and she's not going to suffer the embarrassment like she did last time where she got fired for not having proper hygiene. And you know, that's kind of fair. I understand her a little bit because who would want to get fired that way? And who would want to put a manager through that, making them fire someone for that? That's got to be like top 5 most embarrassing reasons to fire someone for. But honestly, it's not like Tophiachu cares about her reputation. I mean, you heard her at the very end of that segment. She's like, listen, you guys have messed with my imaginary job. I mean, she went full King Cobra. She doesn't even have a job, but still yet she's like, if I did have a job, my imaginary job, I know this would happen, so I'm gonna start taking it out on all of my trolls. You guys are lucky that I don't start calling all your jobs and get you fired. It's like, Tophiachu, that has not happened to you yet. Yeah, some people attempted to do that to your brother, but he didn't even get fired. He works there still just fine. He doesn't deserve to. So what are you even complaining about? You're literally just taking it a step further. This could start happening to you. Well, I mean, if you ever got a job. But now when people think about what happened to you in your apartment, they probably don't feel so bad. If they ever did in the first place, which they probably didn't.
This close to not giving a fuck about anyone's peaceful sleeping, because why do you get to sleep peacefully and I don't? fuck you. Like, it's getting to that point. I'm so fucking sick and tired. Like, I got the other night, like, oh, where you at? Let's go over there, and like, you want to get your ass beat? Get your ass beat. And that's all there is to it. You don't tell someone to pull up and then say, you're the one that literally and I didn't even say anything. Talking about predators don't need peace. Oh, that's a fucking lie. You got a whole ass predator in a Discord talking about, oh, predators don't need no peace. But let's be for real. First of all, I said allegedly when I was live because someone said they had proof. So I hadn't received the proof yet. I did receive something, which is a law in certain states that says if you are 18 and your partner is 17, they're considered infantile. I don't know what that means. Don't come at me. Infants are, infants are babies, right? That's what we think. But they said that if you are 18 and your partner is 17 and you engage in activities, you have to get consent from the parents, even if they're a year younger than you. And yeah, I'm not 40. I'm actually 30, about to be 31, so, Your mom probably looks like she's 80 and decrepit. This ain't no one-way street. This is two ways. It goes both ways. If people are sending me stuff because I was getting a lawyer, because I'm taking this stuff to a lawyer, does that not make sense? The only reason why I haven't gotten a lawyer because a personal lawyer is expensive. I don't have the money to do so. If I was to have a GoFundMe, only a few people would probably donate to help me get a lawyer. I had already tried that. Someone sent me $10 and said to use it for whatever I want. Now all of a sudden I scammed people out of money for a lawyer by using it for something else. When someone said you could use it for that or you could use it for something else. Since nobody donated, only one person gave $10 in my Cash App. I said, and it even says use it for what you want. I have the message proof that they said use it for what you want. I gave up because no one wants to help. I need to take people to court and clear my name so you can learn to not mess with me. And if anybody else tries to lie on my name again, cease and desist. You're going to have to be quiet. No, it's not the least of my worries because actually it's affecting, I've lost thousands of dollars because of that monetary gain. I literally have a defamation lawsuit because they caused me to not only lose an agency, they caused me to lose a brand deal with Entertainment Earth. Quit playing with me. The only reason why you think you're getting away with it is because I can't afford a freaking lawyer. I could literally have someone right now if I wanted to pay for my personal lawyer, if I wanted to go that route. I'd be making bank. You'd be like, you're going on shopping sprees. I ain't gonna tell you how.
Tophiachu just couldn't stop getting baited this entire live stream. When someone was like, Tophiachu, you're never going to get a job. She's like, well, you know why? Because in my imaginary job, I've been fired tons of times. Just pulled a king cobra out of her hat. And then when someone's like, listen, Tophiachu, I'm going to pull up on you and Brother Chu, she just straight goes Cyrax like, listen, pull up. I don't even care anymore. I'm ready to go WWE on you guys. Drop a tombstone pile driver through Brother Chu's car window shield. Try me. You think I'm playing? Ask Mama Chu. I don't play no games. And then later on in this video, she's going to pull a Chris chant. She just can't help herself. But then she goes on to do her own Lolcowisms when she's like, listen, guys, or I mean, I guess it could be some bit of Cyrax. When she's like, guys, listen, I tried to get a lawyer. Only one person gave me money and they did tell me I could spend it on whatever I want, and for some reason it just doesn't compute to her that if you're asking for money for a lawyer to help you against the trolls and the one person who does donate to you, you end up spending it on something else, that's just going to tell everyone in the future who donates to you for this same reason that you're not going to spend it on a lawyer. You're going to spend it on Comic-Con or something stupid like that. You've already confirmed that for them. But then that's not even really the funny part, because she starts raging out pretty hard right there, guys. She loses her mind for just a flat second and she goes on to spit out, and listen, if I ever wanted a lawyer because you guys just won't stop talking on my name, my bad. I've got tons of people who watch me who would easily fund me for a lawyer, even though only one person did last time and it was like $10.
You're gonna look stupid, and when are you gonna go to court? Oh, she's watching. That makes her a predator because she's watching. they're gonna laugh at your face, do you know? If you are weirded out by stuff like that, I'm grown. I'm 30. Okay, we're all grown adults. If you hate the topic of corn and stuff, and you're weirded out by talking about it, you're too young and you shouldn't be in this conversation. It doesn't make sense. But you have to understand something, right? They're claiming corn makes me a predator, which doesn't make sense. Corn is corn. Let's be for real. That doesn't make someone a predator. Again, you have all of these rappers being very simple, talking about stuff. Because why is it that I'm going to let people lie on my name and get off the internet and say, well, no. I ain't gonna let these people get the satisfaction of running me off the internet. If you think I'm gonna get off the internet and let these people ruin my life, you must be crazy. I'm taking your money. I'm taking all your paychecks. You're gonna pay me for the rest of your life. I lost thousands of dollars, you're gonna lose thousands of dollars, and that's what you get for lying on people. They need to get off the internet. No, you mad because I'm fighting back and I'm not getting off the internet. No one is dictating how my life is gonna go. Was drawn from memory, like Jesus drew you from memory when he was drunk. Okay? Joe's hairline is receding, but he has shit to always run his mouth in my comment section. Sir, you should worry about getting Bosley hair restoration and fix that whack ass hairline that is being pushed all the way back to your head before you worry about me, you weirdo. It's always the weirdest people. Like what person, oh, ratioed, you got 1 follower. You shouldn't even be talking about ratioed. Maybe worry about yourself and don't worry about me. You the crust on the bottom of someone's foot. And you trying to tell me how I'm supposed to respond to disrespect and how I'm supposed to live my life because you're a sad bitch that sits on the curb because you wish you had the courage to do anything in your life. You could barely jump out of an airplane skydiving because you're too afraid to live life on the edge, trying to tell me how I'm supposed to live my life. You weird. A mirror? Well, if it's a mirror, I'm holding that mirror up to you because I'm not afraid to do anything. I'm not afraid to live my life. I'll go outside and do whatever the fuck I want. Ain't nobody stopping me. You thought you was gonna stop me? I still go outside, shop, live my life. You're weird. Like, half of y'all be weird asses. Sit here and compare me to horrible people. Like Chris Chan? What the hell? I ain't got nothing to do that compares me to Chris Chan. Yeah, no one is gonna say sorry. I've literally proven myself time and time again. You know why one of my supporters is my supporter? Because they actually looked into things. And they said people didn't post the full videos. They noticed a lot of the stuff was edited. Let's be for real. I've shared literal proof that some of the stuff is not true and not even a sorry. And I don't give a f if you say sorry to me. I don't want your sorry. I don't want anything from you. You could take all of that and shove it up. I'm gonna buy a nice car. Okay, my dream car. I'm gonna roll down the window with my shades, okay? It might be Chanel, might be Gucci, might be Louis Vuitton. I don't buy designer shit. But glasses, okay? I'll have expensive designer glasses. I will lower those bitches. And I will record a video and I will laugh and drive off. Okay?
Tophiachu, you know for 100% fact that there's not a soul in this world who thinks you're a predator because you watched. It's because of the kind that you watched. The kind that you did was absolutely degenerate. Even Papachu called you out for it on his own Twitter account. So when you scream on your soapbox that it's not true, and all the rappers that you listen to should be getting accused of the same exact thing, well, if they did what you did, if that got exposed on them, well, they wouldn't have much of a career right now. Look what's happening with Drake. He's one of the biggest artists in the world, and he's struggling right now. Probably not financially. He's probably still having tons of sales, but the entire internet is making fun of him, and it's not even confirmed. I mean, at least right now, I haven't looked into it in a minute. It's not confirmed yet. So for you who it is confirmed, I couldn't even imagine what would happen to him. The comparison isn't even real. And she knows this, guys. That's exactly why she started crashing out so hard. She even started singling out some of her viewers who are probably subscribers, by the way, since this is on subscriber only mode. People who give her money. She's screaming earlier, "Give me your money. This is the only reason I'm here." But then she starts crashing out on her viewers like, "Listen, Joe, I know you're bald and I know your entire life. So when things start crumbling for me, you're first. And who's next? It's probably Becky with the good hair. Yeah, I see you making all them fake Tophiachu profiles. You're next." She's gonna be the Goldberg of TikToks, just taking every troll out one by one. I mean, she must be watching something that's giving her ego. Maybe listening to some inspirational music, because did you hear? Like, listen guys, you can never do what I do. Every day I wake up, I strive for greatness. I wake up, I don't shower, I don't brush my teeth, and I get on live for you guys 2 times a day now. Damn you, TikTok, why do you make me have to work 2 times a day? You just couldn't imagine the hustle that Tophiachu puts on when she walks into the library and sits for 4, 5, 6 hours until she's forced out. That's a lot of work for her. Just think about all the ideas that she's running through her head, all the brilliance. I mean, she might be a modern day Bizarro Albert Einstein. But who am I kidding? Can you believe she's so mad? She's telling everybody, "You're the dirt on the bottom of my shoe." Tophiachu, you are the last person who should be saying that. You should be begging for help at this moment. You're in a car, and you might not be in a car for much longer. You should be like, "Guys, I will shine your shoes. I will do whatever. Just give me a job and give me some money, because this isn't going to last much longer." Tophiachu really needs to get her act together, but she's just not. She's crashing out at every single moment. Every time someone brings something up, crash out, crash out, crash out. I can't wait to see what next week brings.
Because Squid said we used the restroom on the sidewalk, you believed her even after she turned around, changed the story and said, "Oh, I didn't see them, somebody else saw them. One of my coworkers saw them." That's a lie. You made it seem like you saw us using the restroom on the sidewalk. Now all of a sudden you want to say, "My coworker saw them, I didn't see them." Lies. I don't believe someone that changes their story 5 million times. Did you see us or did the coworker see us? Because you're lying. You had everyone believe that you saw it, and then you wanted to turn around and say, "Oh, my coworker saw them." First of all, she lied. She said that she saw us. You're not listening. She had everyone believing that she's the one who saw us using the restroom on the sidewalk. Then she retracted that and said, "No, I didn't see them. My coworker did." What coworker? Because the lady that works in the office, I'm pretty sure, does not like you. And does she need to know? Because I need to interview this lady. I would lie on somebody too if I didn't like them. But I don't do that. At least I'm truthful. No, you lie on people because you don't like them. So you're watching us even though we're not on your property, and you just admitted you're, and yet people want to say that I was by filming you. No, you were walking by making videos. That video that she made where the trees were, she was walking by our car making videos harassing us. And we're not even by her work. We couldn't move our car. She can't pay her phone bill and has an eviction on her name. I don't have an eviction on my name. All these places asked us to leave. I could rent anywhere I want. The only reason why you're living with your cousin is because you can't rent anywhere else. You have an eviction. You went to court for that. That's why she's living with her cousin. First of all, going to college does not mean that you're doing something with your life. You could still get a college degree and not get the job that you want. I went to a university. I didn't go to community college when I got out of high school. I went straight to UNM, University of New Mexico. I was doing something with my life then. Let's be for real. I couldn't afford it because it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. People can't afford. I don't want to go to college. It's not even worth it to get a piece of paper that you could rip up, and they don't even have a diploma. They have a GED. You know what was funny is people tried to sit here and say that I dropped out of high school, but when that person came forward and showed my yearbook photos, all of a sudden, where's those people that said I dropped out of high school? There's proof I didn't drop out of high school because there's a yearbook photo of me with my cap and gown that you take your senior photos. So let's be for real. someone showed senior photos and all of a sudden I'm not a high school dropout. You lie so bad. How is it photoshopped when they opened the book and literally went to the photo? Came time to get the package, so I had ordered my school ring. I got my school ring, and basically I picked it out. I picked out what stone I wanted. I had my school ring made and everything, and you have to make payments on it. And my dad could no longer pay out my school ring, so I didn't get it because he couldn't afford it. It was the package with the school ring, and the cap and gown was like $300. I couldn't afford a cap and gown, and so I walked. Mind you, we were having an assembly for seniors, and then the other grades were like sitting in the bleachers as they were doing like the ceremony for the seniors who are graduating. I walked from where I lived to my school, which was up the road. It's like a long stretch of highway, but it was a pretty far walk. And I walked there because I said, there's like a special event for seniors, but the buses didn't run because we already had our last day of school, so buses weren't picking us up anymore. So I walked there. I didn't know what it was until I got there. It was getting us ready for our to graduate. The vice principal, who knew me because I was in Black student government, she's like, "Where's your cap and gown? Like, why aren't you ready?" And I explained to her, I said, "Oh, my dad told me I couldn't walk because we couldn't afford the cap and gown," which was true. So she said, "Hold on." She goes, "Wait a minute, hold on." So she called my dad. She said, "If we get her cap and gown, would you let her walk?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure." He said, "Yeah, as long as you're able to get her cap and gown." They gave me a cap and gown because I couldn't afford it. And I had the scarf from like Black Student Union because I was in Black Student Union. They give you this like scarf. And I walked with my class.
Guys, we have got to find this lady so Tophiachu can interview her. There is only a couple of things that could happen, and here's one of them. Tophiachu gets proven innocent, and she looks absolutely ridiculous for crashing out so hard over nothing, because none of us would really know about this except, say, like, a few thousand people, because remember, Squid didn't post a name on her first TikTok. Tophiachu was the one saying, "Hey, it wasn't me," which makes me believe it was her doing this just a little bit more, but as Squid was changing her story, it does help Tophiachu out just a tad bit.
Yes, maybe I did go to Comic-Con, but most of the money after that went to towing. I shouldn't have to explain myself.
If you guys are gonna comment, at least comment something that I can laugh at, because all these comments are starting to get really boring. I sound like I'm crying? Is that what I saw a comment say? That's funny.
I think they're talking about me.
How's it going, everybody? Today we got another Tophiachu video. Who would have guessed? But surprisingly, I mean, I don't even know if it's a surprise at this point, Tophiachu isn't the main character of this story. It's actually Brother Chu, because as you guys know, each and every one in the Chu crew is a lolcow in their own right, and Brother Chu, he's no exception, because as you're going to learn throughout this video, he is exactly like Tophiachu, and surprisingly, I can't believe I'm saying this, he seems like the smarter version of her. He goes to work, he has experience with real people still, so he's got like some kind of social cues, so when it comes to him being online, he'll make a lot more sense than Tophiachu does, but he's still a Chu, and he just can't help himself from being ridiculous. And what happened this time is, he broke up with one of his girlfriends. In fact, we've been hearing Tophiachu talk about her a little bit throughout the videos. It's just, I had no idea that's who Tophiachu was referring to, one of Brother Chu's ex-girlfriends. In fact, I didn't think it was that important, but little did I know, this is a big part of the lore. This ex-girlfriend who Brother Chu's gonna be discussing throughout this video was living with the Chu crew for a long time, up until the point they got evicted. I believe the last time they were ever living in an apartment. So she knows a lot about the Chu crew, and they've got a lot of history. So this starts out as a simple back and forth, but it just erupts into chaos. Tophiachu starts trying to sound off on this girl, and Brother Chu's like, no, back up. I'm finally in the car during a live stream. I'm gonna let these people hear a piece of my mind. So we basically have a double meltdown with some Mama Chu coughs in the background. It's an amazing video. Make sure you guys stick around to the end.
Yeah, I know she is talking about me, but she could talk about me all she wants. Like, I'm not talking about her. She loves to blame people, but not herself. Like, I get reported on TikTok all the time.
Oh, don't go into it.
Like, I don't know why I'm getting blamed for her life getting reported when I got nothing to do with that.
Don't even go into it.
Oh, that's why no one likes her in real life. She could say I got no friends, but she has no friends. That's why nobody likes her.
Don't even go in on it. It's not even worth it.
I know that, but people love to come and say shit, and it's crazy. Imagine how you're isolated.
If anybody should be going in on her, it's me. This doesn't involve you.
We both don't have friends? That's a lie. Imagine the only person that is your friend is men because you don't have no friends. And then validating that by saying, oh, I'm getting married. Yeah, that's so cool. Considering the fact that people went in my life telling me like, oh, she's engaged and you got no man. I got friends. Okay? Online. Maybe not offline, but the people that converse with my brother because she wants to lie like me. So, what?
You want me to stay quiet? You want me to say anything?
If you want to say something, you can. She loves to lie and sit there and say she's got friends. What was her excuse about a dirty ass room? Saying, oh, she didn't have time to clean it? That's a flat out lie.
I'll do the talking. Don't even involve yourself in it, because then she'll start running her mouth about you, and it's not even worth it. I have no regrets about talking about the dumb bitch.
She goes on, she messages me and harasses me, and I don't say shit to her. Like when she said, oh, I went and pissed on your grandma's, like that. And then, like the whole situation I brought up that one year at Comic-Con, where she said I owed her $100 after she paid for the signature. Nobody gets free money. It doesn't grow on trees. I'm not paying someone that doesn't, like, it's stupid. Especially when she bought that fucking Xbox, being like, oh, I got an Xbox for you because yours was stolen. I wasn't going to accept it because I knew she was going to ask for it back. She does that. She does that all the time, comes back, tries to be nice with my brother, and then harasses me.
So guys, I want you to think back on all the Tophiachu live streams that we've watched, just every single one of them. And in any single one of them, have you ever noticed Tophiachu having a friend or mentioning someone that she talks to besides just a random dude in passing or one of Brother Chu's friends? Because that's basically all Tophiachu has. She doesn't have real life friends either. She's got people who Brother Chu hangs out with, and she relies on them for her entertainment. Throughout this video, she's literally going to say multiple times, all of my brother friends love me. They say nothing but good things about me. When I'm around, they're like, man, I can't believe people talk so bad about you on the internet, but they think I'm a great person. And it's like, well, hopefully they continue to talk about you good behind your back, but that's not typically how people work, Tophiachu, but we'll let you keep living in your delusions. And did you notice that you can only mention Brother Chu's friends? Because just like you're accusing this girl of having no friends, you don't have any. You literally just have Mama Chu and Brother Chu. That's it. In fact, it'd probably be best for you to take some of your own criticism and find some friends out in this world. It would probably help you out a whole lot mentally instead of you just screaming at your phone all day. But, you know, this works for me better. And Brother Chu knew Tophia was going to make such a bad point because he knew she doesn't have any friends either. He's like, man, I'm really upset at my ex-girlfriend and I want to cook her right now. I gotta get at her. And what Tophiachu's about to bring to the table just isn't going to be it. She's just going to be getting roasted by her chat the whole time. It's not going to work out. Let the real man step up. Let Brother Chu step up to bat and take a swing at this. There was little point for Tophiachu to step away because Brother Chu's basically another version of her. It basically sounds like Tophiachu saying all this, just a little bit more intelligent, and I mean just a tad bit more. Brother Chu just seems like a step up from her. That's really all it is. The main thing we can take away from this is They all talk alike, every single one of them. I wonder who started the trends, all the catchphrases in the Chu crew. For some reason, I feel like it was Papa Chu. And with Brother Chu and Tophiachu both having to tackle this situation, you would think it's something dramatic, something huge happened behind the scenes. And what could it have been? Well, Tophiachu just ended up owing this girl $100, and you know Tophiachu's gonna beef with anybody saying she owes them money. Just the situation that she's in right now, Tophiachu isn't gonna hear that. And just, do you think Tophiachu is giving anybody $100? And it's even better when you realize this all stemmed from a Comic-Con. Every single one of Tophiachu's problems come from Comic-Cons. It doesn't matter what it is. It could have happened 2 years ago. Oh, what happened? Tophiachu went to a Comic-Con, had this person sign that, and now she owes some money. Or Tophiachu went to a Comic-Con, now she owes rent money, couldn't pay it, now she's homeless. It's just a never-ending cycle. It's like people typically make bad purchases in their life, it happens. But they normally don't put themselves onto the street from doing it, and they typically don't make the same purchase over and over again to some lavish event that you really just don't even need in your life to get autographs from celebrities. That always ends up costing you big time. It's always Comic-Con that costs you these problems, Tophiachu. As you're going to say later on, your business is from the internet. And this is causing your business to suffer drastically. But is she going to avoid the next Comic-Con? No. Tophiachu is going to be over there. It's basically a family vacation at this point. I guarantee you the attendance of Comic-Cons has went way down since the Chu crew has started attending these.
I don't want her going off because it's not even worth it to her. My sister has no involvement in this shit. So this is just purely me. It's purely my involvement in it because Angie can't get it through her head. Wanted to sit there blowing me up. But since I rarely talk on these lives, I rarely do anything online with this bullshit. Because all it is just childish bullshit. And her screenshots and her lies, I don't deal with it. I'm mainly quiet and I stay the out of it. But since the bitch wants to go live on and so since she wants to drop the go on live and start talking shit about me and start talking shit about my family, then I'll get right to the point and say what the is going on. Because she wants to sit there and run her mouth and literally run her mouth. And then she wants to come outside and act like people like her. She wants to go outside and act like people want to see her as they don't. This isn't your situation, stay out of it. I just find it funny. She could watch the live, she could do whatever she wants. You guys can send this to her. I don't give a... I've already messaged her on Instagram and let her know. Nobody respects her. Nobody likes her. There's 2 people there. There's a bunch of people there actually that don't like her. And then she comes around acting like she's all nice and sweet. No, she isn't. She got fired from APS. Why? Because she wanted to touch kids. She wanted to touch kids, and that's why she got fired from APS. She wants to talk about, oh, it's on site. Every time, oh, it's on site. Because she... Stay out of it.
Wait, how is it that someone that is accusing my brother of being with literally got caught multiple times, and there's actual proof that someone took from a Discord or somewhere where she admitted to talking to minors and said she didn't care?
She was in a Discord full of
talking to them and then said, I don't care that I got caught. There's proof. It's on Reddit.
And she knows it. And then she wants to sit there and all she keeps saying is, oh, he talks to a 15-year-old girl or he likes guys. The same damn thing on repeat. She can't say new shit.
She's talking about projection. She's the one.
We'll do a deep fucking dive because you know what? I still have the videos of how she left Motel 6 the minute she left.
I have photos too.
I still have all the videos, all the pictures of how filthy and goddamn dirty that room was. Mind you, a couple of months ago, back in January, she hopped on live and was talking shit about the same guy she's with now, saying that he doesn't shower, that he's stinky, that she has to force him to shower while she was in the car with me. And then she wants to sit there and say that she's back with him? Makes no damn sense. Let her go to the cops. She's sitting there defending him. Let her go to the fucking cops.
All of my brothers...
She went to the cops multiple times. That's all she ever does is go to the cops.
But yeah, we're cop callers.
She always goes to the cops.
We're cop callers.
She hasn't been outside in months. Why? Because nobody likes her, and then she finally comes out.
All of my brother's friends told me, especially one of his friends said, "You're good people." That's exactly what she told me. She's got no buddy. I'm not rude to anybody when I'm out there.
Don't even mind what she's saying right now, because that's the image that she wants to portray to everybody else.
Man, the street racing scene is brutal. As soon as Tophiachu joins it, she's already got a beef. It's like when they pull up, apparently Brother Chu's ex-girlfriend sees him and is like, okay, I gotta jump out of this car and prove that I've got tons of friends. I'm respected around here. Tophiachu wants to be the drift queen. Not gonna happen on my watch. And it's like, who past the age of 18, maybe in the college crowd past 22, truly cares about how popular they are? It's like, okay, you get 5 or 6 friends and you hang out with them for the rest of your life. You don't screw them over. You just be cool with one another and you got something good going. The more friends you have, more likely you're going to have problems, because that typically involves being in the party scenes, and trust me guys, that just typically goes wrong. Like, every single time. I've not seen it work out for a single soul. You either get out or it just swallows you whole and you're not coming back out of it. And let's not forget to say that Brother Chu mentions his ex-girlfriend is a sicko, as King Cobra JFS would put it. And it's like, this is so fitting. This is just so hypocritical coming from both of them, because do I believe him? Heck yeah, she's Brother Chu's ex-girlfriend. Like, you gotta be pretty down low to date Brother Chu, and we all know his favorite activities is his side hustles, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. What really gets me is, as soon as something like this pops up for someone else, Brother Chu and Tophiachu are just throwing the rocks right at him. They're not gonna let him slide on this, even though me and the Leapin' Lemur made a video exposing you for this. We know this is what you get up to. You're a sicko as well. Both of you are. So it's just weird that you would be bringing this up. It's like when Cyrax does it when he's talking to Tony the Black Dragon.
That's why I'm venting out right now, because I find it funny that I can stay quiet, not say haven't messaged her in months, haven't messaged her since like January, since she wanted to come in, or around Christmas time, since she wanted to come around and try to act all buddy-buddy. And then I got the evidence I needed because she wanted to come around and act all buddy-buddy. Nobody likes her. And that's the point. I can stay quiet. I don't have to say anything to anybody. I know many people in this life want me to talk. Many people in this life want me. Many of these people in this life want me to talk shit, want me to spill tea so you can go tell her exactly what the hell I'm saying. And that's perfectly fine. I'm starting not to care anymore what she finds out and what she knows. The reason why we say this is because all the evidence is in videos, pictures, and proof. Everything's in videos and pictures and proof. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it in person. We don't go starting at meets, because why? We're not gonna get kicked out of a meet for going over there and starting something.
I just walk around and look at the nice cars, or have conversations with his friends. His friends have nothing rude to say about me, because they say whatever they have to say about me is nice. They don't have anything to say rude about me.
All my friends know I'm not gonna start drama while I'm out at a meet.
Who cares if I'm living in a car? At least I'm not living with someone where I have one lifeline and then don't have nowhere to live. That's why her family wants nothing to do with her. She don't have family members to live with.
Like I said, she's not respected in any type of way, and then she tries to play it off like she has friends. And the only friends she has are the people that are online that are either talking shit with her or are just there for the tea. Those are the only friends she has.
Like the last time she went live, she only had 30 viewers. Nobody gives a she has to say.
I'll tell you this right now. You guys can hop in her live and find out for yourself. But I can tell you this, she only has below 20 viewers. And that's all that she'll ever have, is a low viewer count. I laugh about it.
She mentioned me on her live earlier, and I didn't even say shit to her. And she's been messaging me and talking to herself like a dumb idiot, telling me that I owe her $100. I don't her shit.
Let me talk. And the thing about it is that she doesn't get no views unless she mentions us. Whether she mentions my sister, my mom, my dad, my family, that's the only way she gets views is if she mentions us. Talking about, oh, I'm a security guard. Oh, I work closely with APD. If I want to do this, I'll do this.
She's lying about being a security because she lied to the judge when we went for our restraining order and told the judge she was working with kids again, saying that she works with kids after she had that investigation and got fired from APS, and she lied to the judge. And if I had known where she worked, I would have told the judge she was lying. I didn't know. I thought she worked secure. I thought she worked with kids. She lied to the judge. She's a compulsive liar. That's all she ever does is lie.
My mom's health is fine. No, see, we're not the ones that are obsessed with Angie. Angie's obsessed with us. So if my sister says something, Angie probably had it fucking coming, and she knew she had it coming, because she wants to sit there and run her mouth. If Angie wants to be famous, we'll make her famous.
She wants to play the victim.
If she wants to be TikTok famous, we'll make her TikTok famous. I'll believe you that. All we have to do is mention Angie and she'll be TikTok famous. She'll be TikTok famous.
There's even proof on Reddit. Her co-worker came forward and said I was not lying. There's proof what she did with APS.
Did you guys hear Brother Chew at the beginning of this segment when he was like, around Christmas time, I didn't even like her, guys. I was done with her. Just what every scorned ex-boyfriend would say. He didn't like her in the first place, but she was just something to get him by for the time. But in Brother Chew's case, it's even more, because he is like, I've got to discover all this girl's mysteries. Why is she so mean to my sister? And why does she keep coming around my friends? Like, I've got to figure out what's going on. So I got back with her and I discovered just about absolutely nothing, because when he goes on to mention what happened to her at her job where she got caught up, so rightfully so, Brother Chew fails to mention he didn't discover that. He discovers absolutely nothing. The girl's job was the one that caught her, and Brother Chew didn't even discover that she was cheating on him. Papa Chew did. Out of all people, Papa Chew just walks in on her one day, was like, oh man, she's cheating on my son. Goes to him and is like, hey man, you got some problems in your world. You better figure this out. Think about it. Papa Chew barely has a clue in this world anymore, but can recognize that Brother Chew is getting cheated on, but Brother Chew just has no clue. But this is a real man of mystery. He can discover anything. For Christmas, he got Detective Pikachu and a brand new Dora the Explorer outfit, and he was going to discover all the problems in his life. But here comes Papa Chew in 1 second, like, man, you gotta get rid of her. And it took him a second to even dump her after that. It's like, Brother Chew, you gotta calm down over here. We know you're just mad she dumped you. You wouldn't be saying none of this if she didn't. But maybe Brother Chew just wasn't feeling putting in all the effort because she only has 20 viewers. Brother Chew is going to jump back and forth between saying the internet stuff doesn't matter to trying to dunk on this girl for only having 20 or so viewers. So what is it? Are you proud and happy that your sister and like technically you have 300 plus viewers whenever you go live? Or does it not matter at all? Because you gotta take a pick. I mean, technically you could say, okay, yeah, the numbers that we have are great, but I still don't care about the internet drama. But the way you're making it seem is that it's a value to someone's personal being, whether they have viewers or not. And this is basically costing you everything with Tophiachu been on the internet when she's like, look, you have 0 lifelines left. That's why you can't afford to mess things up right now, because if you do, well, you're out on the streets. And it's like, Tophiachu, aren't you, Brother Chew and Mama Chew, on your last line as well? All you've got is each other. You can't go to any other family member because they don't have anything, or they're not going to house you. It's just not going to happen. So you're being hypocritical again. This is basically all Tophiachu does throughout this video. It's trying to make comebacks on this girl, but it's just her being a huge hypocrite. And Brother Chew's not much better himself.
And they told me everything uncut, thinking that, oh, they weren't going to tell me. They did.
How is someone dating a high schooler when I'm with this person 24/7? Are you guys stupid?
And let me tell you this. I'll tell you this much too. Is that, don't forget, because I know Angie's listening to this. I know that she's clearly watching this. Don't forget who put you there. Because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't know anybody.
The only reason why people watch her is to get information and say, what was it like living with Tophia? It's like she wants to be a compulsive liar and lie Why don't you ask me what it was like living with her? She didn't change the kitty litter. My brother had to do that. She would literally leave her puppy out of the room and not watch her dog. Me and my mom had to watch the dog until my brother got home from work. She doesn't take care of her pets. Let's really get into it. She had a nasty ass mattress living at her parents' house, letting her room become an outhouse for the animals. And then let's talk about us. We got animal control called on us for caring about her pets she didn't care about. I'll gladly have animal control called on me if I'm taking care of pets she didn't want. I'm tired of people. What was I supposed to do? Let those innocent kitties be sitting outside in the cold at night because her mom left her cats outside?
I want to see her try to go apply back at APS and let's see if she gets taken back. She's not gonna get hired back. She's not gonna get hired at anywhere that involves kids.
All you have
because she got fired from APS for being.
All you have to do is call APS, or you could look up people's records. You could look this shit up online.
I don't know. I don't think you can look up records like that because I think it's personal information. But
you can look up records.
I think it is possible if it's like to that degree. I'm not sure how that works. But if there is records of it, there is records of it. But I'm going to say somebody in a certain somebody's family gave me evidence and gave me proof over the phone. And told me exactly what I need to know and exactly what I need to hear. And that's not coming from my side of the family. That's coming from her side of the family.
Not only that.
I heard that. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to give names. I'm not going to be that type of person. But all I know is somebody told me over the phone evidence that I need to hear.
All you have to do is go to Reddit. Her co-worker came forward and said I was not lying. There's video proof.
I shouldn't be on live right now saying this. I shouldn't be on live, saying any of this. It's just, it's stupid to have to come on and confront this shit. When you just stay quiet and not say shit for so long. But if you're going to sit there talking shit about me, you're going to sit there talking shit about my family, of course I'm going to address it.
He could literally take her to court and sue her for defamation for lying on his name, saying he was messing with a minor. And then if he wins this case, is anyone going to apologize? No, because they love to say, oh, you're predators because of what my dad tweeted. We don't agree with what he tweeted online.
I wouldn't go as far as taking anybody to court because it's not worth the time and the energy to take somebody to court. She thinks she's damn slick. And she's not. I'll tell you this, when the lights go off and her live ends and the camera shuts down, nobody's around to see what's going on in the real world. Nobody sees what happens after the live goes off and the camera shut down. She won't show you her phone. She won't show you the real shit that's going on. It's all talk behind the camera. Is what it is with her. It's all talk behind the camera. But maybe I should start recording what happens when I'm out. Maybe I should start recording this stuff so you guys can actually see what the hell goes on when I'm out.
There needs to be a whole bunch of people on live when he's with them to have to tell you that Angie ain't shit for you to understand she ain't shit. Because how many people have to tell you? And even if these people wasted their time to tell you guys she ain't shit, you would still be here defending her.
Yeah, you can quickly tell that there is no good guy in this story. When Tophiachu is describing how Brother Chu's ex-girlfriend was treating her animals, it made me just dislike her instantly. Like, I just don't want to hear anything good about her ever again. Just like, nah, it's just not happening. And I know Tophiachu is possibly exaggerating the story to make herself look better. But I will say, if Tophiachu is even telling a tenth of the truth of her pulling the cats in and helping them to have a better life, I'll say, good on her for that, like that's awesome. But at the same time, we all know how lazy Tophiachu and her entire family is. Even if she did pull them in from the cold, we know she wasn't taking care of the litter box either. Just because that girl wasn't taking care of it, Tophiachu, that's still your apartment and it still goes down on you when the landlord comes in. So you gotta clean it yourself. I mean, you can yell at her, make her do it eventually, or kick her out. Not only because it's the cleanly thing to do, but because that's taking care of your cats. When the litter box is full, it makes them antsy. Like, they don't like that. It makes them really uncomfortable. So you gotta solve that. And we know there wasn't any care been taken when these animals were in the house. if people were just watching your live streams and noticed that, hey, maybe we should call animal control, and they actually showed up to the place, like, that's not a good thing. When it comes to you, everything gets muddled. That's why it's great to have a person who's seeing it firsthand. That's why people want to talk to Brother Chu's ex-girlfriend. That's why people want to talk to Squid. And when you just freak out and have huge meltdowns about them, it makes their story seem true. If you just wouldn't respond to it and laugh, people would probably consider them to be fake. But honestly, when you're like, Brother Chu's ex-girlfriend was nasty, her apartment was terrible, it makes me believe it a little bit because, you know, if her room in the apartment is nasty, I couldn't imagine the rest of the house being any different. Did you guys hear Brother Chu when Tophia was starting one of her rants? I feel like when they're at these car meets, this is what happens all the time. Tophiachu about to start to rant about something and Brother Chu just cuts her off. He immediately is like, well, actually, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can get that stuff because it might have something to do with privacy. But just maybe Tophiachu is right. I don't want to hurt her feelings right now, but I mean, we probably can't do that. But we know for 100% fact because some random person on Reddit said Tophiachu is not a liar. And look, guys, I really don't know if the person posting on Reddit claiming that Tophiachu is right was telling the truth. I don't. But what I do know is Tophiachu is a known liar, so you pick your side on this battle.
That's the least of my concerns at this point. If I catch her, I catch her. If I don't, I don't. That's fine. She can go share the video or this recording to whoever she wants.
And he's not talking about people, so don't take that as what he's saying.
Like I said, there's already multiple people that have it out for her anyway. And it's nobody online either. It's people in real life.
And we have people for that.
So I ain't one bit concerned because she puts herself in these situations.
Instead of telling me to get a job, why don't you go tell Angie to keep a job? How about that? Because she can never keep a job. Ask her how many jobs she's had. Ask her why she can't keep her fucking job.
I'll tell you, the reason why we're still talking about it is because she wants to sit there and run her mouth. So we'll run our mouth.
I didn't even go live about her. Today I was busy doing something else. And she's the one who went live talking shit.
So as long as she wants to run her mouth, I'm fine with running my mouth. I'm cool. I can probably go all night and run my mouth about her if I wanted to. She wants to sit there and run her mouth, so cool. We'll just have fun. Cause I'm just sitting here laughing, having a good time. She so desperately desires fame.
She does this shit and then cries, oh, people were showing up at my job. They were saying, are you that girl from online? And she didn't like it, but she puts herself out there.
Or she was crying, oh, when she was staying at her parents' house, oh, I had dudes showing up to my door, and I have my nieces and nephews there, and my mom's there, and I'm scared. People are showing up to my door, random men knocking on my door, crying to the cops.
We have nothing to do with that. You put yourself online, well, that's what you're asking for. No, she's the one who's been live. I haven't said a shit thing about her.
Whether you guys hate us or not, you gotta admit you're having a good time. Whether it's talking shit about us, talking shit about Angie, you guys have a good time. I know you guys do.
400 people in here.
I know you guys do.
Because it's strong.
Whether you like us or not, you talking shit about us gives you something to do in your life, and I'm happy about that.
Because they got nothing.
If that makes you happy, then cool. It makes you happy. Talking shit about us makes you happy, cool. If that makes Angie happy, cool. If she wants to be famous, we'll make her famous.
Y'all love to sit here and talk about how we're bad people, but yet you sit there and watch that Leslie, who fucking had pictures she was sending. Then you defend Nova, diaper wearing dude, and then you defend that piece of shit on live that people only watch her because they want information of how it was to live with me. Why don't you ask me how it was to live with her? And why my dad had to force her to change the kitty litter because her cats were in our bathtub. Why doesn't she talk about how my dad walked in and caught her cheating? Talking to some dude smiling and laughing on the phone and my brother wasn't there. She won't tell you that shit. She loves to talk shit about my dad, but he caught her cheating. Well, she was staying there. And he said, yeah, I know she was cheating. Because she was on the phone giggling, laughing, smiling to whoever she was talking to.
Tophiachu, Brother Chu was definitely talking about getting into an altercation with his ex-girlfriend. It's like, first off, Brother Chu, you're a dude. No matter how mad she's got you, you can't get into an altercation with her. At the most, maybe Tophiachu can, but it's like you heard her in the background, and we all hear Tophiachu every single video. I just don't think she's capable of it at this point. But even she's like, nah, we don't do that. We got people for it. It's like, what people, Tophiachu? You're acting like you're in the mafia or something, but you literally live in your car and scrounge up change for 1 pound bag of Doritos. Like, you don't have people for anything. Maybe a scalper for Comic-Con, but I don't even think they would mess with you at this point. You'd probably blow their cover on TikTok and just ruin their whole business. So to even imagine that you could call someone up and be like, hey, you know Brother Chu's ex-girlfriend? Yeah, unfortunate as it is, it's going to have to happen. And then they go and handle business for you. It's like, Tophiachu, that'll just never happen in a million years. If you get to that point, you can rub it in all of our faces. Just like you was saying last video I made on you, where you want to get rich and drive around and rub your money into all your detractors' face. Well, go ahead. If you can pull this one off, I'll take the L. And I bet there's a ton of people in the comment section who would take that L right along with me. And when it comes to people showing up at this girl's job, I've already said how much I dislike her already. But no one would like that. Tophiachu, you've mentioned how much you would despise if people were calling your imaginary jobs. Like, you were freaking out about that. So don't act like this is not a big deal and it's just expected to happen. Many people work a job online and a job in real life. That's not an insane thing to happen. And you know what? Most people don't show up to the work. It's to the point where Brother Chu doesn't even claim you, which makes it that much funnier that Brother Chu's laughing about this. It's like, dude, there's a video of you getting spotted in your car, and when someone's like, hey, aren't you Brother Chu? You're like, oh no, not me. But I do get that a lot. Isn't that weird? It's like both of you right now have been the biggest hypocrites possible, but you can't even recognize it.
I gotta say to her is that I know she likes to come out. I know she likes to go to meets. So instead of her making excuses of why she can't get out of the car, next time she's at a meet, I like to see her park and get out of the car. At least walk around and try to talk to people. I would love to see it instead of her making excuses why she can't get out of the car. Oh, I had to go to work. Oh, we just stopped to just stroll by and leave.
She's trying.
I would love to see her get out of the car and actually talk to some people. I would love to see it happen.
The only reason why she goes to meets is to force people to be friends with her that don't want to be friends with her. So she could say, look, I got friends. Why would you go to meets and force yourself to be there when no one wants you there? Why do you go where you're not wanted? Why would I cry over a piece of shit? She's a non.
No, they're saying that I'm crying.
Oh. I live out of a car. I have too much to worry about some on live who spreads false narratives because her stupid can't do shit. She was over here talking about when at the apartment we lived at, talking about he better not give her that car. You don't deserve the car anyways either, bitch. And the only reason why you had cars was because my brother bought them for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have shit. And yes, maybe I did go to Comic-Con, but most of the money after that went to towing and to take care of the upkeep of these cars. So, hanging out with these people. Because she won't show you shit because she has nobody. If she's really got friends, why don't you ask her to show herself having friends? Why don't you tell her, hey, show us you hanging out with these people and talking to these people? She can't show you shit. She got nobody. The only person she's got is the person she latches onto, because that's why she only gets with men, is because she's lonely. She has nobody. People, and this is not shaming, people that are with a lot of men are lonely. They have nobody in their lives. I don't have to get with all these men to feel validated and to feel like I have a life. I don't need a man to prove that I have a life. It's crazy.
The only reason why she wanted to come around was to get more dirt on my family. And the only reason why I invited her around to get the evidence that I needed, which I found all the evidence that I needed. So that's cool. That's perfectly fine.
If that's, I can rent. I had the money too. I had $3,000. I could rent anywhere I want. I don't have an eviction. Ask her why she has to live with people and she can't rent anywhere. Because she owes $2,000 that she hasn't even paid off to rent anywhere. She talks about how, oh, I'm going to pay it off. Oh, I'm going to get an apartment. She's probably not even on the lease because she owes $2,000. Even our apartment told us when we tried to put her on the lease. Why don't you ask her to show the room that she's in? Why is it whenever she goes live, she's always in the dark? Especially when she went live at her house. She never showed you what her room looked like. And yes, our apartment was not the greatest. Dad didn't like our apartment being dirty at all.
For the people saying that it's late at night and that we're grown and that this is stupid and childish or they're not on our side, cool, it doesn't matter.
Why don't you go ask her the same shit?
Just be grateful we're on here giving you guys tea and giving you guys shit that you guys
She's been live longer than me talking shit about me, and I didn't even go live about her until now. Cardi B saw my video and I didn't even tag her. Rascal Flats knows who I am. Cardi B. BB Rixa. I even got posted on Billy Joel's Insta story talking about, oh, you want fame? People knows who the f I am. They go viral talking about me. They get views. I've been getting more views than anybody. My largest video has over 50 million views. 60 if you're counting the one that went viral for 10 million. On top of that, I have over hundreds of millions of views.
She's not gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it. She has more respect for people in this life because I guess this is what she does for a living.
The double meltdown. It might have been the first time since I've ever heard Brother Chu speak, but it doesn't seem that much different from Tophiachu, so it's like I've been missing nothing at all. They freak out about the exact same stuff, go on the exact same tangents. I couldn't imagine being stuck in that car. No wonder Mama Chu is sleeping during all of these live streams anymore. But I guess that's enough for me today, guys. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, and follow the socials down below. And don't forget to subscribe to Hat. They're the only reason this video was possible. They're an amazing channel. Go follow them. I'll catch you next time.